The honourable member for Edmonton Centre will sing the national anthem.
Our home and native land, true patriot love, in all of us command, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée, tes plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Not as good as the pages, but pretty good. N'en ouvrez les portes, let the doors be open.
I had the surround sound system.
Alors, order. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de la Pointe-Lille.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister for Health made public her decision to refuse the amendments of the Senate to the cannabis bill. The Canadian government will reject the amendment that will reaffirm that Quebec has full jurisdiction to forbid growing cannabis at home. We would have expected a minimum amount of respect from the federal government. The disappointment we feel is total. Those are not my words, but those of the Attorney General for Quebec, Jean-Marc Fournier. Today, the Canadian government is showing once again that it does not care about Quebec. Once again, the 40 Liberal MPs and the Prime Minister are not respecting Quebec. Once again, the Liberals are showing how inflexible they are. Once again, they are giving us reason to mobilize for independence. This is an affront to Quebec. It's unacceptable for the Bloc Québécois.
West.
Mr. Speaker, summer is just around the corner, and in Brampton West, that means it's time for a Mount Pleasant Village Market. This farmers market is now in its 4th year and is an opportunity for our community to come together to support local producers, vendors, and budding small businesses. I had the opportunity to visit the market in its 1st year, and the amount it has grown since then is remarkable. The farmers market will run in Mount Pleasant Square every Thursday from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. throughout the summer, starting June 21st until October the 4th. I'm sure there will be many delicious, locally sourced options at the market to help families in Brampton West make healthier choices. And I encourage all Bramptonians to stop by, meet your neighbors, spend some time with your families, but most importantly, try some tasty treats. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, about 6 years ago, I stood in the Alberta Legislature for the first time to share my story, undergoing a significant level of anxiety, depression, which many young men and young fathers often face. As part of my story, I shared the feelings of being nervous, anxious, depressed, and scared at the prospect of being a new father. Like me, many young men and young dads have this sense of fear, and it's important that men across the country realize that they are not immune to these diagnoses simply because they are men. We are told to be tough, be strong, not cry, toughen up. We are told not to share our feelings and that it's not normal to have feelings of depression. I want young men, young fathers to know that today we can have these feelings. We can talk to someone about them and we can stamp out the stigma. Mental health in young men happens, but it's okay. Each conversation gets us closer to a world where we can rely on each other. Today, our event, Father's Day on the Hill, was another step to give men more courage so that no one suffers in silence.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my colleague from across the aisle, the representative from Edmonton Riverbend, the Mental Health Commission of Canada, and I hosted an event commemorating Men's Health Week and Father's Day, highlighting the mental health crisis facing men in our country. In Canada, 80% of those who take their own life are men, real men in real crisis, who are unable to recognize their own struggle, to speak to and confide to those who love them, and to seek the support and treatment that they need. When diagnosing mental illness, we are better equipped and more comfortable identifying the signifiers more commonly presented by women than we are the signifiers of internal struggle by men. Men are more likely to lose their social circle as they age and are less likely to speak to their family about their own mental health issues. Together, we heard the stories of those who struggled, connected with experts, and created a strong dialogue on the issue of mental health for men. I thank all those members who joined us in this reception. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiewatinock-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister spoke at the NYU grad in the U.S. While he philosophized in the U.S., here at home, our grads are facing challenging times. So I want to invite him to attend any one of the grads in our north here in Canada to hear their stories. Thompson, faced with the loss of the smelter and the refinery. First Nations facing continuing high unemployment and underfunding of education. Churchill still faced with the shutdown of the port and the rail line. Wow. He could attend a grad in virtually any community across Canada and hear what young people are facing in terms of sky-high tuition fees and precarious employment. But I doubt he will, because I believe he doesn't want to listen to young people who are concerned about the environment, growing inequality, and their economic future. Why? Because when it comes to this Prime Minister and his policies, young people are increasingly saying that his Liberal government is not only not part of the solution, but it's increasingly part of the problem.
Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, in the summer of 1896, three men, Skookum Jim, George Carmax, and Tagus Charlie, found large gold nuggets in the gravel bottom of Bonanza Creek. Their cry of joy started the world's greatest gold rush. Approximately 200,000 men and women from all over the world converged on the Klondike in search of gold, and more than 40,000 of them found it. In 1898, Dawson City was the largest Canadian city west of Winnipeg, and Yukon, for so long the proud home of First Nations people, was created from the western area of the Northwest Territories. On today's date, June 13, 1898, assent was given for the Yukon Act, and 4 years later, in 1902, we sent our first Member of Parliament, James H. Ross, a Liberal. I stand to commemorate the 120th anniversary of the founding of the Yukon Territory. I invite all members and their families to come north this summer to visit the most beautiful riding in the country, to enjoy Yukon hospitality and bask in the glow of the midnight sun. Thank you, merci, Masi Chogan.
Bravo, Yukon! Bravo!
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the 2018 graduates who have worked tirelessly to achieve this important milestone. As they embark on their journeys, I would wish them the very best that life has to offer. May their efforts be rewarded with happiness and success. Unfortunately, Justin Trudeau's mismanagement of the economy will cost these bright graduates a harsh reality of high taxes will make the beginning of their new lives.
Order, 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 order. I have to remind you, remember, he can't use the name of members by name in the House. We call them, refer to them by their title or their riding name, of course. The Honourable Member for Prince George.
Leaders of the government's new taxes is going to make life harsher for these individuals as they progress onto their new futures. However, youth are the hope and the future of this bright graduates have it within their power to make the world a better place. They are the building blocks of our country. I am confident that Canada will continue to prosper due to the strong foundations that these future leaders will provide. To all the 2018 graduates, the future of Canada lies in your hands, and I am so excited to witness all the wonderful things that you will accomplish. Congratulations, and may your success be yours.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm challenging you, people in our communities and across our country, to take the plastics challenge in July. It is estimated that as much as 8 million tons of plastics end up in our oceans each year. This year, we banned microbeads, and Canada championed and endorsed a plastics charter at the G7 summit. But there's a personal element to the solution, too. And knowing that only about 10% of plastics get recycled in Canada, we need to reduce, reuse, and recycle. On my website Facebook page, there's a July Plastics Free Challenge sign-up. And I invite people and businesses in my community and across the country to either sign up or start your own July Plastics Free Challenge. This July, use a reusable shopping bag, refuse the plastic straw, or use a reusable bottle. But together, we can end plastics pollution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to highlight National Blood Donor Week, which runs until June 17th. This year marks the 10th anniversary of this special week. It cannot be overemphasized how blood donation is a vital gesture and how important it is to educate citizens about this issue. To meet the needs of patients this summer, Canadian Blood Services needs 44,000 donors by Canada Day. Au cours de la dernière année,
over the last year, 406,000 people gave blood. I want to congratulate them. Half of Canadians will need blood one day or know someone who will. I would therefore like to thank every current and future donor. Thanks to you, thousands of lives are and will be saved. I invite all Canadians, as well as the members present here today who can give blood, to do so. Thank you.
Honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, as we prepare to rise for the summer, I thought I'd take a moment to review this government's 2018 performance to date. The year began with the government's odious summer jobs attestation and quickly proceeded to its refusal to recognize the coming Trans Mountain crisis. Then the Prime Minister went to India with a convicted terrorist and tried to blame the Indian government. The Environment Minister tabled a regulatory bill that industry says will kill all future resource development. The Finance Minister tabled a budget that continues to rack up promise-breaking deficits, implement a carbon tax, and refuse to answer questions about either. Throw in a couple of new ethics investigations, an electoral reform bill designed to help third-party proxies for the Liberals, capital flight, the Trans Mountain buyout debacle, chaos on our borders, more red tape for gun owners, a justice bill that helps criminals, and a $7 billion slush fund. And I'm sure that members on the government side are ready for a summer break. But with a session like this, so are Canadians.
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in Atlantic Canada. We are 32 members strong, working together for our region. Just last week, the Centre for Ocean Ventures and Entrepreneurship, known as COVE, officially launched in my riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. COVE is an incredible facility for applied innovation in the ocean sector. Mr. Speaker, it's the only hub like it in the entire world. Startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, larger firms, and post-secondary expertise, all under one roof in Dartmouth, developing ocean technology. There's nowhere in Nova Scotia that's more than 67 kilometers away from the ocean, making this the perfect location to strengthen our ocean economy from coast to coast to coast. And I am proud that our government invested $7.2 million in COVE, partnering with the province of Nova Scotia and Irving Shipbuilding. When we work together, we always achieve more. Congratulations to everyone who made COVE possible. Mr. Speaker, Atlantic Canada has a bright future.
L'honorable député d'Honoré-Mercier.
The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the start of the World Cup in Russia. Over the coming weeks, we will see the Neymar, Ronaldo, Iniesta, Salha, and Messi, of course, all on the field. In 2026, it's going to happen here. It's also going to happen in the United States, in Mexico, and here at home in Canada.
Continues to build a strong history of hosting FIFA events, including the U20 World Cup in 2007, the U20 Women's World Cup in 2014, and most recently the 2015 Women's World Cup, with games in Edmonton, Toronto, and in my hometown in Montreal. We look forward to welcoming soccer fans from around the world back to Canada in 2026, Mr. Speaker.
It will be then that we will discover who will be the new Maradona, Pelé, Ronaldo, and Messi. And our government will keep supporting our athletes, because it might be a young person from here, Ottawa, Vancouver, Quebec, or Moncton, who will capture the crowd's imagination. In 2026, the eyes of the world will be on Canada.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Elections Bill C-76 will do nothing to modernize our democratic process. In fact, this dangerous bill will encourage foreign entities to interfere in our elections and undermine our democracy. Other countries have seen the consequence of foreign interference in elections. It would be naive to presume that Canada is immune. In fact, reports indicate that foreign third parties spent millions of dollars in the 2015 federal election. The American Tides Foundation alone donated $1.5 million to influence its outcome. We should not allow our elections to be decided by foreign organizations or individuals with deep pockets. I've tabled Bill C-406 to address this very issue. Bill C-406 will amend the Canada Elections Act to ban foreign contributions to third parties for election advertising purposes. Canadians and Canadians only should be determining the results of our next election. It's the right thing to do. It's the patriotic thing to do. I look forward to the debate on this bill and seeing the other parties in this House and where they'll put their interests, either with Canada or their own. Any member who votes against this bill is voting in favour of foreign interference in our elections, and I guess we will see, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the score doesn't reflect just how close the match was, or how this time no pages were harmed by the member for St. John's East. Unfortunately, that was not the case.
Tune-up game before the World Cup. The Pages, led by Ariana Coleman, Brandon Gertz, Sebastian Arsenault, Sylvain Lutz, and Michael Donaghy, thrashed the MPs on the all-party FC Commoners soccer team in our annual match. It was all tied up at the half when the Pages goalie, Zachary Robichaud, went down hard on a save. We hope you're okay, Zach. But after the halftime, the MPs had an uphill battle, both literally and figuratively. The final score, Pages 5, MPs 1. Une victoire qui n'arrive.
A victory that only happens once every 40 years is a good way of marking the 40th anniversary of the Parliamentary Pages program. I would ask all members to rise and thank and congratulate our Pages. To the Pages!
Here. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, violence against women and children is recognized nationally and internationally as a significant barrier to gender equality and to women's human rights and fundamental freedoms. I wish today to recognize the dedication of those serving in Canada's shelters for women and children. In 2017, Alberta shelters provided refuge and support for over 10,000 women and children fleeing violence. A key barrier to effective action against domestic violence has been failed coordination and consistent responses by community, police, and government. I was honoured to attend the launch of a positive new initiative for the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters targeting this very problem. The program, jointly financed by federal and provincial governments, brings together RCMP, police, shelters, government agencies, communities to offer coherent, coordinated, longer-term support. This evidence-based program is women-centred, addresses gender inequalities, holds perpetrators accountable, enables better collaboration, ensures healing for violence related to trauma, better serves the diversity of communities needing support and escape from violence. I invite all MPs to join me in saluting Shelters Canada.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Wynne Liberals were fired by Ontarians for wasting billions of taxpayer dollars and refusing to come clean with the cost of an unrealistic energy plan and a poorly considered carbon tax scheme. The Prime Minister has had 6 days now to consider the ramifications of not owning up to Canadians about the true cost of his carbon tax on the average family. He knows that his scheme will increase the cost of living for every single Canadian. The PBO confirmed it, saying it will cost $10 billion. Other estimates peg the true cost as high as $35 billion per year, sounding the death knell for future investment in Canada. A significant investment exodus to the U.S. is underway in real time for a more favorable investment climate buoyed by lower corporate taxes. Canadians understand you cannot tax your way to a cleaner environment, and they're making their voices heard at the ballot box. Conservatives will fight for lower taxes and will keep calling for the Liberals to end their carbon tax cover-up.
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in this place in honor of Public Service Week. As member for Gatineau, I have had the opportunity to represent a very large number of public servants. This week, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, I have been able to take part in many events in order to thank public servants for the important work they accomplish every day. Public servants play an essential role due to their knowledge and exceptional expertise in everyday operations of every federal department and agency. We see every day the commitment and devotion with which they work. On this side, we believe in government and we respect the work done by our public servants. We see how committed and devoted they are in order to have a positive impact on the lives of all Canadian men and women. Once again, I would like to wish everyone a good Public Service Week.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, more and more Canadians are understanding that the Prime Minister's carbon tax will not make a significant difference to global emissions. But what it will do is increase the cost of living, making everything more expensive, especially the cost to fuel their cars. Now, I think even the Prime Minister understands this because he's going to great lengths to hide the information from Canadians. He still, after weeks and months, refuses to tell Canadians the true cost of his carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing today and end the carbon tax cover-up and tell Canadians how much it will cost them?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to answering that question and subsequent questions, but I do want to take a moment right now to directly and personally thank the Leader of the Opposition, indeed all Opposition MPs, and indeed all Canadians for standing together in this moment of difficulties in our relationship with the United States. How we will continue to work together beyond partisan differences on standing up for Canadian workers, on standing up for Canadian interests is something beyond partisanship, and I thank the member opposite and all members in this House and across Canada for their solidarity on this issue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his sentiments, and I can commit to him that Conservatives will always support efforts to keep markets open, keep borders open, and protect Canadian jobs and their families. Things that we can't control. As the Government of Canada knows, it can't control all the external factors, but what it can control is how it manages Canada's economy. Now, more and more people in Canada are rejecting the idea of a carbon tax, knowing that it will devastate jobs and opportunities here in Canada. Ontario has now joined the group of provinces that oppose a carbon tax. The Prime Minister's coalition for his carbon tax is unraveling. Will he finally come clean with how much the cost will be for Canadian families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of the Harper Conservatives not doing anything on the environment, Conservatives show that they still don't get it. While our plan to put a price on carbon pollution will reduce emissions and drive innovation at the same time, the Conservatives double down on the failed Stephen Harper approach. In 2015, Canadians told Conservatives that the Harper approach was wrong, but now it's obvious that, as usual, Conservatives haven't been listening. We will continue to invest in clean growth to ensure a prosperous future for all our kids right across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Liberals aren't listening. Liberals aren't listening to the fact that the people of Ontario rejected Kathleen Wynne's approach that damaged the economy and did nothing to reduce emissions. Now, this Prime Minister is following the exact same playbook that Ontario has rejected. Saskatchewan opposes the carbon tax, and soon Alberta will join the fight against it. If the Prime Minister is so sure that Canadians will support his carbon tax, why can't he just tell them how much it will cost?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to follow on the same thinking as the member opposite, let me highlight highlight that Canadians rejected 2.5 years ago the Stephen Harper approach on the economy and the environment. Not only for 10 years did they do nothing to protect the environment, but they also didn't have much in the way of economic growth to show for it. So on top of demonstrating that we understand that the environment and the economy go together, we have created economic growth in our country, the best in the G7 last year, 600,000 new jobs, the lowest unemployment rate in a generation. These are the choices that we've made for Canadians.
Order.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, up to 400 people a day may be illegally crossing the Quebec border this summer. The Prime Minister made this path an acceptable path for all kinds of refugees. It's difficult to blame asylum seekers for thinking that they can cross at this point. But rather than spending millions of taxpayers' dollars on interim solutions, when will the Prime Minister take decisive measures to finally solve the problem at the source once and for all? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to reassure Canadians that our immigration system is working. We have the ability to review all of these files, and we are ensuring that all of the rules and measures within our immigration and refugee system are enforced. I don't want people to be afraid just because the Conservatives are trying to play on divisiveness for political ends. If they really want to respect our border services, they shouldn't have cut nearly $400 million from their budget. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians expect our immigration system to operate in an orderly, safe, and compassionate manner. And it is unacceptable to millions of Canadians, including the groups of refugees and immigrants I met in Toronto over the last 2 days, who came here legally, who have family members facing persecution even today, who have loved ones in camps in dangerous places all over the world. And they are frustrated that the Prime Minister is pitting one group of asylum seekers against another. They are frustrated at the idea that people can cross over illegally from a safe country while their friends and family have to wait. Why does the Prime Minister...
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that question was a perfect example of how the Conservatives are using misinformation to create fear and division within Canadians. Pitting groups of Canadians against one another is entirely irresponsible. On this side of the House, we are committed to a compassionate asylum system, all the while ensuring that only those who should be in Canada are allowed to stay. In contrast, that Conservative government cut $390 million from the CBSA and cut refugee health care. They created massive backlogs and processing delays, which we are still working to fix.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-Lébasse.
Mr. Speaker, the Crown failed to meaningfully consult in relation to title, governance rights and use rights. Instead, it dodged, deferred and delegated. These are the words of Upper Nicola Band Council Ellen Sigurdsson. This is the same Upper Nicola Band which wants to build the largest solar energy project in British Columbia. For a climate leader, the choice between green energy and buying a pipeline should be obvious. A leader in reconciliation with Indigenous peoples should respect and empower First Nations and their choices. Why can't the Prime Minister do either?
Hear, hear. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the importance of listening to all voices when it comes to major projects. We know there are a variety of opinions, including within Indigenous communities. Some oppose this project, while others strongly support it. While the NDP only listens to those who share their opinion, we ensure that all voices are respected and heard. We completed the deepest consultations with rights holders ever on a major project in this country, and we established a co-developed monitoring committee with Indigenous communities, including a representation from the Nicola Band. We have listened, and we will continue to listen.
Said that the government did not listen. Laissez-moi répéter, Monsieur le Président.
Allow me to repeat, Mr. Speaker. the Upper Nicola First Nation had harsh words for the government. The Crown did not significantly consult us about property rights, governance, or use. Rather, they dodged, deferred, and delegated. The Upper Nicola community wants to build the biggest solar energy project in BC. We're talking about a project that could light 5,000 houses, but instead the government wants to impose a pipeline that they don't want. How can this Prime Minister, who claims to be a climate leader and a leader on reconciliation, act this way? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand how important it is to listen to all voices. We know there are a variety of opinions, including within First Nations communities. Some are in favour of this project and others are not. While the NDP only listens to those who share their opinion, we respect and listen to all voices. We have conducted some of the vastest consultations ever led among rights holders and set up a committee that Indigenous peoples participate in, including Upper Nicola. We listened and will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. According to a study from Cambridge University, there will be a significant drop in demand for world oil, which will burst the oil bubble. That's planned for between now and 2050. All of a sudden, oil infrastructure will not be worth anything. And what is the Prime Minister doing? He's buying an old pipeline with $4.5 billion of our money. What timing, what vision of the future. It's like a man born in 1990 investing in VHS cassettes. Why not take money and invest it in renewable energy with long-term jobs? Right Honourable Prime Minister. The NDP still believes that there's a choice to be made between the economy and the environment. We all know that we can create jobs while protecting the environment. That is why we have put a price on pollution. We are protecting our oceans and coastlines, and we are investing in clean technology. That's why we are also diversifying our export markets. More than 70% of Canada's exports go to the U.S. Now, given recent events, it's surprising that the NDP continues to oppose this project, which will help us diversify our economy and which is in the national interest.
Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canada should be investing in clean, renewable energy sources that create good quality, long-lasting jobs for today's workers and future generations. But instead of looking to the future and eliminating fossil fuel subsidies as they promised, the Liberals have become huge supporters and investors in the oil industry. If they vote against the NDP motion, Liberals will undermine Canada's commitment we made to the world in Paris and ignore the transition that we need to renewables. So will the Liberals support our motion and ensure real climate leadership?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP continue to believe that there's a choice to be made between the environment and the economy. What we have demonstrated is a pan-Canadian climate plan that features a national price on carbon, that features protecting our oceans and coasts, and yes, does include a pipeline to new markets other than the United States. Why the NDP continues to think, given all the recent events, that it's not a good idea to diversify our resource markets is beyond me, but there's no question that they simply don't get it, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday steelworkers reiterated their call for countermeasures on steel and aluminum tariffs to be taken. Steel and aluminum workers, as well as their companies and workers, are affected by the situation. Unreasonable American tariffs have been in place for a long time. Mexico reacted almost immediately, but we're still waiting. Will the Prime Minister do what needs to be done and impose countermeasures on these American steel tariffs today? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've been unequivocal on this. These tariffs are completely unacceptable. The Canadian and American economies are so closely intertwined that these American tariffs will harm American workers too. We will defend our industries and workers. We will impose trade restrictions up to $16.6 billion on American imports. This American decision goes against NAFTA and the WTO rules. We will do everything possible to challenge them. To Canadian workers, we say you can count on your government. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, when it comes to the state of the current negotiations to preserve NAFTA, there is obviously a great deal of confusion. Yesterday, the Prime Minister had a chance to come clean and be clear about one aspect, though. On Sunday, the CBC reported that the U.S. administration had, quote, waved away and finally dropped their demand for a 5-year sunset clause, something the Prime Minister had said was a major sticking point. Can the Prime Minister clearly state whether or not that report was in fact accurate?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can state without equivocation that the United States has not yet waived its demand for a NAFTA sunset clause.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Can the Prime Minister confirm or deny that that waiving of the sunset clause was at least offered during his talks with the U.S. President?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. With the American President, as is regularly, we engaged on a broad range of subjects, including in which I reiterated that the sunset clause on NAFTA would be absolutely unacceptable, that Canada could never sign a NAFTA with a sunset clause in it, and he did not immediately back down.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What does immediately back down mean?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that a protracted trade disruption will have a devastating impact on Canada's economy, workers, and their family. But there are a lot of things that a government could do to protect Canada's economy. We knew that the U.S. administration would have a new relationship with Canada as soon as the U.S. election was over. Yet, in last spring's budget, the Prime Minister failed to have a single contingency plan set aside in the budget, and that is with an $18 billion deficit. In addition, they've been dragging their feet on implementing the TPP. The TPP could open up new markets and diversify our trading relationship. Why has the Prime Minister waited so long to implement TPP?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit, I'm going to return to the previous question because I want everyone to be very, very clear on this. And I don't know exactly where the Conservatives are going with it, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. The sunset clause has been something that I have said without equivocation from the beginning would be unacceptable in a NAFTA. I have said that many times to the President. The President has not, so far as we know, with what have we seen his tweets, responded to or withdrawn his offer of his demand for a sunset clause in NAFTA. Let's be very clear about that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks for clearing that up. Mr. Speaker.
Note from Gerald.
Note from Gerald Butts. Notes from Gerald.
Mr. Speaker, after months of pursuing a wrong-headed policy of appeasement towards Iran, Liberals finally agreed with the Conservative Party to have a more forceful response to the Iranian regime. Now, it was just last month that Liberal senators defeated Conservative legislation to list the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corporation as a terrorist group. Now, I want to know clearly from the Prime Minister, because moments after the vote was held, his own officials in the Department of Public Safety refused to acknowledge that this important step of naming the IRGC as a terrorist organization would be kept. Will the Prime Minister confirm that he will actually follow the will of the House?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we deeply oppose Iran's support for terrorist organizations, its threat towards Israel, its ballistic missile program, and its support for the murderous Assad regime. We will always defend human rights and hold Iran to account for its actions. We led a resolution at the UN in November calling on Iran to comply with its international human rights obligations. We continue to maintain sanctions on Iran, which include restrictions on sensitive goods and a list of individuals and entities subject to asset freezes with whom all transactions involving property are prohibited.
Leader of the Opposition.
You still can't answer the simple question about following the will of the House as voted here just this week. Now, Mr. Speaker, when the Auditor General's report was tabled, the report which was highly critical of this government's handling of many files, the Minister of Public Services thanked the Auditor General and proclaimed that, quote, "We are accepting all of his recommendations." However, yesterday, the Prime Minister's very own Clerk of the Privy Council dismissed the Auditor General's recent report, calling it, quote, an opinion piece. So, which is it? Does the Prime Minister share the views of his minister or his senior civil servant? In other words, does he accept the Auditor General's report that his own government...
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are lucky to have a world-class public service which just last year was recognized as the most effective in the world. We're working to change the culture in the public service following 10 years of Conservative government which muzzled scientists, used tax dollars for partisan advertising, and made irresponsible and ideologically driven cuts. We were given a mandate to restore a culture of respect for and within Canada's non-partisan public service and to instill a culture of experimentation, evidence-based policy and implementation. We will continue to work towards achieving that objective, and as the head of the public service said, there's still more work to do.
Member for Vancouver East.
Just 2 days after the purchase of the Kinder Morgan pipeline, the company received a letter from the government stating that they had committed 4 offenses. They had gone months without filing mandatory monitoring reports with the government and the First Nations, and they exceeded safe underwater noise limits during expansion, endangering marine wildlife. Knowing about these violations and all the risks, why on earth would the government bail out Kinder Morgan with billions of Canadians' hard-earned money?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives failed to secure access to markets other than the United States for Canadian resources for over 10 years. This failure is costing $15 billion a year to Canadians. The NDP believes that this enormous cost should continue to apply to Canadians every single year. It is critically important that we diversify our export markets, all the while making historical investments to protect our environment. While the NDP's plan is to keep Canadian resources locked into a single market, we're working to protect and create Canadian jobs while protecting the environment for future generations.
Mr. Speaker, giving billions of dollars to a company that absolutely doesn't respect our national environment rules isn't being a climate leader. Deciding to take public money to buy a pipeline doesn't show vision, Mr. Speaker. We're taking all of the environmental and financial risks as Canadians, and that's completely unfair. The government needs to invest in the energies of the future instead of putting its money in the energy of the past. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister understand? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, I would suggest that it's the NDP that doesn't understand anything, because we're putting $15 billion a year in having access to other markets other than the U.S. For 10 years, the Conservatives just tried to diversify our markets for our energy resources, but they weren't able to. We are managing to do it because we know that creating jobs, creating economic growth is possible while protecting our environment. That's the way you build a strong future for all Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board by law is appointed by the Minister of Finance, and it is deliberately kept independent of political interference. And there's a good reason. The board manages workers' money, and they have to make sure that there's no undue risk in their investments because they have to make sure there's money available for our retirement. I was very interested to see that the Minister and the Prime Minister said the private sector wasn't interested in the Trans Mountain Pipeline because it was risky. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister tell the Minister of Finance to back off the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board and tell him that it's going to go to private sector investment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform the member opposite that the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board operates at arm's length with a mandate to invest in the best interests of its members. And many investors have already expressed interest in the project, including Indigenous groups, Canadian pension funds, and others. The fact that we are moving forward and succeeding where the Conservatives failed for 10 years to get our exports to markets other than the United States is making them grasp at straws and flailing for partisan approaches when they should be pleased that for once we have actually delivered what they couldn't do for...
Order. The honourable member for Milton.
Mr. Speaker, private sector investment fled this project. Yes. And the Minister of Finance indicated he asked pension plans whether or not they would be interested. He asked the Canada Pension Plan if they're interested, which is a clear conflict. And when that didn't work, he actually hired a U.S. bank to come in and lobby the Canadian Pension Plan Board, an arm's-length organization. Mr. Speaker, money from the federal Reserve, money from the Canada Pension Plan, money from Canada's Infrastructure Bank. They are all workers' money. Can he guarantee, as the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, that not a single taxpayer dollar is going to be left on the hook because of their failed measures?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps we've just seen why the Conservatives were unable to get this pipeline built for 10 years, because they don't have confidence in the workers, in the oil sector, or in the capacity of Canadians to get these resources to markets profitably. That's what we're hearing from them. They don't believe this pipeline is going to work. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that on this side of the House, we have Alberta's back. We have Canada's back. We are there to make sure that we get our resources to new markets, despite the worries and naysaying of the Conservative Party of Canada.
Alors.
Order.
Alors.
Order.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Quebec National Assembly adopted its bill on cannabis regulation, a maximum of 150 grams per household, zero tolerance for impaired driving, and a ban on growing non-medicinal marijuana for personal use. So, my question for the Prime Minister is simple. Will he finally respect provincial jurisdiction and let Quebec and all of the provinces in Canada, as well as the First Nations, to pass their own laws on this issue? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to say that all across the country and in all jurisdictions, we have to change the current system, which does not protect our children and which leaves billions of dollars every year in the hands of organized criminals. We are replacing this by a better system that will control and regulate the sale of marijuana. We consulted with experts, we worked very hard, and we listened to what the experts had to say, and we decided and strongly believe that the best way to protect Canadians and youth in our communities is by these measures. Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, this government never listened to experts, not health experts or police officers, business owners or municipalities or First Nations or even the senators who did incredible work for hours and hours. And now the provinces have asked for more time and they're simply asking for their jurisdiction to be respected. So I will repeat my very simple question. Will the Prime Minister respect the provinces all across Canada, as well as First Nations, and respect their jurisdiction to allow them not to allow home growing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to say that we always respect the provinces and First Nations. We respect the work that they do. And we are putting forward a bill that will protect our children, that will prevent organized crime from making extreme profits on the marijuana sales, and the Conservatives are just playing political games with this. I'd like to thank the senators and all experts who dealt with the issue, and we are moving forward with the measures that we know will protect Canadians.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, the government has decided to retaliate against the American tariffs, and we support that decision, but last year the White House imposed a surtax on our softwood lumber, and all the government offered was a very timid support package. Will the government announce adequate support for workers and small businesses in steel and aluminum, as Quebec has done? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, Canadian steel and aluminum workers have our support. It's unconditional. These tariffs are completely unacceptable, and as a result, we have imposed tariffs on American products. We will impose tariffs on American products dollar for dollar. And as I said to steel and aluminum workers when I visited their plants all across the country, we will always be there to defend them.
That's interesting because I don't believe you've met with them since the tariffs came on. We're talking about the livelihoods of at least 50,000...
Order. Order. Members are asking if I've met with somebody. I know the member knows that Order must direct her comments to the chair, and I'll ask her to do that.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the workers know that the Liberals have not yet met with them since these tariffs went on. We're talking about the livelihoods of at least 50,000 workers employed directly by the steel and aluminum industries and all those who depend on them. Trump's tariffs have already started affecting the lives of workers and communities who simply cannot wait for support from their government. The government says they were prepared for the worst-case scenario. If that's true, then why isn't the government telling workers what their plan is to protect Canadian jobs? Where is the plan?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, within hours of the U.S. government imposing these new tariffs on steel and aluminum, we had a clear response worth $16.6 billion on steel, on aluminum, and other products that are coming into Canada from the United States. We have been working on contingency plans, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and all Canadians, that we will be there to support and stand with our aluminum and steel workers. That's what I told them across the country when I was visiting with them. That's what I continue to tell them as I speak to them across the country through their leadership and the media.
Now, member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Canada's international assistance on the most vulnerable, especially on women and girls, is not just about words or simple rebranding. It takes commitments and concrete actions. Le Premier ministre pourrait-il informer la Chambre des avancées?
Could the Prime Minister inform this House of progress made in this area at the G7 summit, including on the rights of women and girls to education? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert for her work on gender equality. All should have equal access to quality education. In Charlevoix, we announced a plan of $3.8 billion to improve access to education, high-quality education for girls and women. This is the biggest investment in history for women and girls' education. It will have a real impact for women and girls all around the world.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Yes, my question is about the carbon tax cover-up. The Fraser Institute calculates that this Prime Minister has raised income tax on 81% of middle-class families, on average by $800 per family. PBO says this new carbon tax will axe $10 billion from our GDP, but Finance Canada, because of this government, is blacking out the cost to the average Canadian family. Will he end the carbon tax cover-up and tell us how much it will cost Canadians?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by reminding the member opposite that not only was the first thing we did lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them for the wealthiest 1%, but that member actually voted against those measures to lower taxes on the middle class. In regards to pricing of carbon pollution, I can highlight that 86% of our economy already has a price on carbon pollution in their jurisdictions, and we will continue to work to make sure there's fairness across the country as we move forward on protecting our environment for future generations and spurring innovation and growth of jobs in our economy.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Canadians are used to Liberals making a promise and then breaking it. This Prime Minister actually makes a promise after he's already broken it. He says that he would not raise taxes on middle-class families. We now know from the Fraser Institute's calculation, an institute which he has cited in his remarks today, that he has raised taxes on 81% of middle-class families, and that's before this new carbon tax. How much will that new tax cost the average Canadian family?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm used to the member opposite completely misinterpreting my statements, but now he's misinterpreting and misreading the Fraser Institute's reports. We have lowered taxes on the middle class. It was, in fact, the very first thing we did, and we raised them on the wealthiest 1%. On top of that, we delivered a Canada Child benefit that delivered more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families with tax-free money every month to help with the cost of groceries and school supplies. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, both of those initiatives are things that the Conservatives voted against.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Accuses me of misrepresenting the Fraser Institute's report? Wait now. That's interesting because the authors of that report have actually taken to the newspapers with an op-ed saying that he has misrepresented their research. And I will be happy to send him over that op-ed. They calculate that he raised taxes on 80% of middle-class families. How much more will those same families have to pay with his new carbon tax?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, the Conservatives showed low growth because they favoured boutiques tax cuts for wealthy Canadians who might vote for them instead of helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. That's why Canadians made a better choice in 2015 and put their trust in a Liberal government that lowered taxes for the middle class, raised them on the wealthiest 1%, is delivering a Canada Child benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families, and stop sending the child benefit checks to millionaires that the Conservatives were so attached to. Mr. Speaker, we've created the strongest growth in the G7 for 2017, and we're going.
Honourable member for Carleton.
He calls them boutique tax credits for the wealthy. He says that any family that used the public transit tax credit to take the bus is too wealthy. He says that any dad or mom who used the children's fitness tax credit to put their kids in hockey is too wealthy. He says that any family that wanted to use income splitting to have a stay-at-home dad is too wealthy. Isn't that just a little bit rich from a trust fund prime minister who lives in a tax-funded mansion?
Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as soon as the Conservatives run out of flailing arguments, they turn to personal attacks. It's the same old from them. That's what we got for 10 years, instead of the kind of growth that middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it needed. That's why we've focused on Canadians over the past 2.5 years, delivering the middle-class tax cut, delivering the Canada Child benefit, delivering a strengthened CPP, delivering an increase in the guaranteed income supplement for seniors, our most vulnerable seniors, delivering on the Canada Workers benefit, delivering on infrastructure investments that are going to help Canadians across the country. That's what we've done.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Order.
Reuniting families is something the Prime Minister says he values. Yet whether or not your parents and grandparents can come to Canada is all based on luck of the draw. Imagine a lottery decides whether you'll be reunited with your loved ones. Last year, hundreds of spots remained unfilled due to errors, and critics say the process used can easily be rigged. So how can this Prime Minister justify family unification is based on a lottery?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we inherited a system from the Conservative government that had multiplied wait times. Family reunification, spousal reunification was up over 24 months, and we have drastically cut wait times. We recognize there is more to do, and we're working hard on that, but after all the cuts we inherited, we recognize that's going to take some time. We continue to invest in our immigration system. We understand that family reunification, that opportunities for integration, that a compassionate and fair immigration system that continues to be rigorously applied is important to all Canadians, and that's what we're delivering.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, the Liberals promised to establish visa-free access to Canada for Ukrainians, but yesterday, visiting MPs from Ukraine confirmed that those talks have stalled out. Considering the situation with
Russia, it's more important than ever to solidify our relations with Ukraine.
Access to the EU, and that Canada already has a trade agreement with Ukraine. People want to know what exactly it is the Liberals are waiting for. So when will the government finally get a deal done to ensure visa-free access for Ukrainians to Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to be a strong and steadfast friend to Ukraine, whether it's standing up for the illegal Russian annexation against the illegal Russian annexation of Crimea or their interference in the Donbass, whether it's working with our troops in Ukraine to continue to train Ukrainian forces, whether it's signing and moving forward with a Canada-Ukraine trade deal, whether it's continuing to look for closening the trade ties between our countries. As I told President Poroshenko just a few days ago when I spoke with him, we will continue to support Ukraine in its march towards greater progress, greater success for everyone.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Last Saturday in downtown Toronto, in what can only be described as a rally intended to entice hatred towards Jews and others, Sheikh Shafiq Huda of the Islamic Humanitarian Service called for the eradication of Israelis and genocide. Some of his anti-Semitic hate speech aimed at the Jewish community included telling them, "You will leave in body bags." Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister condemn these hate-filled anti-Semitic comments?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we always condemn hate-filled anti-Semitic or anti-homophobic or anti-Islamophobe, anti-hate-filled speech of all types across this country. Canada is a welcoming, diverse country of a broad range of views and perspectives, but we do not allow hate speech. We do not allow the incitement of hatred. We are a country that is built on mutual respect, on openness and compassion, and we reject the politics of division and hate wherever they come from.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's actions speak otherwise. And on one hand, he is giving these anti-Semitic religious extremists taxpayers' dollars to actively promote hatred using funds from the Canada Summer Job Program. On the other, he's denying funding to faith groups that want to help those in need. Why is the Prime Minister allowing certain religious organizations to be funded to promote hatred towards Jews, but saying no to churches that want to help the homeless?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue of faith or beliefs. We can tell they're still Stephen Harper's Conservatives when they advocate for organizations like the Centre for Bioethical Reform to receive public funds when they then use to attack a woman's right to choose. We believe that public funds should never be used to actively fight against the rights of Canadians, and we will ensure that no money from Canada Summer Jobs Program is refunded to organizations that violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that use hate against other Canadians of any type, whether it be women, whether it be Jewish community groups, or LGBT.
Order. It's far too much noise. Order.
Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, how is it then that the government House Leader has been subsidizing an organization which on the weekend said it called for the eradication of the Israeli people? That was on the weekend. It was Sheikh Shafiq Huda who made remarks that were criminal. What's the Prime Minister waiting for before doing something? Does that pass the Liberals' values test, or is he going to do something concrete so that it doesn't happen again? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We condemn those remarks unequivocally. It's unacceptable in Canadian society. We're an open, tolerant society, but we do not accept hate speech that incites violence. That's our position. It always has been. The politics of division and fear are something that we're against, and we will always stand up against them. Mr. Speaker, in February, the Prime Minister and Minister of Youth launched a national dialogue to create a youth policy for Canada.
With his Youth Council here in Ottawa this week, can the Prime Minister update this House on the development of youth policy and on any other initiatives that the Prime Minister's Youth Council is undertaking?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, for her continued advocacy for youth. As we know, young Canadians are not just the leaders of tomorrow, they're the leaders today. The Prime Minister's Youth Council has played a crucial role in leading consultations across the country to help develop Canada's first ever national youth policy. I'd also like to welcome the Youth Council to Ottawa, where they will tackle difficult issues this week, such as the opioid crisis, and discuss Canada's role on the world stage. As always, I look forward to their advice.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Prime Minister lifted the visa requirement on Romania, knowing that high numbers of false asylum claims and incidences of organized crimes would be a risk with doing so. Indeed, in the 5 months since making this ill-advised decision, well over 1,000 asylum claims have been filed, and the CBSA has now said that, quote, the lifting of the visa requirement has precipitated a noticeable increase of the activities of Romanian-based organized crime groups targeting Canada. Will the Prime Ministers keep Canada safe and reinstate the visa requirement on Romania?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with the Romanian government to ensure that our system works. We're in discussions with them right now to look at ways of ensuring that organized crime and others are not using and abusing Canada's immigration system. This is something that we take very seriously. I thank the member opposite for bringing forward this question, and I'm pleased to tell her that we are very much engaged exactly on this issue.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the Mont Mégantic Observatory is crucial for the development of science in the world and in Canada. But the Liberals keep providing funding last minute and short term. This causes a lot of anguish for the team and the scientific community. The Liberals had promised stable funding for the observatory. So are we seeing another Liberal broken promise here? Is the Prime Minister going to wait for the observatory to close before he does something? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're proud that in Budget 2018 we invested historic amounts in science and research across the country. We understand how important it is to invest in science, especially after 10 years of neglect from the Conservatives. It's essential for our well-being. We recognize the value of the work done by the Mont Mégantic Observatory, and we are continuing our work with them to make sure that everything keeps operating in the future. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know that the food they eat is safe, especially in a world where the complexity of food production has created significant new risks and challenges to food safety.
These issues to simultaneously make our food safer while also providing more trade opportunities for businesses. Can the Right Honourable Prime Minister please update this House as to today's announcement to the Safe Food for Canadians regulation?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell for his hard work on behalf of Canadian farmers. We announced the publication of the Safe Food for Canadians regulations, which will alleviate the burden for companies and open the market. New markets. We have taken steps to reduce delays in removing dangerous foods from the marketplace, and we encourage industry to continue to innovate and be leaders in the world. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Yesterday, the Prime Minister didn't want to say whether he had offered any concessions around supply management. This morning, the Ag Minister confirmed that there was room to negotiate supply management with the Americans. In the Prime Minister's world, is it normal to say one thing to the U.S. and something different here? The same Prime Minister was in Saguenay. Is he going to tell the truth? Yes or no? Did he or did he not offer concessions around supply management to the Americans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are committed to supporting our dairy farmers, and that's precisely what I told them yesterday. We are the party that created supply management, and we will continue to defend it. That's what I said to the President. That's what the Foreign Affairs Minister and the Agriculture Minister continue to say. They will defend dairy producers. As Canadians know, on this side of the House, all Liberal members continue to defend supply management and support the dairy industry. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals not only decided to legalize cannabis, they also decided that Quebec, the provinces, the Senate, the opposition, everyone will bend to their will. A nice big power trip, Mr. Speaker. The National Assembly doesn't want 4 pot plants per family per house. Quebec politicians have spoken out, not here. Quebec wants to do things its way at its pace. What part of that doesn't the Prime Minister get? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are regulating the sale of cannabis for the simple reason that the current system isn't working. It's not protecting our young people. It's not protecting our communities. Organized crime is making billions in profits every year through the illegal sale of cannabis. And we know the steps we're taking with this bill will reduce the impact of organized crime in the sale of cannabis. And that's why we're doing what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. It's to protect our young people and to protect Canadians.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Rabindra Prasad Adhikari, Minister for Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation of Nepal. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous support for the following motion. That the House call on the government to increase the ratio of highly persecuted LGBT refugees that Canada welcomes as part of its humanitarian immigration streams, particularly from countries where they face extreme persecution such as Iran, and make the Rainbow Refugee Assistance Program a regular, ongoing program with multi-year funding.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Allowed to ask the Prime Minister why his party voted against that motion.
I think the member knows the answer. The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for me to table the following document. It reads, Charles Lamon and Hugh McIntyre, the co-authors of the Fraser Institute study, measuring the impact of federal personal income tax changes.
There is no unanimous consent. Order. The honourable member for Carleton has another point of order. Order.
And the members didn't get a chance to hear it. It says, yes, most middle-class income families are paying higher income taxes today. Thank you.
Comme il est 15 heures.
As it is 3:14, pursuant to the order made on Tuesday, May 20, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill S-210 at report stage under private members' business. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Fisher, moved that Bill S-210, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Civil Marriage Act, and the Criminal Code, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be concurred in at report stage. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Aldag.
Fifth row at my right.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr.
Mr.
Schultz.
Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fisher Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Masquerade Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
At my right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boisseau.
Bossino.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Khoury. Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Row at my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sœurs.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et les Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Row at my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la petite nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, la petite nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Ms. Petitpot Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne. Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Bedford, Lord Minster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
At my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Aboutaïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
De retour à Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
At my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 293, 293. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House? Agreed.
Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of a deferred recorded division on motion M157 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Harvey. The question is as follows. Mr. Harvey, seconded by Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon, moved that the bill, that the House recognize. Shall I dispense? Very well. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Yakino. Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Hari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matal, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matal, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Fourth row, all right.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Dio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr.
Third row.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sables.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île-des-Sable.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Wisniewski.
Mr. Wisniewski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row.
Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentel, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Nemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Tout ça,
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Violence.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
rangée à ma gauche.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Bear.
Mr. Tan.
Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Ledoux.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those on my right opposed to the motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 295, 295. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
Declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, June 12, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Monsieur Boulouris relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Boulouris, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moved that in the opinion of the House, being a global climate change leader and building a clean energy economy means A, investing in clean renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and geothermal, as well as investing in energy-efficient technologies that create good quality, long-lasting jobs for today's workers and future generations. B, putting workers and skills training at the heart of the transition to a clean energy economy so workers don't have to choose between a good job and a healthy environment for themselves and their families. And C, not spending billions of public dollars on increasingly obsolete fossil fuel infrastructure and subsidies that increase greenhouse gas emissions and pollution and put Canadians' health and Canada's environment, coastlines, waterways, and wildlife, as well as Canada's marine and tourism jobs at risk. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrison.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne, Châtel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, du Sud-Ouest et l'Essard.
Mr. Miller, Marie, du Sud-Est île
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Wisniewski.
Mr. Wisniewski.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Diori.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon, le métis matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Massacre, Fraser County.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Séchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Séchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Thompson. Mr. Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroy.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diont.
Mr. Diop.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Montz.
Mr. Montz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Monsieur
Diorio.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the speech that I made yesterday, and considering that I might be missing a few votes between now and the 500 days that separate us from the general election, I might have gotten a bit too excited and I may have voted twice. And I want to thank my colleagues in the opposition for having me alerted and not paying attention when the time was to vote. So I want my vote to be registered as opposed.
I thank that member for the clarification.
Yeas pour 245, 245. Nays contre 48, 48.
I declare the motion carried.
Rejeté. Jeté en revers. OK, encore une fois.
Oh, let's do that again, sorry.
Yeas pour 48, 48. Nays contre 245, 245.
OK, on va essayer encore. Je déclare le
I declare the motion defeated.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-344 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Sangha, seconded by Mr. Sampson, moved that Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit, be now read a third time and do pass.
Soit maintenant lu une troisième fois et adopté. Que tous ceux...
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matal Matapédia. Mr. May, Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Hota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Schultz. Mr. Sehi, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Matsui Fraser Canyon,
Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Masquy, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, Mr. Secan, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Kouri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Ailson. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey, not Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Tansey. Monsieur Shifke. Mr. Brani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest et de l'Essor. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Mr. Dusnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Mr. Hernandez Sangre. Mr. Nault.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Lausanne, Chantal, Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentel, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Blair. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Murray. Ms. Cara. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Kusner. Ms. Jones. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Iking. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
First row at my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Chager.
Mr. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Ms. Van
Third row at my left.
Halen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Street.
Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Que tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième.
Second row at my right.
Premier.
First row at my right.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui s'opposent.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Glengarry.
Mr. Lozano, Madame Southern
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloyd-Minster.
Mrs. Falk Badford, Lord Minster.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Marcil.
Mr. Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Scalant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Tilton.
Third row at my left.
Wawa.
Mr. Wawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Did we get Mr. Trost? Deuxième rang.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou-Taïf.
Mr. Abou-Taïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Nicholson.
First row at my left.
Miss Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Camus Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Camus Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 200, 200. Nays contre 93, 93.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at report stage of Bill C-68. The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2 to 59. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that Bill C-68 be amended by deleting Clause 1. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney Béchas et Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Béchas et Lévy.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abdul Taif.
Mr. Abu
Mr.
Tayyip.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lausanne Stormontanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormontanda South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay
Madame
Cardigan.
Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumlin-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Scrow.
Mr. Lausanne Chantal La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argentin La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Douglas.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et l'Essor.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Ziznesky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Aleslev.
Mr. Aleslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Mr. Hernandez Angry.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dion. Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Kouri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragiscados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Greywall. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé Avignon Limitis Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Madame Nassif. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Schultz. Mr. Serhi. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Vandenbel. Mr. Whalen. Madame Fortier. Madame Lemropoulos. Ms. Ing. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Rota. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Monsieur Caron. Madame Brosso. Ms. Matheson. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Angus. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin Suite. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Davies. Mr. Boulris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Dussault. Mr. Stewart. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Nantel. Mr. Dubé. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Shuckett. Ms. Benson. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Malcolmson. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Madame Hughes. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Sainte-Marie. Mr. Thériault. Madame Posé. Mr. Fortin. Mr. Boudria. Mr. Marcil. Madame Gill. Mr. Barcelou Duval. Mr. Beaulieu. Mr. Weir. Ms. May, Sandwich Islands. Mr. Kung.
Yeas 84, 84. Nays compte 210, 210.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 2 to 59 defeated.
Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par
Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, moves that Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence, as amended, be concurred in at report stage with further amendments. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Sargent. Ms. Petitpot-Taylor. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Chager. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Hussain. Ms. McKenna. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Bennett. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Sur Lausanne, Châtel, La Petite Nation. Mrs. Romanato. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Blair. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Mansa. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Murray. Ms. Kara. Mr. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Kusner. Ms. Jones. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Iking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Shifke. Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. De Courcy. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest et des Sables. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Young. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubois. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Area. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon le Métis Matin Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mastery Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Master Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brousseau.
Madame Brousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Crash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse et Chemin-Lévis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamlus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Campbell, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Huang.
Mrs. Huang.
Mr. Abutaif.
Mr. Abutaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwalk.
Mr. Warwalk.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dresham.
Mr. Dresham.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Dion. Ms. Leach. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster. Mr. Plamondon. Mr. Sainte-Marie. Mr. Thériault. Madame Posé. Mr. Fortin. Mr. Boudria. Mr. Marcil. Madame Gill. Mr. Barcelou-Duval. Mr. Beaulieu.
Yeas pour 201, 201. Nays contre 92, 92.
Declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed. Tabling of documents. I would ask members to take their conversations into the lobbies or elsewhere, and I'd ask members to assist me by saying shh. Thank honourable colleagues. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 15 petitions. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from St. Catharines, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Biddle, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. On division? On division. Adopted on division. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons. Starting debate at first at consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments regarding Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act.
Ms. Pettipas-Taylor for Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that, in relation to Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts, the House agrees with Amendments 1, 2, 5, 6, 10, 11B and C, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17B, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 36, and 37 made by the Senate. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 3 because the government has been clear that provinces and territories are able to make additional restrictions on personal cultivation, but that it is critically important to permit personal cultivation in order to support the government's objective of displacing the illegal market. Respectfully disagrees with Amendments 4, 11A, and 38 because they would be contrary to the stated purpose of the Cannabis Act to protect the health of young persons by restricting their access to cannabis. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 7 because the criminal penalties and the immigration consequences aim to prevent young people from accessing cannabis and to deter criminal activity by imposing serious criminal penalties for prohibited activities, including importing and exporting cannabis and using a young person to commit cannabis-related offenses. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 8 because the Cannabis Act already includes comprehensive restrictions on promotion. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 9 because the government has already committed to establishing THC limits and regulations which will provide flexibility to make future adjustments based on new evidence and product innovation. Respectfully disagrees with Amendments 17A and 25 because other Senate amendments that the House is accepting would provide the minister with expanded powers to require security clearances, and because Amendments 17A and 25 would present significant operational challenges and privacy concerns. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 23 because law enforcement has an obligation to maintain evidence unless there is a risk to health and safety, and provisions currently exist in the Cannabis Act to provide compensation should evidence be disposed of in order to be returned. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 26 because mechanisms already exist to provide for public scrutiny of federal regulations. Proposes that Amendment 31 be amended by replacing the text of Section 151.1 with the following text. 151.11, 3 years after this section comes into force, the minister must cause a review of this act and its administration and operation to be conducted, including a review of the impact of this act on public health and, in particular, on the health and consumption habits of young persons in respect of cannabis use, the impact of cannabis on Indigenous persons and communities, and the impact of the cultivation of cannabis plants in a dwelling house. 2, no later than 18 months after the day on which the review begins, the minister must cause a report on the review, including any findings or recommendations resulting from it, to be laid before each House of Parliament. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 32 because the bill already provides for a comprehensive review of the core objectives of the Cannabis Act, including a requirement to table a report in Parliament, and because the suggested amendment to Amendment 31 provides for a review of the public health impacts of the Cannabis Act. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 33 because Parliament already has broad discretion to initiate studies of specific matters by parliamentary committees, and because the bill already provides for a comprehensive review of the Cannabis Act, including a requirement to table a report in Parliament. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Je suis heureuse d'être ici aujourd'hui et de...
I am pleased to be here today and to speak to Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act. First of all, let me congratulate the other House for the remarkable work that they've done in the CALFA review. I would like to highlight the work that all senators have done over the last 7 months, as well as the many committee meetings. We are about to live through a historic moment in Canada. Once this bill is in force, it will change the way that our country controls access to cannabis. This will be a significant change for every single one of us, for governments, Indigenous peoples, enforcement organizations, health organizations, and all Canadians. As I have said many times, our objective with regards to legalization is to replace a system that does not work. We need to keep cannabis out of the hands of our children and profits out of the hands of criminals and organized crime. Bill C-45 gives us all the tools that we need to do this. As you know, Bill C-45 being presented today is the fruit of over 2 years of study and consultation.
Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulations. The task force consulted with a wide range of stakeholders, from the provinces and territories to law enforcement to health and safety experts. It also reached out to young Canadians, Indigenous people, and many others. Their feedback and recommendation certainly helped shape this bill. The proposed legislation is informed by lessons learned from jurisdictions in the United States and elsewhere that have legalized and regulated cannabis. It included effective practices from other regulatory regimes, such as tobacco, for which we have implemented a public health approach with demonstrated success. As a result, the proposed legalization strikes the right balance between making cannabis legally available to adults and protecting all Canadians. Au cours des derniers mois, l'autre chambre a réfléchi à...
Over the last several months, the other place has reflected on this bill and debated it. 5 of its committees conducted in-depth studies and heard from over 200 witnesses. This work has led to a certain number of proposals to amend the bill. Some of these amendments help to consolidate Bill C-45.
Have proposed an amendment that would strengthen our ability to keep organized crime out of the legal industry by giving the minister the power to require specific persons associated with a licensed organization to hold a valid security clearance. There is no doubt that this change improves Bill C-45, and the government will fully support it. We are, however, concerned that other proposed changes could undermine the bill. After careful thought and consideration, we have decided not to support some of the proposed amendments. My colleague, Parliamentary Secretary of Health, will speak in more detail about this decision. In the meantime, I would like to focus on 2 specific issues that have captured the interest of the other place. Let's talk about the Indigenous perspective. The first concerns of Indigenous perspective on Bill C-45. In a recent letter, the Minister of Indigenous Services and I acknowledged the interest and concerns raised by the Standing Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples. We have committed to continue to take action in specific areas, including supporting mental health and addiction services, public education, and participation in cannabis production, and addressing jurisdictional and revenue sharing issues. We have committed to report to both chambers on progress in these areas within 12 months upon receiving royal assent. I would like to assure you that our government has noted these areas of interest and concern. We will address each area through continued engagement with Indigenous communities, Indigenous organizations, and with the Standing Committee in the Senate on Aboriginal peoples. Parlons maintenant de cultivation et de...
And now, on home cultivation. Another matter that the other place carefully reviewed was growing cannabis at home. As you know, the bill proposes to allow adults to grow up to 4 plants per household. 3 reasons justify authorizing the limited growth of plants at home. First of all, by allowing people to grow a small number of plants for personal use, we are preventing the useless criminalization of citizens who are otherwise law-abiding. Then, allowing the limited growth of plants at home would displace the illegal market, which is unsafe and unregulated and supports criminals and organized crime.
Rules for growing cannabis at home. Setting a very low limit on the number of plants is a reasonable way to allow adults to cultivate cannabis for their personal use, while prohibiting larger-scale grow-offs. Under the proposed legislation, provinces and territories have the flexibility to impose additional restrictions on personal cultivation should they wish to do so. This flexibility will allow provinces and territories to tailor their legislation to local circumstances and priorities in keeping with the public health and safety objectives set out in the proposed Cannabis Act.
This new legislation is an essential aspect of our public health approach to cannabis. The goal of this approach is to minimize the harm caused by consumption and to reduce the likelihood of problematic consumption. Our public health approach involves significant investments to raise awareness and to inform people. And those investments were made in budgets 2017 and 2018. It also involves attentive monitoring of consequences. With this strategy, we will be presenting Canadians with facts about cannabis. In this way, the government will be able to measure and understand the effects of these changes over time. We know that consuming cannabis does pose risks to people's health. These risks are higher among certain people of certain ages and people with particular health issues. Our goal is to give people the information they need to make educated decisions about cannabis and to reduce the risks as well.
All of this, our top priority, however, Madam Speaker, is to protect our youth. We know that youth face the greatest health risks from using cannabis and are especially vulnerable of its effects. For this reason, the bill contains many measures that have been designed to restrict access to cannabis and to protect young people. This is essential given that Canadian youth use cannabis at a rate that are among the highest in the world. This is why Bill C-45 proposes serious criminal penalties for those who provide cannabis to anyone under the age of 18. It also includes prohibitions on promotion and advertising and on products, packaging, and labeling that would be appealing to youth.
The bill tabled today was carefully designed to deal with a long-standing problem: the easy availability and widespread consumption of cannabis in Canada. The existence of an illegal market was a problem, and there were no protective measures for the public, particularly young people. We promised Canadians a solution, and we kept our promise. Over the last 2 years, our government has carried out an enormous amount of work in terms of research, analysis, and planning. We consulted different stakeholders, and we are committed to work with our partners. We made strategic investments to inform Canadians of the health effects of cannabis and the risks associated with impaired driving. We also examined and accepted several changes that we found to be reasonable, and that is what we will continue to do today. In conclusion,
convinced that Bill C-45, Madam Speaker, gives us legal framework we need to protect Canadians, especially our young people. Canada is well positioned to make this change. We have already a world-class system for the production and regulation of cannabis for medical use. The bill proposes to build on this strong regulatory regime. We will continue working closely with our partners at the provincial and territorial level and Indigenous communities to ensure a successful implementation of this legislation once it is passed.
The provinces and territories are ready, and so are Canadians. As parliamentarians, we have done our work, and we have produced a historic series of legislative measures that are in the best interests of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The province, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her speech. But clearly, she is not in possession of the facts, because although she claims that this new bill is going to work to eliminate marijuana from the hands of children, it's clear that that's not going to happen. Neither will it eliminate organized crime. We saw that in Washington State, where they did not allow home grow, that in fact that is where organized crime was eliminated. And the minister has gone on record saying what we're implementing here will accomplish that, when clearly in Colorado, who allowed home grow, that did not happen. And so knowing that 4 plants in a house can be 600 grams, and that was before they removed the height restriction, there will be a huge amount. And provinces like Manitoba and Quebec have recognized that that won't keep it out of the hands of children. Her own province of New Brunswick also has lockup provisions that they've put in, recognizing it doesn't. So with that, why did the minister allow home grow to be included in this legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice, of Health, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Once again, I think we have to make it very clear that our objective in moving forward with Bill C-45 is very simple. We've made it very clear that we're moving forward with legalization, as we certainly want to restrict access to cannabis from our youth. We want to protect our youth, and we also want to regulate the product that is on the market. With respect to the issue of home grow, we have to recognize that if we want to displace the legal market, we have to use all the tools that we have at our disposal. We certainly recognize as well, Madam Speaker, that when we look at the medical cannabis use right now, when individuals have a prescription to grow cannabis for medical purposes, they also have the opportunity to grow that product at home. And we certainly feel that when we talk about recreational cannabis, that both systems should be consistent as well. I also have to add as well, Madam Speaker, that for all provinces and territories, should they choose that they want to add additional limits with respect to home cultivation, they will be able to do so. So if a province chooses that they only want to allow one plant to be grown, they can absolutely do that. And as my friend and colleague indicated, the province of New Brunswick, my home province, has even put a specific requirement that they are going to ensure, or they want to ensure, that New Brunswickers, if they choose home cultivation, they will have to do so under lock and key. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I recognize that for the minister, for both ministers, this is a very difficult bill. Overall, I certainly support C-45. I think they've in general struck the right balance. But I am disappointed that some of the Senate amendments have been rejected, and I wonder if the minister could reconsider. I tried similar amendments when this was before committee. The ones that I could generally lump together are Clause 9, pages 10 and 11, and another one further in Clause 51, pages 29 to 31, ones that deal with what we might characterize as social sharing. I'm very concerned that young people won't realize that if they're 18 years old and their best friend is 17 years old, 11 months and 2 weeks, that passing a joint to them in a social setting would constitute distribution and could involve even jail time. I think that we ought to look at these amendments that came from the Senate, and again, I think the government's done a pretty fair job here. I have a lot of concerns for regulation. I'll raise those later. I'm very concerned to make sure that legal growing outdoors of organic cannabis is going to be permitted. But for now, looking at these amendments, I wonder if there might be some reconsideration around this particular area of concern.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
My colleague for her question. I have to indicate very clearly that the Senate, as I've indicated earlier, has certainly been studying this piece of legislation for the past 7 months, and we absolutely appreciate the work that they've done. We've given careful consideration to all of the amendments that the Senate has brought forward, and after discussions with my colleagues, the Minister of Justice, and also the Minister of Public Safety, and also many Cabinet colleagues and the Parliamentary Secretary, we've certainly made some decisions to accept some amendments and some that we've decided to oppose. When it comes to the specific amendment that my friend and colleague has mentioned, we really feel that it's almost counterintuitive in order to with respect to the sharing at such a close age. We certainly recognize it's an area that we've given close consideration, but at this point our government is not prepared to accept that amendment.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lisieux, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, listen, just a couple of days ago, the Quebec government adopted its own bill for that province. And it was extremely clear about what the province wanted. They decided they would not, or rather they wanted the option to ban home growing. Now, throughout the whole process, they said that the senators did a good job, but I would say they did such a good job that with 46 amendments, clearly the bill wasn't in very good shape in the beginning. It was very mediocre. The reality is that Quebec does not want its citizens to have permission to have plants at home. They feel it's not in the interest of young children. Now, why won't the minister respect the province's desire on this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. On the issue of home growing, certainly this is a situation that we thought about, and we thought about it very attentively. We know that the Senate did an exhaustive study of that, and we really studied all of the recommendations. I don't agree with my colleague when he says that the bill is mediocre. I think that the working committee did amazing work, and we've been dealing with this bill for 2 years, and we are confident that Bill C-45 is good. Now, it's important for the other House to do this recommendation, and on this side, we take those recommendations into account, and we do so in depth. We accepted the great majority of the amendments, and when it comes to home growing, we ended up on a different position, although we do respect everyone's work. Now, the other thing, I'm afraid we need to leave time for another question.
The Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, it's a real pleasure to see this bill coming back to this House. with some of those recommendations. But despite the fact that we hear from the opposition some of the rhetoric around increased consumption amongst youth, the reality of the situation is that we know that youths in Canada are on the high end of utilizing marijuana as it currently stands. I'm wondering if the minister can comment a little bit on those statistics and where she sees the hope in this going, where she sees this bill going, and what it seeks to accomplish in terms of reducing cannabis use among youth in Canada. Thank you.
L'honorable ministre de Santé.
Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, and once again, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for his very important question. Once again, the objective of Bill C-45, as we legalize cannabis, the priority as to why we are doing this, we certainly want to restrict cannabis and to get it out of the hands of youth, because we recognize that in Canada, in many instances, it's easier for our youth to purchase cannabis than it is for them to purchase cigarettes. So we certainly recognize that the current system is not working, and that is why that we are moving forward with this bill, as we certainly want to legalize, restrict, and also to regulate this substance. The other thing as well that I have to say to comment, we certainly recognize that Canadian youth are amongst the highest consumers of cannabis in the developed countries. And as a result, we are taking a public health approach. We are making significant investments in the area of public education and awareness. And we are also partnering with many agencies in order to make sure that we provide the appropriate tools to provide that public education and the awareness campaign that is so needed to ensure that they get the proper information. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. You know, one of the concerns that one of the members brought up earlier was about having young people together, one that's of age and one that's very close of age but not quite there, and the criminal record that they could get from making that mistake of passing a joint. So I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about what your plans are around actually educating young people to make sure that we negate that as much as possible.
I just want to remind the member that she's to address the questions to the chair. I'm not going to answer that, but I will ask the minister to respond.
Madam Speaker, as I was just indicating earlier with respect to the public education and awareness campaign, it's truly important to make sure that the appropriate investments are made. First of all, to inform Canadians about Bill C-45 with respect to the coming into force date and all of the information that needs to go with it. But also, we certainly have to stress that the information and the tools that we are going to put in place with respect to public education and awareness is key. I also have to say that the public education campaigns have already started. They started last year, and we are certainly continuing to roll out these products because we recognize that we have to get the key messages out to Canadians, as we certainly want them to be able to make responsible choices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. Sorry, I have a point of order from the honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling a government response to questions number 1717 to 1728.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say that this is probably my last opportunity to speak to C-45, and so I want to make sure that I give it full coverage. Now, the government says that the reason they're bringing this legislation is that because what's in place now is not working. Well, Madam Speaker, what's proposed under C-45 is not going to work either, even with the many amendments that have been brought. So what was this bill supposed to do in the first place? If we refer to the purposes in the bill, it was supposed to protect the health of young people by restricting their access to cannabis. Well, we can see clearly a couple of things in the bill right away that are going to put cannabis into the hands of young children. The first of all is the clause in Clause 8 where it allows young people ages 12 to 17 to have up to 5 grams of cannabis. That is just the wrong message in any universe. We've talked about home grow and how when you have in excess of 600 grams of cannabis growing in your house, your young people are likely to get a hold of it in the same way they get a hold of liquor from the liquor cabinet. And so this is certainly not going to keep cannabis out of the hands of young children. Furthermore, I would say if the government has a belief that the systems that are being put in place in some provinces are going to help out, let me assure you, Kathleen Wynne put in a process in Ontario of LCBO-type stores and delivery. And for people in Sarnia-Lambton, the closest store is London. And if they call their drug dealer today, in about 30 minutes, they can have whatever quantity they want delivered to their house for about $7 a gram. The government's proposed a price of $10 a gram with a dollar tax on top of that. If they think that's going to work to displace the organized crime that is in place, we're sadly mistaken. The other item I want to talk about with respect to the youth is the public education that was supposed to happen. The Canadian Medical Association has been clear that young people who use cannabis under the age of 25, 30% of them will have severe mental illness issues, psychotic disorders, bipolar, anxiety, depression. 10% will become addicted. Where is the public education on that? Where is the message to tell young people today that this is harmful? That message is not out there. Young people are saying it's no more harmful than alcohol. They're not getting the message. The only public campaign that has been done was done by the Minister of Public Safety, who did a brief TV commercial to let kids know that they shouldn't drive while they're drug impaired, which, while true, is totally inadequate in order to get the kind of public education that was recommended by Colorado and Washington State. Colorado did $10 million worth of public education for a population that's a lot less than what Canada has. Washington State did the same. So that we're certainly not going to achieve the first objective of keeping it out of the hands of children. Well, what about some of the others? Will we provide for the only legal production of cannabis to reduce illicit activities in relation to cannabis? Well, if we look at all the people that have legalized marijuana, we see that in Colorado, where they allowed home grow, they still have significant issues with organized crime. The police have a lot of nuisance complaints, and there's entire residential neighborhoods that smell. Lots of problems there. We look at Washington State, who decided they would not allow home grow except in the case of medicinal marijuana. And they were able in 3 years to reduce organized crime down to less than 20%. And because they set the age at 21, they were able to make it difficult for young people to actually get a hold of marijuana. And it's unlikely that 21-year-olds would be sharing with 17-year-olds, unlike the legislation that we have before us. Now, another problem that has not been addressed by this government with respect to the home grow is about property owner rights. In Ontario and in Quebec, if you're a property owner, you actually are unable to prevent somebody, once this legislation is passed, from growing marijuana in your house. And for those who maybe are less experienced growing marijuana, there can be often a mold problem in the house. And I've been approached by the Real Estate Association, who have asked the question. Currently, when there's a home grow in a house and we sell the house, we have to do a total remediation of the mold and a recertification of the house. Are we going to have to do that on all of the home grows? That question has not been answered by the government. The other question that hasn't been answered by the government has to do with impacts at the border. You know, I live in a border community. Conversations have been had with Homeland Security and with the border officials. They have said, since Canada is changing their law, we are not changing our law federally. It still is illegal federally, and we are not adding resources because of Canada's law. Dogs will sniff. If people have secondhand smoke residue on their clothes, if your kid borrowed the car and happened to be out with other kids that were smoking marijuana, you know, if you are a smoker yourself, don't happen to have any with you, but you'll have the residue, the dogs will sniff it out. Then people will be pulled over into secondary, and they will go through the standard procedure there. The problem is there's not enough secondary for the number of people that will be pulled over. And when asked what they will do then, they have said, well, we will put a cone in the lane of the inspection that the person is in, and we will perform the secondary inspection there, which will back everything up. They have informed us to expect up to a 300% increase in wait times at the border. The government has known about this for 2.5 years. They have done nothing to establish any kind of agreement with the government of the U.S. other than to say, make sure you tell the truth, which of course is great advice, but will not prevent the wait times and the problems that are going to be seen at the border. Furthermore, they have not educated young people to understand that if you're caught with marijuana in the U.S., it's a lifetime ban from that country. And the U.S. is not the only country that will ban you if you've had marijuana possession. There are a lot of countries in the world. And so for young people that intend to have a global career, they are not informed about this, and there could be very, very adverse consequences from the public education that has not happened. Now, this bill was also supposed to reduce the burden on the criminal justice system. And so Unfortunately, we know that the Justice Minister is behind the 8 ball in terms of putting judges in place. She's about 60 short. And because of that, we see murderers and rapists going free due to Jordan's principle. Now, if there was an intent on the part of the government to try to clear the backlog and make sure that those that have committed more serious crimes receive the punishment, one of the things they could have done, and it was suggested many times even since last September, was that they should let those who have marijuana charges drop off the list and get out of the queue so that the more serious offenses can be prosecuted. But of course, the government has done nothing with respect to that. And so then again, they are not going to actually offload the system. In fact, there are more criminal charges under this legislation than previously existed. Because now, if you have 5 plants instead of 4, that's an offense. Now, if you have 31 grams instead of 30, that's an offense. Now, there are offenses for transferring it to younger people. There are a lot of offenses that didn't exist previously. So definitely, we will not achieve that goal. And then there was a goal to provide access to a quality-controlled supply of cannabis. Well, now that you've allowed home grow, and everybody's going to be doing their own thing, there's actually no management of the quality control from this product. And so that is also not acceptable. Some of the other unanswered questions that we see have to do with workplace safety. This was raised when the marijuana issue was studied by the original council. There was testimony brought to committee. There have been questions raised all over the place. How are we going to protect the employers who have the liability and the other employees who are worried? Excuse me. They're worried, Madam Speaker, about people that may come to work drug impaired. We don't want to be flying Air Canada and have the pilots impaired. We don't want to have people operating nuclear plants that may be drug impaired. And so now that Bill C-46, which was supposed to be the companion legislation to C-45, C-46 was going to allow mandatory and random testing on the roadside because people know it's dangerous to smoke drugs and then drive a car. So that was going to open the door then for people to say, well, if it's dangerous to smoke drugs and drive a car, perhaps it's also dangerous to then drive a plane or drive a train or operate a nuclear plant or any of these other things. But the question of workplace safety and how we're going to protect and what legislation is going to enter place is a total blank space. We have not looked to our neighbors to the south who have legalized, who actually have both mandatory and random testing in place. I worked on many projects, and I actually had an office in the States at some point in time. And so I know they're able to medically screen people before they hire them, they are able to mandatory test them, and they're able to random test them. And this government has totally lacked leadership in addressing the issue of workplace safety, etc. Now, with respect to the actual amendments that have come, some of the amendments were good and some of them were not good. I really think that the one amendment that was brought that would allow 18-year-olds to share their marijuana or parents in a home to share their marijuana, I'm glad the government decided not to accept that one. Obviously, I'm still concerned about the fact that there's even marijuana in the house, but if that would have been accepted, that would have definitely not been keeping marijuana out of the hands of young children. Now, one of the amendments that they did not accept had to do with the banning of promotional things like T-shirts, caps, flags that would have a cannabis symbol on them. And the government did not accept this amendment from the Senate. I'm very concerned about that. There's a lot of Canadians out there that are worried that when marijuana is legalized in Canada, that they're going to use Canada Day to come with flags that have cannabis on them. Everybody will have a T-shirt with cannabis on it, and it will be disgusting. It will absolutely denigrate our country and the people that have served our country and made Canada a proud country. It will deface that. And the government has allowed those people to continue to have that kind of paraphernalia by refusing the language here. Now, it's total hypocrisy because under S228, which talks about, prohibiting unhealthy advertising to children, God, we wouldn't want to see pop or something like that on a T-shirt or a flag. But hey, cannabis, that's okay. So I'm totally opposed to that. Another thing that the government should have taken into account was the amendment that was brought on capping the potency of THC. We've heard reports from all over Canada as people are increasingly trying marijuana for the first time or experiencing BC bud, which purportedly has one of the highest THC contents, and there's a lot of potency. People are presenting at the emergency ward with uncontrollable vomiting due to THC poisoning. And so knowing that, and knowing that part of the intent of this bill is to protect the health of Canadians and of the youth, I can understand why the government would not recognize that there needs to be some control on the potency of things that are out in the marketplace. Some of the amendments that were compassionate talked about giving people more time to pay their fines. I thought that was good that the government accepted those. I thought it was good that they would consider for young people ages 12 to 17 that were experiencing an offense, that they were going to look at ticketed offenses, which is something that we would have supported, and restorative justice options. If we look to countries that are doing the best job of intervening and helping people to get off drugs, look at Portugal. If anyone is found possession of drugs there, they're given an intervention with a medical person, a psychiatrist, and a legal person who can then try to figure out, what is the root cause of why these people are self-medicating or why they are becoming addicted, and what can be done to help get them off of it in terms of mental health therapies or drug addiction therapies, etc. So, we need to look at this whole thing. The other part that I think is unfortunate is that the Indigenous people have not been adequately consulted with. I was very disappointed to find that from September of last year, when we first heard at committee from Chief Day and from the Métis Nation, they said they had not been adequately consulted. It's disheartening to hear that again, when this went before the Senate, the same message came out that they had not been adequately consulted with, that they wanted to have the ability within their own communities to define whether or not cannabis would be allowed. And apparently, under federal law, it was clarified to them that if it's a federal right of Canadians to possess cannabis, then it's not something that they would be able to come against. And there was some resistance about that based on the sovereignty of the Indigenous people. So I think that was not resolved to their satisfaction, and it's worrisome that the government continues to rush ahead when they say this is the most important relationship, the nation-to-nation relationship they want to have, and they're willing to go and throw gasoline on a fire in terms of moving ahead when they've been asked not to do so. So, Madam Speaker, some of the other questions that arose at committee that really haven't been adequately answered have to do with a lot of the detailed specifics about who's going to pay. Municipalities are saying there will be a cost to them to implement, but they've not been included in the cost breakdown or the agreements that have happened, and so that is of concern. There have also been concerns raised by people who currently are consuming medical marijuana, and they're understanding that they're going to be paying tax on that. And typically in Canada, prescription medicines are not taxed, and so as long as they have a prescription from a doctor for their medicinal marijuana, my expectation would be that they wouldn't be taxed. But that's not what this government is saying. There is language in the budget bill also that's a little bit suspicious that says they would exempt people from paying tax on medicinal marijuana that has a drug identification number. But the problem with that is that there are no medications that have a drug identification number because there are so many different components in marijuana that the companies have not been able to spend the research dollars required to characterize or to effectively quality control them to be able to meet a number like that. So that is a meaningless promise for sure. Now, there were some amendments that were brought to bring this legislation in line with the tobacco legislation, and I'm in favor of having those things aligned. But it seems unusual that the government would be spending $80 million to get people to stop smoking, but they'd be spending $800 million to get people to start smoking marijuana, especially when the Minister of Health has just stood up and talked about how they know there's harmful effects. Now, one of the things I find very, very interesting from a timing point of view is that today, Health Canada took off their webpage the harmful impacts of cannabis. This is something that has been on the webpage. I had somebody bring it to my notice and to send me a screenshot of what used to be there and what is not there now. So it's very interesting that on the day that they want to see this legislation pass into law, suddenly they would take off the information that shows that there is harmful effects from cannabis, not just to young people, but to others. And so I would request that the government not hide things, but that they try to be open and transparent, as they said that they are always trying to be, and that they would put that information back on the website, because every place that had legalized marijuana had said one of the most important things to do was to invest in public education. They wanted to target that education not just at young people to understand the harmful effects that this would have on their brain, but also on adults, parents that can influence young people, and the general public, so that they could understand as well. I'm very concerned about some of the unintended consequences that will happen as a result of this legislation. I know that there are people already smoking marijuana today in Canada, but when it becomes legal, there are many more that will decide to try it, and they may not be informed about what the impact will be when they cross the border, about what the impact might be on their mental health or on the mental health of their children. They may not understand what the health impacts will be for they themselves, and they may not understand the ramifications in their place of work, how they're going to impact both their employer and those that work around them. So that said, Madam Speaker, I am very opposed to the legalization of marijuana, which I've said on many occasions, not just because it's bad for you, but because this bill has so many holes in it and so many unanswered questions, and there are going to be so many bad unintended consequences for Canadians, that it will be left to the Conservative Party when we come to victory in 2019 to clean up the mess that will be made by this government moving forward in this rushed and irresponsible fashion to implement this bill. Absolutely, this bill will not keep marijuana out of the hands of young children. It will not get organized crime out of this business, and it will not unload our criminal justice system, and it certainly will not provide access to quality controlled supply. What we can expect is that Canada Day, you can expect there'll be lots of people out with their T-shirts just totally insulting those Canadians that are proud of our country that are not in agreement, and there are a lot of Canadians that are not in agreement with this legislation. And so with that, thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the member opposite for her remarks and her hard work on the Health Committee. Her opinions is always valued. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I think is clear, and what I've found is an overwhelming consensus right across the country, is that the current system of criminal prohibition is failing our communities and our kids terribly. We have the highest rates of cannabis use among the children in the world. The entire production and distribution system of cannabis today in Canada is controlled by criminals. The product that our kids are exposed to is untested, unregulated, unsafe. And prohibition, I think there's generally an acknowledgement it simply doesn't work. And it's only by lifting that prohibition and replacing it with a comprehensive system of regulation for its production, distribution, and consumption that we have any opportunity to bring some control to a situation clearly out of control, which is damaging our communities and enriching criminals. So I asked the member opposite, through you, Madam Speaker, would it be her intention that after the next time that her party may come into government, would you recriminalize this and reinstitute the prohibition after we've lifted it?
I just want to remind the Parliamentary Secretary to address the questions to the Chair. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And he's absolutely right that when it comes to the situation that exists today, it's not a good situation. But if they were doing what was prudent, they would have put in place a system like Washington State's that actually reduced organized crime's involvement, that actually raised the age to 21 and made it more difficult for people to get a hold of marijuana. Now, in terms of what will happen in the future, I look forward to the day that We are victorious in 2019 and returning to government. At that time, it's like the toothpaste is out of the toothpaste tube. There'll be a big mess to clean up. There'll be a doubling of traffic deaths, which has been seen in every other jurisdiction. The public education that has not been done by this government, that was warned by every jurisdiction that put marijuana legalization in place. That is something that's going to happen for people to understand the harms. But by that time, there will be young people that have mental health issues and all of the traffic deaths and all of the unintended consequences to property owners. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to express what a pleasure it is to work with my honourable colleague on the Health Committee. I have to say that, you know, she almost puts a reasonable gloss on the Conservative position on cannabis, and for that I congratulate her. But really, the position of the Conservative Party on cannabis has been extremely perplexing to me. We had the comments from the honourable member from Thornhill, who compared a homegrown cannabis plant to the equivalent of leaving opioids out for children. Of course, right now in Canada, the reality is with extreme criminalization, in fact, a potential life sentence for trafficking, we have the second highest rate of cannabis use among young people in the world. But my question to her is this, given that reality and given that millions of Canadians have used and currently use cannabis, don't feel that it's a criminal act, and given that her party's position is opposed to legalization, my question to her is this. It's on the edibles and concentrates provision. This bill continues to make edibles and concentrates illegal in Canada. And given that it's one of the purposes of the bill is to get rid of the black market, I wonder what her position is, her party's position is on the legalization of edibles and concentrates, or is she content to leave those products in the hands of organized crime, who are selling those products in some cases without any of the regulations that I think Canadians want to see with those products?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from the NDP because it's a pleasure to work with him as well on the Health Committee, and he brings forward many good points. Some of the facts that come to bear on this question, 30% of the market today is edibles, and we did receive testimony from multiple jurisdictions that had legalized edibles, and they talked about some of the problems that they encountered originally with overdoses in children, especially with, you know, gummy bear flavored and candy flavored items. And so having a very strict control and learning the lessons from those people will be important. But once again, the government decided not to accept to have parliamentary oversight when those regulations are developed. The bureaucrats will be able to put in place whatever they want, perhaps not listening to the learnings from other jurisdictions, and I'm against that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of items. I want to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton talking about the education system. We've seen a few ads by this government on television, but not enough. They were prepared to spend $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 for an ad campaign. We haven't seen that, even though we could be months away from this bill becoming law, or even weeks ahead. Anyways, one of the things that I did in January was go to Nunavut. They have no addiction centers at all up north. They are concerned. There isn't one addiction center in Nunavut. And yet, this government has not consulted with them up there. They are concerned about this because they're taking their people from the north into Winnipeg and even Montreal for addiction centers. There is no plan by this Liberal government to have addiction centers up north, and I'm wondering through you, I could ask our member to talk about the addiction centers that certainly will be needed when this bill comes law.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent question. Yes, this government has been woefully inadequate in putting in place treatment, not just in Nunavut, but across the country. We can see if we try to compare to other places that do this well, let's talk about public education and we can talk about treatment. Colorado spent $10 million on public education and they got 5 million people. Washington State spent $7 million and they've got 7 million people. Okay, and they spent that in the year ahead of the legalization. And the 100,000 that we're talking about, we have 36 million people, is woefully inadequate. If you think about places like Portugal, the government is always comparing how well Portugal does things. Portugal has 170 treatment centers for 11 million people in a very small, drivable space. That is not the situation that we have in Canada, and we have to start putting emphasis on treatment for people, especially those who are predisposed. Nunavut has recognized the threat, and they have decided not to allow home grow, along with Quebec and Manitoba, and treatment centres are needed there as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been following the Conservative debate on this issue, and I find it amazing. If you think it through, what the Conservatives want to do, and their position is to decriminalize cannabis. So by decriminalizing cannabis, but not legalizing and putting in the regulations, I suspect that they will find great support from our gangs. Gangs would be the biggest benefactor of, and the criminal element of the Conservative policy on this issue. Because if you decriminalize it, that means the gangs can continue to get involved because, after all, it's not legal, and now these individuals don't have to go to jail. Rather, they will get a fine. And it just doesn't make any sense. Where we agree, I believe, is that over the last decade, we have seen our youth more engaged in cannabis than any other Western country in terms of the crisis that is currently there. This legislation will legalize, regulate, and educate. There will be, I believe, marginal criminal activities surrounding it. Those monies will in fact be generated for government. I see it as a win-win-win, and the biggest winner here is our young people, because there will be more education, and it will, in fact, I believe, decrease the number of youth participating in cannabis.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader. But instead of talking about hypotheticals, let's talk about what organized crime is thinking about this government's legislation. They're jumping up and down. They're saying, hey, you know what? The going price for us is $7 a gram. This government's going to start at $10 a gram, and they're going to add another $1. Not only that, they're going to do what Colorado did and allow home grow. See how profitable we've been there. Oh, by the way, this government also eliminated the visa requirements on people coming in from Mexico. So lots of experienced people can just move in and take over the whole thing. So I really think that when you think about organized crime and you think about the advantages they need and how the police have already said there's not enough of them to enforce all of the provisions for home grow in this legislation, organized crime is going to be happy, because they're going to make a huge amount of money when people have to go through Kathleen Wynne's LCBO model between 9 and 6. Thanks.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I tuned in to listen to the Senate debate on the Cannabis Act C-45, I was given a stark reminder of why so many Canadians have so little confidence in that unelected, unaccountable body. Certainly, it is legitimately questionable if an institution capable of producing such baseless fear-mongering and ignorance has any legitimacy blocking legislation passed by an overwhelming majority in this democratically elected House of Commons. Disturbingly, in the hours leading up to the final vote on Bill C-45, the Liberal government was forced to quietly swear in 2 new senators to ensure its passage, even though they were not present for 1 minute of testimony, not 1 minute of debate, not 1 minute of review of the bill, yet they cast their vote lockstep with the government. Some democracy, some sober second thought, Madam Speaker. Now, after studying this legislation for over 6 months, it's not even clear that all 93 senators actually understood the most basic facts on cannabis, such as the most basic facts about cannabis quantity. While reviewing the Act, Senator Nicole Eaton, a Conservative from Ontario, said this, quote, 5 grams is about 4 toques. So in other words, if I'm a high school student, I'm 16, I've got 4 toques in my pocket, which is under 5 grams. So you just don't take it away from me, but I'm allowed to possess it, right? I'm allowed to have less than 5 grams, or I'm allowed to have 0 grams. This is what I quite don't understand, end quote. Oh, there's quite a bit the Senator doesn't understand, Madam Speaker. For the record, 5 grams of cannabis is enough for some 10 joints. That's far more than 4 toques. Now, given this statement, I was rather surprised to learn that both Senators Eaton and Senator Linda Frum were forced to abstain from votes on the Cannabis Act because they stand to profit from legalization. Senator Eaton declared a conflict of interest over the bill, quote, due to an impending investment in the cannabis industry, end quote. However, until she recused herself, Senator Eaton was an active participant in debates and committee work on legalization, including voting against Bill C-45 at second reading. For her part, Senator Frum has a property that will be leased, quote, for the purpose of selling recreational cannabis. After initially indicating her opposition to C-45, she then recused herself from debate, deliberation, and voting on the matter. Now, while it may seem like a contradiction to publicly oppose Bill C-45 while privately investing in cannabis, such behaviour has become disturbingly common in this lead-up to legalization. An emerging group of so-called cannabis capitalists, notably composed of the same police officers and government officials who've spent their years prosecuting the war on drugs, has already begun staking its claim to the new recreational market. Some prominent names include Kim Derry, who served as a deputy chief when the current Liberal member for Scarborough Southwest, the Liberals' point man on cannabis, was Toronto Police Chief. He's now the security advisor for THC Meds Ontario. Former Ontario Liberal Deputy Premier George Smitherman, who once served as the province's health minister, is tied to THC Meds Ontario as well. Former Liberal Prime Minister John Turner is a board member for Mule Boom Organic Inc. Chuck Raffici founded Tweed Cannabis Inc., the country's first licensed provider to go public, while he was Chief Financial Officer of the Liberal Party of Canada. And former Police Chief and Conservative Cabinet Minister Julian Fantino, who once compared cannabis to murder and voted in favour of harsh, mandatory minimum sentences for cannabis as a member of the Harper Cabinet, has now gotten into the cannabis business himself with former RCMP Deputy Commissioner Raf Sukar. Madam Speaker, it's a travesty of justice and hypocrisy of the highest order that those who fought hardest for legalization may benefit the least from it, while those who've spent a lifetime enforcing prohibition are now lining up to fill the boardrooms of the cannabis industry.
Hear, hear.
Now, those who put their liberty on the line as activists for legalization, who often, in the pursuit of their defense of cannabis, took legal liability, got criminal records, not for any violent activity, but in their drive to get sensible cannabis policy in this country, who now carry the burden of a criminal record for these efforts, have not only been shut out, but the federal government hasn't even offered them a path to participate in the cannabis industry or to obtain pardons.
Shame.
Are they now supposed to sit back in admiration of the moral flexibility and business acumen of their former detractors? The inescapable truth is that Bill C-45 is principally about legalizing the cannabis industry, not the plant or its usage. This bill is not about legalization, it's about making cannabis less illegal. If this legislation were truly about legalizing the cannabis plant, it would have heralded the end of criminalization, the end of stigmatization, and the end of the prohibitionist approach to cannabis policy that has been such a failure over the last almost 100 years. Instead, this legislation creates an incredibly complex criminal framework that legal experts and police chiefs predict will result in more, not less, cannabis offences post-quote legalization. Now, there have been many opportunities to change course as Bill C-45 worked its way through Parliament. And I want to be clear that I do give the government credit for rejecting the most harmful amendments proposed by the Senate and for accepting the NDP's proposals in a number of ways, including to legalize the sale of edibles and concentrates, albeit not for 1 year post-legalization. That's unjustified, but that's the best the Liberals would do, and to remove the misguided 100-centimetre plant height limit. Unfortunately, however, the Liberals have also rejected a number of key improvements to Bill C-45. Now, I'd like to take a moment to focus on some of the Senate's key proposed amendments and the government's response to them. First is home growing. Based on the advice of the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation, the federal government has proposed to allow the personal cultivation of cannabis for non-medical purposes with a limit of 4 plants per household. But after considering a proposal to ban home growing outright, the Senate chose to amend C-45 to allow provincial governments to ban home growing themselves. Now, this isn't a rational or evidence-based approach to cannabis policy, as the College of Family Physicians of Canada put it. Quote, banning home growing for personal use defeats the purpose of legalization, which is to reduce the harms of criminalization, end quote. Now, New Democrats believe that under legalization, the personal production of cannabis should be permitted similar to home production of alcohol, such as beer and wine. Personal production will play an essential role in eliminating the illicit cannabis market, since it ensures that individuals who want to consume cannabis can afford it and have access to it in regions without nearby retail storefronts. Now, for many Canadians, particularly those in rural areas who won't be served well by the retail marketing of cannabis, this may be the only way that they're able to get access to cannabis. And I would point out, under the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling, medical cannabis users are allowed to grow their own cannabis. In some cases, they're growing 8 plants and they can obtain a license from another person and grow for them. Wouldn't it be the height of folly if across Canada, one house on a block can grow cannabis because they're growing it for medical reasons, but the house beside them can't because it's for recreational purposes? That is the height of inequity and would make a mockery of the law, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, the health and safety issues generally associated with home cultivation, I would point out, are overwhelmingly the result of the large-scale industrial illicit growing operations that operate covertly in residential buildings due to prohibition. This can result in damage due to improper ventilation, and illegal electrical hookups pose a fire risk. However, the personal cultivation of 4 plants will obviously not pose similar risks, any more than growing 4 plants of any other species in the home. I would dare say that most Canadians in an average household have more than 4 plants in their house. Thus, by contributing to the dismantling of the illicit market, home cultivation actually serves to help eliminate those covert industrial growing operations. Furthermore, I want to point out that raw cannabis plants are non-psychoactive. According to University of British Columbia botany professor Jonathan Page, who testified at committee, if anybody were to eat, including a child, the raw bud of cannabis, they would get the acidic form, which is non-psychoactive. The fresh material is not capable of getting you high. You need to bake it or heat it or smoke it in order to obtain that result. Now, the government chose to reject this amendment because they said it's, quote, critically important to permit personal cultivation in order to support the government's objective of displacing the illegal market. Canada's New Democrats agree. Now, on potency limits, the Senate also proposed an undefined potency limit for cannabis products. This is something I think the Conservatives are supporting. On this point, it's important to note that the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation rejected potency limits for a number of reasons. First, they believe that if prohibited, these products would continue to be available on the illicit market. The task force also concluded that there is insufficient evidence even to identify what a, quote, safe potency limit would be. The task force emphasized the significant risks associated with the illicit production of high-potency concentrates and instead called on the government to regulate them within a legal market. I would point out, Madam Speaker, that illicit producers often use flammable solvents such as butane to extract cannabinoids from plants, an inherently dangerous process that can also leave carcinogenic residues on the end product. Product safety was also a concern, as the extraction process may also concentrate contaminants such as heavy metals and other impurities, in addition to THC. So the government rejected this amendment because, quote, the government has already committed to establishing THC limits and regulations, which will provide flexibility to make future adjustments based on evidence and product innovation, end quote. So while we support the decision to reject this amendment, Canada's New Democrats believe that the government should heed the advice of the task force in this area. Now, in branding, the Senate proposed deleting a provision of Bill C-45 that currently allows a person to promote cannabis, a cannabis accessory, or a service related to cannabis by displaying a brand element on a thing, provided it is not associated with young persons, appealing to young persons, or associated with a way of life that includes glamour, recreation, excitement, vitality, risk, or daring. Now, the government rejected the Senate's amendment because, quote, the Cannabis Act already includes comprehensive restrictions on promotions, end quote. Again, Canada's New Democrats agree. Branding restrictions on cannabis in C-45 are there now. Indeed, they are already more stringent than those applied to alcohol. I don't need to remind any of the members of this House of the tragedy that occurred just a few months ago of a young Quebec girl who died after consuming a high-alcohol, high-volume drink and ended up drowning in a river. And if you look at that product, it's definitely marketed to young people. It's definitely marketed even to children, and there are no similar restrictions on alcohol. That's something that I think this House should look at closing in the future. Now, in terms of parental sharing in the home, just as is currently the case with alcohol, the Senate proposed to allow parents to share cannabis with a younger family member of at least 17 years of age in the home. Now, Canada's New Democrats believe that this was a sensible proposal and that the government was ill-advised to reject this amendment. We currently allow this approach for alcohol because we understand that parents can be trusted to model responsible behavior to their children and to make positive choices for their family's well-being. In fact, New Democrats believe that parental education will be a key component of low-risk use of cannabis and should not be criminalized. So just as after this bill becomes law, parents will be able to legally consume cannabis in the house. And if they wanted to pass a joint to their 17-year-old and discuss responsible use of cannabis, this bill would make that a crime. We don't think that's sensible. Now, the government also rejected the Senate's parallel proposal to ensure that sharing among individuals close in age within 2 years would not be criminalized, and that a cannabis offence carrying a sentence of less than 6 months would not be used in deportation proceedings for someone without citizenship status. Now, the government justified their rejection by saying the criminal penalties and the immigration consequences aim to prevent young people from accessing cannabis and to deter criminal activity by imposing serious criminal penalties for prohibited activities. Madam Speaker, if criminalization and the threat of imprisonment or deportation prevented people from using cannabis, then Canadians wouldn't be consuming an estimated 655 metric tons of it per year, and we wouldn't have the second highest rate of cannabis use among youth between 16 and 24 in the world. And that's when we have full criminalization and life sentences for trafficking. Now, contrasting that, Madam Speaker, a single bottle of liquor is enough to kill a child. And yet I know of no 14-year prison sentence arising from distribution of beer or liquor. But a parent who shares a joint with their daughter or son who's 17 is a criminal under this legislation. An adult who possesses 31 grams of cannabis in public is a criminal. A youth who possesses more than 5 grams of cannabis is a criminal. An 18-year-old who passes a joint to their 17-year-old friend is a criminal. An adult who grows 5 cannabis plants is a criminal. Now, this kind of continued criminalization is inconsistent with a rational and evidence-based criminal justice policy and will only serve to reduce the positive impacts of the bill. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the prohibitionist approach has been repeatedly discredited by its failures throughout history. Now, for far too long, we've wasted billions of dollars in resources in the criminal justice system by criminalizing otherwise law-abiding citizens at an alarming rate for simply possessing and consuming cannabis. In fact, we are today. According to Statistics Canada, in 2016, the most recent year of available data, there were about 55,000 offences related to cannabis reported to police, and police charged 17,733 people with pot possession. A recent Vice News investigation found that Black and Indigenous men and women have been overrepresented in cannabis possession arrests across Canada just in the years since the Liberals formed government. And yet, Bill C-45 preserves the criminalized approach to cannabis along with the damaging paternalism of the war on drugs. Now, I want to be clear that from the very beginning, Canada's New Democrats have worked hard to reach across the aisle with constructive proposals to improve this bill. These changes included the following: providing pardons to Canadians saddled with a criminal record for offences that will no longer be offences under C-45. This amendment was ruled outside the scope of Bill C-45, but given the Prime Minister's previous statements, it's shocking that the Liberal government would structure a so-called cannabis legalization bill in such a way that pardons cannot be included through amendment. We proposed empowering provincial governments to create parallel production licensing regimes in order to give provinces the flexibility to implement legalization in the manner best suited to their jurisdiction. For example, this would have allowed provinces to let craft growers, small-scale producers, and outdoor growers compete against the federally licensed corporate giants. As said earlier, we proposed the legalization of edibles and concentrates, which is among the safest way to consume cannabis, which is the growing part of the market, and which we know would allow Canadians and the entrepreneurs and businesses across this country to provide safe, regulated products to customers instead of allowing this to be provided underground. We proposed decriminalizing the penalties section in line with the Tobacco Act. We propose that this legalization should take a regulatory approach with significant fines for offences rather than criminal ones. One of the purposes of Bill C-45, as laid out in Section 7, is to, quote, reduce the burden on the criminal justice system in relation to cannabis. We think penalties in the bill should be consistent with that stated intent. Now, I'm disappointed that the government chose to reject these vital proposals, but I'm heartened that this bill at least contains a mandatory review of C-45's operation in the next Parliament. I view this as a tacit admission by the government that they know that this bill contains problematic sections that will need to be fixed. Madam Speaker, to be clear, Canada's New Democrats will support this motion and this legislation because we have fought for an end to prohibition ever since the 1971 Ledane Commission. The bill before us today is an important step forward, but it is far from perfect. Now, after the last election, Canadians rightfully expected that the Liberals would produce a timely and fair cannabis law. But as it now stands, the federal government has left the heavy lifting of legalization to the provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments. This bill will lead to the emergence of a patchwork approach to legalization that will shut out the most long-standing cannabis activists, the folks who spent decades honing the craft and providing world-leading medicinal cannabis to patients across Canada. Some provinces have chosen to impose a government retail monopoly, some have chosen to shut out existing compassion clubs, and some provinces are pushing to ban homegrown growing up outright. This is disappointing. It is a lost opportunity. It is a betrayal of the clear promise that the Liberals made to Canadians in 2015. Madam Speaker, done properly, an appropriate legal approach to cannabis can achieve impressive benefits economically, technologically, and medicinally. And New Democrats will continue to work to provide the best cannabis legislation that we can in the world for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for his remarks. But, you know, when he began his remarks by making some, quite frankly, very disparaging remarks and named a number of individuals and suggesting somehow that they had done something improper, I just wanted to advise the member, because I know the member well, and I know he would never knowingly disparage an innocent Canadian, and I know he believes, as I do, that parliamentary privilege is not a license to slander innocent Canadians. And I just wanted to advise him that of the 5 people he mentioned as having some kind of privileged access to the cannabis business through Health Canada, that 4 of those individuals were denied in their license application and were not successful and are no longer in any way associated to the licensed cannabis industry. And the one who actually was approved by the previous government when the Conservatives were in power. And so I just wanted to give, through you, Madam Speaker, I wanted to give the member opposite an opportunity to apologize to those individuals who he unjustly disparaged.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the question reveals a sensitivity that is far in excess of what I actually said. I'm not going to apologize to this House for pointing out hypocrisy. When a former Conservative cabinet minister compared cannabis to murder and was part of the police process to actively prosecute Canadians for cannabis and now is rushing to profit from that industry. When former Prime Minister John Turner, who as Prime Minister of this country could have brought in cannabis legalization or decriminalization if he wanted to, and chose instead to perpetuate a criminal approach to cannabis, and is now seeking to profit from it. It's that kind of hypocrisy that I think it's rightful to point out and that Canadians deserve to know. At the same time, all those Canadians who have been working under this prohibitionist criminal regime, who have fought and put their liberty at risk, who have sometimes achieved criminal records, now under this legislation may not even be able to participate in the legalized market. I find that hypocritical. I find that unjust.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say that I find it very disturbing listening to the debate in here and the breakneck speed that the Liberals and the NDP want to have this law come into place, and how our police agencies, including the RCMP, are not set up to handle how to deal with impaired driving. For those individuals in rural areas, like my riding of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, when they are actually now going to go out there, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to make a point here, and the member just keeps on it.
I just want to remind members, if they have anything to contribute, then they should stand up and attempt to be recognized. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The member needs to be very aware that there is going to be now a process to determine the level of impairment. Right now, if you're caught with any type of narcotic in your system, it's a legal activity. But now we're going to have to determine whether or not that individual is driving under the influence of marijuana. And of course, we only have so much resources in rural areas. In my riding of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, which is about the same size as of the state of Israel, what we're looking at is maybe 1 or 2 officers in the entire region that will have the ability to make that determination on whether or not somebody's impaired. And if that individual is on leave, if that individual is taking time off or it's not his shift, how are we ever going to charge anyone? And that's going to give free license to everybody to be out there driving under the influence of marijuana.
The member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I think I speak for every member of this House, and we can join issue with the fact that nobody countenances or endorses any Canadian operating any kind of machinery, whether a motor vehicle or anything, or coming to work under the influence of cannabis. We all agree with that. But I would also point out it's against the law now. You cannot operate a motor vehicle under the influence of cannabis now. And Canadians should be well aware of that. We have impaired driving laws in this country. The current law that's before the Senate, Bill C-46, is an attempt to modernize that law with a specific focus on cannabis. And there are certain problems with that bill, too, by the way, which is it seems to be quite difficult right now to get an accurate reading of impairment or to set an appropriate per se blood limit reading for cannabis. So there's some problems with that. But at the moment, we all know that driving under the influence of cannabis is against the law, and it should be treated that way. What I do want to talk about is whether we're ready or not. You know, I think very many times Canadians are ahead of politicians. And I'll tell you, I think the vast majority of Canadians who have voted with their actions for years now, millions of Canadians have used cannabis and continue to use cannabis, and they don't feel that they're criminals in doing so. This law is an attempt, I think, to catch up to the reality in Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, last year I stayed in Ottawa on July 1st for Canada Day celebrations. And it was kind of a disappointing day because it rained really bad. And then I felt a lot of the music had nothing to do with Canada's heritage or history. But anyways, we'll leave that aside. But what I did notice last year, being here in Canada Day, was that Wellington was pretty well plugged with people trying to wait to get in here. Thousands and thousands of people trying to get through security to get onto Ottawa main grounds up here. And I wonder if, through you, Madam Speaker, if the member can just put his imagination out there and just imagine all of them having a little bit of smoke or a little toke or whatever you want to call it. You know, we have Rib Fest. It's coming next week. And you know how this town smells so great with Rib Fest? Imagine what Wellington would smell like with 10,000 people smoking marijuana. I wonder if you can imagine that.
It's running out of time, so I'll allow the member for Vancouver Kingsway to respond.
Well, thank you for the question. I'm going to end by asking the honourable member to use his imagination as well, and that's focus on a piece of this bill that I think is another problem with it, and that is this bill prevents the exportation of recreational cannabis products. You know, the amount of money and the ability for Canada to become a world leader in cannabis and cannabis products as countries around the world start to legalize, and they are and they will, as California has done, as Colorado has done, as Washington State has done, as many other states in the Union have done, and many jurisdictions across the world have done. The ability to support our entrepreneurs who can develop safe, healthy, high-quality products for the world is something that we should be supporting, I think, in this House. And imagine Canada being a world leader in a new product that is regarded around the world as being of the highest quality and safe. That's the kind of policy we should be working to develop in this House of Commons.
It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, according to the order on today's notice paper.
Business, resuming consideration of reported stage of Bill S-218, Latin American Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. Kent.
Debate. L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak on this bill that would create Latin Heritage Month for Canadians. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to an organization in my riding. Now, it's very rare that we have the opportunity to do this. Sometimes we try to do it through bills or during statements by members just before question period. But I'd like to draw a direct link between the importance of having a Latin Heritage Month and this organization in my riding. Monique Messier is the chair of the board, and she and her team have been there for many years. Now, since I've been a member of Parliament, I've had the opportunity to participate in their evenings, their fundraising evenings, which allow them to pursue their activities, but which also allow them to share the culture of Latin America. I think that's really important in a country as diverse as ours, is to share different cultures. And there's also a focus on the values of diversity, on artistic culture. And there's also the opportunity to see the work that this organization does in Central America. So essentially they send volunteers to Central America with the money that is raised at this event. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to say that since I've been a member, I've been able to encourage this organization. I'd like to note that my predecessor gave a certain amount of money for this cause, and of course part of that was for organizations that promote these values in Quebec, in Canada, and abroad. So I just wanted to take that opportunity to pay tribute to him for that. Mr. Speaker, when you attend these types of activities, you can see that the Quebec values of solidarity and sharing and so on are really showcased. And it's so important to take the time to visit another country or to learn more about their culture. And you can also make a significant contribution in that way. So this organization, which is known by the acronym SMAC or SMAC, really showcases a lot of the photos and videos that they've done of their projects, for example, building schools in Guatemala, building sanitary facilities for the population there, and so on. And that's something that is really, really wonderful. But the great thing is that it doesn't just work one way. People from Latin America also come to Quebec to share their art and their culture. And during these fundraising evenings, you have the opportunity to exchange cultural experiences. There are Guatemalans who come, and they talked about what an impact this has had in their community and how pleased they were to have this cultural exchange. It's something that makes me really proud. Now, there are many organizations that do wonderful things in our ridings. I'm sure we would all agree. But sometimes it's difficult to convince people to go to other countries, to help in other countries, because people want to help their neighbors a little closer to home, and rightly so. But I think we do have the opportunity to go beyond our borders, and I think that's a really important experience. And if you look at the diversity of people in Quebec and Canada, you can see that there are Canadians of Latin American heritage who are bringing huge contributions to our culture. And that's why it's so important to celebrate that. Now, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I'm a little bit cynical, and sometimes I wonder, what's the point of having a bill that creates a month where we celebrate a given culture? What's the point of having a month to celebrate a particular group of people? But it is important because it's a way of remembering, it's a way of sharing, and it's a way of celebrating together, Mr. Speaker. Whether we're celebrating Saint Jean-Baptiste or Canada Day or Jewish Heritage Month or Sikh Heritage Month, I think we always need to recognize that parliamentarians made an effort to create these months. And, you know, people might be cynical thinking that these months are purely symbolic in value, but it is important to stop and remember that, yes, these cultural communities do make significant contributions, and we should take this opportunity to recognize that there are significant contributions there. Now, I'm taking advantage of this debate on this bill to talk about an organization in my riding that is so important. And normally, that organization wouldn't be spoken about in the House of Commons, and people wouldn't have a chance to hear about their work. So it's great to have an opportunity to be able to talk about them. Now, before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I should have said straight off, and I apologize for this, mentioned the sponsor of this bill who unfortunately died. And I would like to recognize and thank the member for Thornhill for having brought the bill forward again. Because I think it is important to recognize all the work that's been done. Now, I'm glad that I can continue supporting SMAC and that I can celebrate their 25th anniversary in this House. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend their 25th anniversary celebration because I was involved in another event that day, and unfortunately, sometimes as a member of Parliament, you can't be in two places at once as much as you would like to. But I do want to say how proud I am of being able to participate in their work, and how I've been able to see the diversification of their activities. At the beginning, it was just a very small cocktail reception, and now it's become an art exposition, and now there are 2 full evenings, Friday and Saturday night, with artists that are invited to perform. It's such a great experience, and I really want to express my full support to them and wish them a long continued existence. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to my point about these heritage months. Of course, there are important communities, and since I've been a member of Parliament, I've sometimes heard colleagues saying, well, there's such and such a cultural community that represents 1 million Canadians, or another that represents 500,000 Canadians. It's so surprising to see that diversity, and it's great to be able to pay tribute to that diversity and to encourage cultural exchange. I think that's the best way for us to ensure that everyone can live together well in love and respect. And I think that's why these organizations that really showcase the values of solidarity and cultural exchange are so important. So to conclude, I would like to congratulate this organization once again and to give my congratulations to the sponsor of the bill. And I'd like to remind Canadians that sometimes legislative action can be mostly symbolic, but that doesn't mean it's not important to celebrate the heritage of these cultures and to share cultural experiences with our neighbors to ensure that we can all live together better. I think these are values that are important to Quebecers and Canadians. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. The
Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca.
Monsieur le Président, je tiens à féliciter mon confrère pour son discours.
I'd like to congratulate my colleague on the speech he just made on Bill S-218. If you don't mind, I'd like to begin by paying tribute to the late Senator Tobias Enverga, the sponsor of this bill, a great Filipino-Canadian who advocated multiculturalism. And thank you for helping me bring the volume down in the House a little bit. Yes, I'd like to ask members here in the House to respect the person who has the floor. He's trying to make a speech, and there are distractions that are hindering him in that endeavor. I'd like to hear what he has to say. On a point of order, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'm not sure if the Speaker was referring to me, but I would certainly want to apologize if any singing of Latin American songs interfered in any way. Mr. Speaker, I have enormous respect for you, so I will take my singing outside. But carry on, please.
I want to thank the honourable member for that, and I'm sure the grievous angels will depart.
Merci, mon confrère, son discours.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for the great songs that we just enjoyed a few moments ago. So I'd like to start by paying tribute to the late Senator Tobias Enverga, the sponsor of this bill, a great Filipino-Canadian who advocated multiculturalism. He's the first Canadian of Filipino origin to sit in the Senate. He was born in the Philippines, but he represented Ontario in the upper chamber, where he was appointed in 2012, and he proudly represented and very positively represented members of the Filipino community, but also other people in living in Greater Toronto or elsewhere in Canada. And my colleague from Thornhill has agreed to act as sponsor of this bill in his place. So the bill, the preamble of the bill reads as follows: whereas the Parliament of Canada recognizes that the members of the Latin American community in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fabric of the nation, whereas the designation of a month as Latin American Heritage Month would be a meaningful way to remember, celebrate, and educate the public about these contributions, whereas Latin American communities across Canada would be mobilized by Latin American Heritage Month to jointly celebrate, share, and promote their unique culture and traditions with all Canadians, and whereas October is a significant month for the Latin American community around the world. Now, therefore, Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows. The month of October will be known as Latin American Heritage Month. Why October? Because that's the same month as they use in the U.S. to celebrate this month. So Latin America means what exactly? The definition is all parts of the Americas where they speak Spanish or Portuguese. It's about 20 countries, 18 Spanish-speaking and 1 Portuguese-speaking. And we just heard the announcement about the World Cup that's going to be held right here at home, and many soccer fans, including myself, are delighted about that. There's lots of countries from Latin America involved: Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru. And I'd like to give a shout out to a friend of mine from there. There's the Dominican Republic, Salvador, Uruguay, and Venezuela. Many of these countries are countries that I've visited and enjoyed some vacations in. We're talking about over 400 million people who speak Spanish in the world. It's the second most spoken language currently. Over 363 million of those 400 million people live in Latin America. That's an important number because we see this in a lot of international schools or language programs. There are often bilingual people. Obviously, those schools teach English and French, but then the third language is often Spanish. That's a tool that students are given for the future. And students, I'm very proud that my kids have had the opportunity to learn Spanish in school. In Canada, between 1996 and 2001, the Latin American population in Canada rose by 32%. 7 out of 10 people who settled in Canada between 1991 and 2011. And based on official numbers, the most recent household survey numbers from the census, so that there are about 750,000 people of Latin American origin out of a population of 35 million Canadians. The majority of the community is born abroad. 32.5% are born here. Latin American immigrants have been here for over half a century, and according to the data we have, 23% of immigrants come from the Americas. There's no precise data, but it is estimated that this demographic group is made up of over 500,000 men, women, and children. And it's one of the fastest growing groups. And what they bring to Canada, they work and they buy things, they contribute to the economy. They make up for a labor shortage here in Canada. In 2013, they surpassed the employment rate for people born in Canada. So, in other words, they have higher employment rates than Canadian-born people. Tens of thousands of workers from Latin America come to Canada every year to work in various parts of the country, in various industries where there's a labor shortage, for example, in agriculture. Latin America is the 4th biggest source of immigration in Canada, so that's something. And they bring a whole lot of diversity to Canada through their culture, through their what they eat, through their knowledge and so on, their cuisine. So this bill, well, everybody knows someone from this part of the world. They're very friendly, intelligent people, and they contribute to the development of our big, beautiful country. So why a Latin American month? Well, to pay tribute to the culture, traditions, and contributions of Latin Americans to Canadian society. In November, of course, there's All Saints Day right after Halloween, and October 12th in Costa Rica, in Venezuela, they have the Indigenous Resistance Day. In Argentina, they have the Cultural Diversity Day. In Uruguay, the Day of the Americas. And in Brazil, the Day of Children. These are all in October. So that's why October was chosen. And also, the U.S. has Latin American Month from September 15th to October 15th. Canada was the first country in 1988 to pass legislation on multiculturalism, the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. Official recognition is one thing. There are also many other commemorations that support the importance of cultural communities to the Canadian identity. In February, we have Black History Month. In May, we have Asian Heritage Month. My parents were born in Egypt, and I've experienced the integration to this country and the desire to learn more about everything that's being done well in Canada, but we can also share what we bring from our own native cultures too. So I do understand the importance of multiculturalism. Multiculturalism contributes to our collective history, where our rights and freedoms are protected by principles of peace, order, and good governance. As the sponsor of the bill, Peter Kent, the member for Thornhill, said, the Latin American population in Canada is young. According to Stats Can, about 50% of people of Latin American origin living in Canada are under 25. And we know what problems we're having with the demographic, the aging population and so on. So it's good to have a source of new young people who can contribute further to the growth of our country. Seniors constitute less than 5% of those who report being of Latin American origin, as compared to 12% for all Canadians for the same age group. So that's interesting. So I join with all my colleagues here in hoping that we can pay tribute to Senator Tobias Enverga, the sponsor of this bill, by pushing this bill forward and recognizing October as Latin American Heritage Month here in Canada, a bit like what they do in the U.S., to pay tribute to those cultures and to those people who have contributed to development all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm so excited to get up here today and stand and talk about Latin America. You know, when people first said Latin America month, a month, I think you need more than a month when you look at all that Latin America has to give and all the things that you need to explore in Latin America. 30 days isn't enough time. So I'm pretty excited because I used to be the chair of Parlamericas, and now my good friend from Kenora has taken on that role and has done a great job in that role. And Canada has really carved itself a niche in that entire region. We're looked upon, we're respected, we're kind of like the big brother in a lot of ways. They seek us for advice on legislation, they seek us for advice on all sorts of regulations. Through Parlamericas, we've done a great job in actually building bridges in countries right across the whole hemisphere. You know, now I can pick up the phone because of Parlamericas and talk to somebody in Brazil at a moment's notice, or into Chile, or into Peru, or Costa Rica. Those are the things that we've done through Parlamericas, bringing parliamentarians together and sharing best practices and sharing what works and what doesn't work and learning from each other. That has even made us a tighter knit community. And that is to our benefit, to Canada's benefit, and to Latin America's benefit. You know, when you look at the potential of Latin America, you just go, wow. When you look at the people, you know, whether they're Portuguese or Spanish, French, the entire region has so much dynamic to it, so much flair, ambience, the love of family, the love of life. You know, my first trip to Latin America was actually to Brazil. And I remember being out at a restaurant at 11 o'clock at night and looking over the table next to me, and there's these two families having dinner together. And they're laughing, and I'm thinking, geez, 11 o'clock at night, why are these kids out? And then talking to a friend of mine, he says, yeah, it was actually two teenagers out on a date. And you think a teenager is bringing the entire family on a date? But that's part of their tradition. That's part of their culture. That's actually something that's appreciated and celebrated. Quite a bit different than my kids, where if they were on a date, I probably didn't even know about it until a week later. So, you know, right away I could see how much family meant to them. And then when you start talking to them, when you start talking about, you know, what they do in the weekends, what they do in the evenings, the love for life. They really knew how to live life. They really knew how to appreciate the small things in life and you know, pull all that value out of those small things and treasure them and treasure each other. And us as Canadians, when we're doing the 9 to 5 or 9 to 10, or in this case, 9 to midnight, or 10 to midnight, sometimes we forget that you need to express that love for life and to have that joyful time amongst family and friends. My next trip actually was into Peru and Chile, Costa Rica. I had the honor of actually going down there with the Prime Minister on 2 occasions. And again, in those scenarios, the world leaders in those regions really respected Canada. And I think there's many reasons why. And I think part of it was we never preached. We never went down there and told them, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. We always went down there in a manner of respect. We listened. We learned. We give advice if they ask for it. We led by example. And they appreciated that. And one thing I found when working with people from Latin America, when you're doing business down there, they want to know who you are. They want to understand where you come from. They want to know your family. And once they've got a comfortable relationship with you, then let's get on to business. And it's so different than other countries in the world where, you sit down and you do your business meeting and then that's it. Latin American people really want to know who they're working with and who they're doing business with. And it's such a nice concept to have that in your relationship, business relationship. I remember being at the Cartagena at the OAS, or the Summit of the Americas, watching President Obama. I remember actually sitting on the runway in the Prime Minister's jet, looking out the window, and there was President Obama's jet, and then there's a little jet that's Hillary Clinton's jet. And I was just kind of laughing about that. They both came in separate planes, and maybe there's security reasons for doing that. Yeah. But I remember talking to some of my friends down there, and I said, isn't it nice the Americans are here? I said, yeah, well, that's nice, but they only come once in a while, and they write a check, and then they expect us to do what they want. They don't get to know us. They don't actually understand who we are and what we're doing. They just drop in, drop out, this is what we want. They don't like that. They like the Canadian approach where they're treated as a friend and a partner, where respect is shown. And I think that's why you see the warmth that we have with the people and the countries in that region. I think that's why we got trade agreements in Panama, Costa Rica, Honduras, Chile, Peru, Colombia. Hopefully we'll see something in Mercosur countries somewhere down the road. Hopefully we'll do something with the Pacific Alliance that'll even bring us closer and closer together. There's so many opportunities to do business and trade in that region. And as we do business and as we do trade in those areas, their standard of living is going to get better. Their quality of life is going to get better. Their ability to purchase more goods and to have the things that we have here in Canada will become easier. And when we look at the region, the security in the region, it'll become safer. I encourage everybody, especially when it's minus 40 below in Saskatchewan or Winnipeg, to really acknowledge the fact that it's Latin America that's our saving grace sometimes. It's actually places like Mexico and the Caribbean and Dominican Republic, where a lot of people from Saskatchewan travel and tourism in those regions. A lot of people in my riding actually go live in Mexico in the wintertime because they love Saskatchewan in the summertime. And I encourage everybody to come to Saskatchewan in the summertime. Because you know what? It's cheaper to come to Saskatchewan and travel because there's no carbon tax. Just had to get that in there. But when you look at the wintertime, a lot of people like to get away, whether it's for a week or 2 weeks or a month. And where do we go? Latin America. Why? Guaranteed sunshine. Friendly people. They love Canadians. They like who we are. They like to talk to us. They like to visit with us. It's just such a nice environment, and we've become such close friends. The other thing that we've had from Latin America, especially my honey producers, is a stable force of labor. Temporary foreign workers that would come in for the summer, work in the beehives, do the work that we couldn't get Canadians to do. And then they want to go home and feed their families and take care of their families in the wintertime because they don't like Canadian winters. I don't blame them. But it's created a scenario where you've got all these people coming into Saskatchewan in the springtime, working right through September, October, going back home. Again, families and friends are being created, connections are being created, and it's been a win-win for everybody involved. I also remember the time I went to Honduras and toured the plant that the company out of Montreal, the name escapes me right now, and talking, as we toured that plant, looking at just how modern that plant in Honduras was, and talking to the people on the floor, and they said, it's so nice that a Canadian company would invest in our region and give us these jobs. These jobs are so well appreciated, and they were providing great value to the community but also they weren't taking advantage of the people in the community. They were treating them with respect. They were offering them health care. They were offering them a fair wage. They offered them excellent working conditions. In fact, that facility there in Honduras, you could have put it in Montreal and you wouldn't have noticed the difference. So, that's where Canadian companies have done a proper role in the region. And I think I'd be also amiss not to talk about the mining sector in Latin America and Canadian companies. So we all know that TSX is the exchange for the mining sector around the world. And we have a lot of Canadian companies doing business in Central and South America, in the Caribbean. And our companies have recognized the importance of being good corporate citizens. And one of the things I did when I was traveling with Power Americas is I always tried to make a day, part of my trip, to tour a Canadian facility. So, for example, when I was in Suriname, I went to see IAM Gold's gold mine. So you could actually go there and see how they're operating. And the nice thing to say about those mines is, and this mine in particular, that mine, the safety standards were equal, if not better, than that would be in Saskatchewan or in Quebec or anywhere in Canada. And that's, again, working well to build our Canadian brand around the world. So again, Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll close. When you look at all these things, 30 days probably isn't enough time to celebrate our relationship with Latin America. It probably isn't. In fact, if we're to go country by country, you could probably do 2 or 3 days each country just talking about their culture and their heritage and getting a good understanding of who they are. But this is a really good first step, and I'm really excited to see this come forward. I'm glad to speak to it, and I really look forward to working with people in Latin America into the future, both as my role as a parliamentarian and even after someday when I'm no longer a parliamentarian, maybe my role as a tourist. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
They're here. Yes. Thank you. Enough. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me this tremendous opportunity to speak about S218, the Latin America Heritage Month Act, brought forth by the honourable member from Thornhill. I think this is a wonderful opportunity to speak about the many great contributions Latin America has had on Canada. I'm glad to see this bill is now being discussed to honour the memory of the late Senator Tobias Enverga, who I will talk about later in my speech. In my hometown of Edmonton, Latin America is celebrated annually with the Edmonton Latin Festival. This event is held during the third week of August every year in Churchill Square. The energy felt during this event is contagious, and it's a great chance for people of Edmonton to try different foods and dances and learn more about Latin American culture. At the festival, there's an opportunity for people to learn about different dances, including the Zumba, Mariachi, Samba, Mambo, and the Tango and Salsa. Latin American bands are also a huge part of the festival, and the upbeat tunes always put smiles on so many faces. This Edmonton Latin Festival is growing every year, and I encourage anyone visiting Edmonton in August to stop by and experience the Latin American culture. Latin American festivals are held across the country with annual events in Toronto, Vancouver, and right here in Ottawa. These events are an excellent way for Canadians to come together to celebrate Latin America and learn more about the cultural and ancestral heritages of many fellow Canadians. There are estimated to be about 600,000 people of Latin American descent living in Canada. Latin America is the fourth largest source for immigrants to Canada, with more and more people from Latin America arriving annually. My home province of Alberta was one of the highest concentrations of Latin Americans within it, and I am proud to be from a province that has welcomed and embraced so many Latin American immigrants and their families. Football, or soccer as we call it, is a national sport of Brazil and a popular game of many Latin American countries. Today, and just today, we learned that Canada will host some of the World Cup games during FIFA 2026. Some of these games will likely be in Edmonton, and I'm so excited to celebrate the sport with fans from around the world during that World Cup. Alberta has become a host to a variety of Spanish bilingual programs in both public and private school boards from Edmonton to Calgary and across the province, encouraging young Canadians from Latin American descent or those who are simply interested in the culture to pursue language studies. Sweetgrass Elementary School in my riding of Edmonton Riverbend is host to a well-known International Spanish Academy program, which strives to help students develop language and literacy skills in Spanish and teaches students to use both Spanish and English to communicate. The program has had an emphasis on helping many students to learn about the cultural Spanish-speaking countries like those in Latin America. As well, universities across Canada offer both Spanish and Portuguese classes, proving that it's never too late to enrich your life with a second language or increase your knowledge of the culture. These programs also offer a means for immigrants from Latin American countries to stay in touch with their heritage and to continue to express and learn about their native culture. The culture these students learn about is rich and diverse, making for an educational and exciting program. Many students often travel to different countries in Latin America on exchange programs to get first-hand experience of the culture and the lifestyle. The history of Latin America is not only important to those of Latin American descent, but to all Canadians and all those in the Western Hemisphere. This part of the world contributes to the global economy, and the relationship between states in America reflects the importance Latin America plays in global relations. Canada is proud to be a member of the Organization of American States, which includes 35 independent states of America, the vast majority of which are Latin American. Groups like OAS connect all Americans through politics, the economy, and the recognition of each other's culture. Latin America is a geographically diverse part of our hemisphere, encompassing Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, and South America. It's comprised of 20 sovereign states and approximately 20 million people who speak Spanish, Portuguese, and French. The diverse climate promises skiing, surfing, hiking, and much more for both residents and tourists, attracting many people from around the world to experience not only the culture, but the land itself. Just like the area is geographically diverse, each country is culturally diverse. The Aztec Empire was built in a modern-day Mexico City, and the Aztecs developed an alphabet, created ceramic dishes, and left behind beautiful art. They left their legacy on modern-day Mexico, with some parts of their language and traditional food still in use. Brazil, the largest country in Latin America, was founded in 1500 by the Kingdom of Portugal. Their indigenous peoples inhabited the country before the Europeans arrived. Like Mexico, art and pottery were important parts of Brazil's development. Today it is the largest Portuguese-speaking country in the world. Mr. Speaker, I'm giving my colleagues this history and geography lesson to really highlight how remarkable the area of Latin America is. There are so many countries, languages, cultures, and people living in this region of the world. I believe it is important to recognize this area of the world and its peoples through Latin American Heritage Month here in Canada. Throughout this Heritage Month, we will be able to celebrate all that Latin America and Latin American people have to offer to the world, and also acknowledge and honor their history and current presence in the world. The idea for Latin American History Month came from the late Senator Tobias Enverga, who was appointed to the Upper House in 2012. Senator Enverga was the first senator of Filipino descent appointed to the Canadian Senate, and with his perspective as an immigrant, we saw the need for a new month to celebrate Latin America. He cited Black History Month and Asian Heritage Month as examples of educational and celebratory months that give all Canadians the opportunity to learn about different cultures and heritage. He argued a Latin American Heritage Month was deserving of national recognition, and I certainly agree. Some Canadians might wonder why we have Heritage Months. I think these months are important to learn about and recognize the different cultures that have shaped Canada into what it is today. Learning about different cultures, countries, and parts of the world gives our citizens different perspectives and appreciation for Canada. In May, Canada marked its first ever Jewish Heritage Month, a great opportunity to reflect on the contributions of Jewish Canadians. I look forward to Heritage Months every year because I see them as an opportunity for learning and enrichment. Mr. Speaker, Senator Enverga introduced a bill in the last Parliament, S228, to create Hispanic Heritage Month, which would complement designations already marked by the province of Ontario and the City of Toronto. However, the bill was a casualty of the 2015 election. After that, Senator Enverga altered the bill to focus on Latin America, which encapsulates not only Hispanic culture, but Francophone communities in Haiti and those Indigenous peoples in Latin America. Mr. Speaker, the impact of Latin American culture on Canada cannot be understated. Traditional Latin American food has become common on menus in tens of thousands of restaurants across the country. Spanish is one of the most common spoken languages by Canadians after English and French, and salsa dancing continues to be a popular hobby for many Canadians. Canada was declared a multicultural nation about 50 years ago. Our multiculturalism designation recognizes the great contributions of so many immigrants who have shaped the landscape of this country. In our bigger cities like Edmonton, Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal, a person can visit so many corners of the world through restaurants, festivals, stores, and films. Our nation is admired by so many people across the world for our openness, acceptance, and ability to live among each other peacefully. In the coming years, with birth rates predicted to continue decreasing, immigration will become even more important for workforce and population maintenance. I'm proud to be from a country where immigration is not only happily accepted, but widely encouraged and embraced. I admire immigrants for their courage to leave their country and start a new life in Canada, which often includes learning either English or French. Immigrants from Latin America have a great impact on the Canadian workforce, our culture, and our heritage. We are proud to accept Latin Americans from a diverse range of countries into Canada. Mr. Speaker, I think that is a great idea to formally recognize the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month, and I wholeheartedly support the honourable member from Thornhill's private member's bill for this declaration. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to speak about the bill today. I'm thankful for the contributions, the hard work of so many people from Latin American descent who now call Canada home. I hope to be able to join my colleagues in celebrating Latin American Heritage Month this coming October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to talk here today on Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. It is very important not only for Canada, but also for my constituency of Windsor West. We are, as you know, Mr. Speaker, one of the border cities, and in fact, I would argue that we have a unique feature in our areas because not only were Latin Americans part of the founding of Windsor and Essex County, they're part of our continued trade every single day. In fact, Mr. Speaker, approximately 40% of Canada's daily trade with the United States happens through my community, Windsor, and it happens along 2 kilometers of the international border. We have 4 crossings that are actually part of the overall footprint for this trade, and 40% again. And what's important, Mr. Speaker, is that I don't know, Mr. Speaker, should I continue? There seems to be the Conservatives and Liberals.
I just want to remind the honourable members that there is a debate taking place, and if you don't mind, we could show some respect for the person speaking. That would be great. Pour ceux qui parlent français, je m'excuse.
For those who speak French, I'm sorry. I'll repeat it in French. Please do not speak.
El otro está hablando. Gracias. We'll continue. Thank you.
Very good, Mr. Speaker. Now we understand why it's 2 sword lengths apart here in the chamber here, and I feel more secure with the Sergeant of Arms near me and yourself being able to articulate in such a colorful spirit this afternoon going into a long evening. But it is important, as I mentioned, in practical sense, where we continue to have not only just Latin American month recognized, but the economic development that continues to happen and the cultural experience happens in my riding because not only do we trade the 40% with the United States, but a vast majority of that also continues on to Mexico and to other Latin American countries. And Mr. Speaker, we celebrate it with the Fiesta Latina festival. It'll be the 4th annual festival will be June 30th. And the reason that I think that this is important, and some may think that these months, even though they may be somewhat symbolic in many respects, they're very important. And the member for Vancouver East, our critic, who's done wonderful work on this, knows quite well that part of our founding and importance of our communities and our country is not only just having the connection of coming here, but it's also the continued connection of being able to connect with culture, heritage, and the experience where they've come from, including family members. And I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, one of the most difficult things and a very serious thing that the government needs to look at is visitor visas, whether it be for Latin American countries, but also too other countries around the world is that when we have these months of celebration and other ones, whether they be for weddings, whether it be for times of family tragedies, of funerals, is that visitor visitations in this country have ground to a halt, and it is a very serious one. So as we continue to recognize important connections like we are today and continue to grow those things, we can't get away from the practical realities that are part of that, and that is the continued connection of the cultural experience. And so one of the things that I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, is that we have so many different independent days that are connected, including some of our trading partners into Latin America as well, too. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, as I mentioned. There's Puerto Rico and Chile. These are all countries where we have strong economic, social relationships with. And that's goes in tune with the fact that they have those business relationships that come back to our communities. So one of the reasons I was really particularly proud and pleased to see this is, again, especially when I look at a local lens for it, we do have a lot of Latin Americans that actually come into the not only the Windsor-Essex area, but also Chatham and Leamington to be part of our economy in terms of foreign temporary workers that are actually very expertise in terms of the agricultural sector and are part of our families in many respects. And I know that in the House here there has been debate and there has been movements to try to improve the rights, and we've actually had many of their families and the workers issues brought about because of the value add that they add to our country and to our communities. And so the Windsor-Essex region in Chatham-Kent, Leamington region is one that has that type of economic connection to it. In fact, you can often go to those communities and you will see the influence in the downtown districts or in the business districts where there's restaurants, there's groceries, there's a series of different staples that are basically built around that economic development. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, when we're looking at our trade and our commerce, those have become economic powerhouses. One should not underestimate the greenhouse industry and the agricultural industry that we produce and continues to contribute to the welfare of our country and our taxation base. So that's critical in terms of its continuance. And so when we're having festivals like we have in Windsor, but also awareness, it also connects to social justice issues. It also connects to a number of different environmental issues that we're trying to push and we're trying to develop. And they also include from the celebrity aspect to it, Mr. Speaker, in terms of figures, be it in the artistic, music, or the other realms, but also, I would argue, to the worker side. And I think that's important, Mr. Speaker, to recognize. We had a delegation here about 2 months ago from Mexico, and one of the key attributes they were talking about is the terms under their working conditions that they have related to the auto industry and other types of industries and the trade agreements that we have. And their family members and as well too their workers were not just necessarily challenged in just the private sector industries, but also in the public sector, being the universities and being at the educational institutions and so forth. And so when we have issues of very much concern, and we can look back historically at places such as Nicaragua and others where we've had people come to Canada as part of their freedom and as part of their expression, sometimes escaping some of the more difficult and extreme situations. They've also been part of center of founding and keeping a strong social justice and a moral compass for our own communities and for our country. And they become ambassadors in many respects to agents of social change for not only just our communities, but also the globe. And in fact, that we have so many people with the different heritage aspects coming to our country, and then on top of that, for some of them being for issues of social justice and welfare and escaping regimes that have had some very much, significant, cruel and inhumane practices, but now have become staples and individuals that are actually forming a better world for many, many more people. And so when we have months such as Latin American Heritage Month, it doesn't just, take away from the experience of being the music, the food, the kind of the colorful things that take place. But I'll conclude with this, Mr. Speaker. What it does is it continues to enshrine the responsibility that we have in raising the next generation in a global village that works for social justice, works for humanity, and what better way to do it is to continue to recognize not just the past, Mr. Speaker, but most importantly the future, and that's what it is. So on this fourth annual festival on June 30th in Windsor, we'll be one of the many places across Canada that will be proudly celebrating our Latin heritage in our communities and continued economic, social, and cultural development from the vantage points of our neighborhoods to our provinces, to our country, but also that extension to other places back to their homelands in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute honour to stand in the House today and to be able to speak to Bill S-218. Now, this bill designates the month of October in each and every year as Latin American Heritage Month. Now, permit me to begin by paying tribute to the late Senator Enverga, who is the author of this bill. Now, he was the first Filipino-Canadian to sit in the Senate, and he was a proud voice for his community during this time. Senator Enverga was also the one who brought a tremendous amount of passion, energy, and commitment in everything that he did in this place, and we honor and respect him for that. Now, he worked tirelessly in his role as senator, and he used his position to advocate for the most vulnerable members of society. In fact, he was a diligent champion for people with Down syndrome and a strong advocate for diversity and multiculturalism in Canada. Senator Enverga sat as co-chair of the Canada-Philippines Interparliamentary Group, where he inaugurated the annual Filipino Independence Day flag raising on Parliament Hill, which is something that we actually just celebrated earlier this week. Now, the senator loved his family, he loved his community, and he loved his country. He was proud to be Canadian. It's my hope that this private member's bill will be able to pass through the House quickly in honor of his memory. What would Latin American Heritage Month look like? First, let's get an idea of the countries that would be involved. Latin America encompasses all of the countries in the Western Hemisphere where Spanish, French, and Portuguese are spoken. Now, this list is extensive. It includes Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, Peru, Venezuela, Chile, Ecuador, Guatemala, Cuba, Haiti, Bolivia, Dominican Republic, Honduras, Paraguay, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Panama, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, and the French colonies of Guadeloupe, Martinique, French Guyana, St. Martin, and St. Barthélemy. Now, Latin America clearly encompasses many different people, many different ways of life, and many different vibrancies and intricacies throughout the continent. There are many Canadians of Latin American descent. According to a 2011 census, nearly 545,000 people of Latin American origin live in Canada, a number that has continued to grow in the last 7 years. Canadians with Latin American origin make up one of the largest non-European ethnic groups in Canada. So clearly there is a substantial population of these individuals, and they are ready to celebrate with us. Canada has a strong history of partnership with Latin American countries. Our nation looks forward to helping in the continued development, growth, and integration of the entire hemisphere. As Conservatives, we have a strong history of partnership with Latin America. One of the most significant decisions on Canada's relations with Latin America took place under the government of Brian Mulroney, when he opted to join the Organization of American States as a full member in the late 1989. We remember the words of the former External Affairs Minister, Joe Clark. He said, "For too long, Canadians have seen this hemisphere as our house. It is now time to make it our home." I fondly recall the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper visiting Colombia, Chile, Barbados, and Haiti as one of his first major trips overseas. Mr. Speaker, you can see that Canada's relationship with Latin American countries is deeply valued. When it comes to celebrating Latin American culture and heritage, there's a great deal that we can talk about. The culture of Latin America is diverse and rich, with beautiful music and dance, delicious food, and stunning natural landmarks. With regards to dance and music, Latin American music and dance is both fun and challenging. The music is known for its strong rhythms, large percussion sections, and signature horns, and when you hear music from these regions, it's difficult not to start dancing. Now, often the different dances incorporate a lot of hip movement as well as quick steps and spins, something that I would imagine you'd be quite good at, Mr. Speaker. From the Caribbean regions, we get rhythms like salsa and bachata. In Brazil, they're famous for being the original place of the samba, a cheerful dance often performed at a carnival. And the tango is another Latin dance that originated in Argentina. And I'm sure that these dances would be a lot of fun for all of us, and I look forward to the celebrations that are to come. Now, dance and music are a big part of this culture, and I look forward to the various festivities that will arise out of declaring October Latin Heritage Month. Another significant aspect of Latin America is the food. I'm sure all of us can appreciate the vast contributions that Latin America has brought to the international culinary scene. Latin food is delicious and colorful, often full of interesting spices and exotic ingredients. Each country has signature dishes that they are well known for. From Mexico, we have the classic tacos, burritos, quesadillas, fajitas, and more. Authentic Mexican food is very spicy, and they use a lot of chilies, which maybe isn't for everyone, but certainly enjoyable for many. From Venezuela, we get the arepa, a round, flat corn patty filled with various toppings such as cheese, avocado, meat, or beans. Argentina and Chile give us the empanadas, hot patties made from flour filled with meat, cheese, and beans as well. And in Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, we eat a lot of grilled meat. So as you can see, there's a lot of good food going on in Latin America, which will also be incorporated in our festivities should this bill pass. Now, Latin American countries are known also for their beautiful landscapes and their natural beauty. The many natural wonders attract tourists from around the world. Between Argentina and Brazil, you'll find the Iguazu Falls, and these 269 feet falls dwarf the Niagara in comparison and are surely a sight to be seen. In Peru, you can visit the Colca Canyon, which is about twice as deep as the Grand Canyon and populated with towns founded in Spanish colonial times. While you're in Peru, you can also stop by Machu Picchu, which is one of the 7 wonders of the world, which is another incredible sight to be seen in the Amazon River, the longest river in the world, stretching at least 6,400 kilometers across South America, and finds its source in the Andes Mountains and empties out in the Pacific Ocean. With mountains, waterfalls, rivers, and canyons, this region of the world is filled with beautiful natural landmarks. And of course, I can't give a speech about Latin America without mentioning soccer, as it has been in so many speeches already. The fast-paced game is played all throughout the region, and many well-accompanied teams have come from Latin American countries. I look forward to seeing many of these teams play in the World Cup this summer. While there are many things to celebrate and enjoy from Latin American culture, we must acknowledge that this culture is diverse and our country does not support everything done in each and every one of the countries. We strongly condemn the human rights violations committed by the Venezuelan government, and we urge the powers that be to establish a true democracy and to respect the dignity of human rights in their governing practices. We also condemn the human rights atrocities committed against the Colombian people and the faulty jail sentences that are given to many in Peru. We call upon all Latin American countries to respect human rights. But that said, Mr. Speaker, Latin American Heritage Month is about celebrating the common people and the culture of Latin America. So why is it important to celebrate Latin American Heritage Month in Canada? As we already established, Canada has a large Latin American population, one that continues to grow and contribute positively to Canadian society. This is an opportunity to honor them. We have many other months, days, and weeks dedicated to celebrating other cultures and heritage. So It seems fitting then that we would take another month in order to celebrate Latin American culture. Surely we can find the opportunity to do that. I look forward to this bill passing, and when it does, I look forward to celebrating alongside my Latin American friends. In the company of hospitable people, beautiful music, enjoyable dance styles, and delicious food, I know that October and all of its celebrations will be ones that we do not want to miss. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Bonjour, monsieur. Bonsoir.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to be able to speak tonight about Bill S-218 concerning Latin American Heritage Month, which would be in October. Through my two daughters, Melinda and Marie-Catherine, I've had the opportunity to become familiar with Latin American culture. Because my daughters were friends with Salvadorians and Mexicans, and so I was able to discover this unique culture. And I was able to share really great meals with them. I remember the pupusas and tamales made by Ms. Vasquez, and also the guacamole that was made. There's so many things to say about Latin American culture and music, which of course have been the soundtrack to many mother-daughter evenings. Mark Anthony, for example, Shakira, and others. We danced and sang to all of them, and they helped us discover the beauty and heritage of Latin American culture. Latin Americans gave us a color and a flavor and a way of living. They taught us to be more open to people who might not have been as well integrated into Quebec and Canada when they first arrived. But now they are well integrated, and we've learned more about their culture, music, and food. So I think that by having a Latin American Heritage Month, that will help us be more open to the world, more open to new cultures. And it will give us a new view of who we are as Canadians and Quebecers. And as French-speaking Canadians as well. Unfortunately, I never learned the language. I only know 2 words in Spanish. Hola, ¿qué tal? And so my daughter and grandson actually speak Spanish, even though I don't. My 7-year-old grandson has Mexican friends, and I think it's great that he's able to learn French and English and Spanish. And he also has that Latin American culture. So I think it's great that people decided to make Latin American culture in the showcase. Now, there are Latin Americans who come to Canada to help us. In 2015, thousands of agricultural workers from Mexico and Guatemala landed in Quebec to help us in the fields. Just in my riding, there are a lot of Guatemalans and Mexicans, particularly on l'Île d'Orléans, who help pick strawberries. And in the winter, Mexicans come to help us with the snow. So this whole Mexican culture really teaches us who we are. And by seeing things through their eyes and by having their friendship, I know that I was really lucky to meet these people. They explained their culture to me. They explained their religion, which is not exactly the same as mine, but which through my daughters was really something that helped me learn the whole value of Latin American culture. In my riding, there are a lot of agricultural workers, and when I was the member there, I had a whole very strong community. We would go to the park and see Guatemalans, Mexicans, Salvadorians, and all these people lived together, along with French speakers from Côte d'Ivoire and from Senegal. And there was a real multicultural aspect to that area. And that multiculturalism is really important for us because it helps us be more open to the world. Now, Latino television programs, I mean, when my daughters were teenagers, we would often go visit our Latin American friends and watch these telenovelas. I remember I used to tell them, my goodness, this is very tacky. They're just like our soap operas at home. But the Latin American community is a really, really tight-knit, family-oriented community. Now, in Quebec, we are very family-oriented too, but I think increasingly people are feeling isolated, and that's unfortunate. But Latin American families who come from abroad often bring us that other view of how things can be that is a little bit different from how we do things. Today, my daughters are 29 and 30 years old, and I can see that they've kept a lot of the same friends from when they were younger. And when I see their Latin American friends who are grown up now, who have daughters of their own, I just think it's so wonderful. Because they really give my grandson a balance between our culture and their culture. And that whole community really is very important for me. I'd like to thank my daughters for having raised me, in a sense. Normally, it's parents who raise their children, but in a sense, they did raise me to be more open to the world. And when you're more open to the world and you are open to new cultures and you want to learn about where people come from so that you can learn where they're going, when you accept that people are different from you, but they are in a sense like you, well, that really makes all the difference. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I think this type of bill, it might seem trivial to some people, but to me it's very important. It's very important because it shows something special. It shows that we're open to these communities. And today, it's the turn of the Latin American community to be honored. And to you, Neto, and to the family of Leon Velasquez and Les Corneaux, I want to thank you personally for having helped me discover how wonderful your culture is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure and always to stand in the House and take part in the important conversation we have at the heart of Canadian democracy. Today, I am pleased to join the conversation surrounding Bill C-218, the Latin American Heritage Month Act. I am especially proud to speak to this bill sponsored by my friend, the late, the Honorable Senator Enverga. I would like to say a few words about Senator Enverga before I discuss this bill. Senator Enverga was the first Canadian of Filipino descent to be appointed to the Senate. He represented my home province, Ontario, in the upper house after being appointed in 2012. He did outstanding work for the Filipino community, but also for the numbers of community in the Greater Toronto Area and across the country. My riding included. Talk about my riding, Mr. Speaker. We worked hand in hand for a number of years. Sometimes we met each other 5 times a week, 6 times a week in the different communities for the different community functions all around the GTA area. It is a pleasure to have been able to call him my friend. Senator Enverga passed away Thursday, November 16th, while on parliamentary business in Colombia. However, even after his passing, Senator Enverga's Latin American Heritage Month bill does live on. This is his legacy, and I am proud to be able to speak this and to contribute my thoughts here today. Mr. Speaker, I would like to express my full support for this act. Multiculturalism is at the very core of our Canadian society identity. Bill S218 recognizes the many major contributions to Canada's social, economic, and political fabric by Canadians' Latin American community. Further, it recognizes that the Latin American community is an important part of our diverse nation and collective heritage. I hope that members of Latin American community across the country are able to celebrate Latin American Heritage Month. Further, I hope the community is able to use it to share their unique culture and traditions with all Canadians. Given the strong and growing presence of Latin American community in Canada, formal recognition of Latin American heritage is important. This will provide Canadians of all backgrounds a perfect opportunity to recognize along with the reflect of the contributions of this community. Together, we can celebrate our diverse society here in Canada. Some may say recognition of this community means very little to bettering the Latin American community's lives in Canada. But I would argue that this bill is just one more meaningful way Canada can work towards being a more inclusive nation that celebrates and accepts people from all backgrounds and all walks of life. This bill suggests that the government should recognize the contributions that Latin American Canadians have made to Canadian society and culture for further generations by declaring each October Latin American Heritage Month. As I have said, I am proud to support this bill. I know that all of our Conservative members and, of course, the previous Conservative government have reflected on the contributions that Latin American Canadians have made to Canada. We are strong allies of the community and are thankful for their contribution in Canadian society. I will be happy to support and recognize the unique culture that Latin American brings to the table. The bill reads, throughout Canada, in each and every year, the month of October is to be known as Latin American Heritage Month. It is important that we designate October as Latin Heritage Month, as it is a very meaningful month for the Latin American community at home and abroad. It is particularly important because it is the month that marks the end of annual season of the independence celebration from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. Designating October as Latin American Heritage Month would be a meaningful way to remember, celebrate, and educate the public about their contributions. Through passing this bill, we will provide monumental appreciation and support for the community. This is important in respecting multiculturalism in Canada. We have seen many examples of this type of legislation at work. We can look at Asian Heritage Month and Black Heritage Month, just the name of few. We have also seen Italian Heritage Month and Portuguese Heritage Month both passed into law just last year, and just recently we celebrated Jewish Heritage Month. The work done in this regard does a lot of great work educating our youth in schools and sharing the vibrant culture of the different communities and contribute to our great country. Latin Americans should be no different, and their community in Canada is among the fastest growing culture groups in our country. According to Statistics Canada, between 1996 and 2001, the number of individuals reported Latin American heritage has risen by 32%. At that time, when the nation population only grew at the rate of 4%. Canadian Latin American heritage have played an active role in communities across our country going back to the early 1970s. It is clear the Latin American community is rapidly growing in our diverse society from a community that has less than 3,000 members before 1990s. Over the next decade, their community would see rapid expansion and would continue to strengthen beyond most expansions. According to Statistics Canada, there were close to 250,000 Latin Americans in Canada at the start of 21st century, and by the end of 2006, the number were doubled, reaching over 527,000 people, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that Canada's Latin community is rapidly expanding and becoming ever more present in our diverse society. Mr. Speaker, again, I must say I am extremely proud of the work that Honourable Senator Enverga did for the Latin American community in Canada. I hope to see this bill passed. As Senator Tobias Enverga said, quote, "Few countries in the world are as open and accepting the people who come from other countries to settle and make a new life for themselves," end quote. This is important work for the Latin American community. I truly believe that designating the month of October to be Latin American Heritage Month is a meaningful opportunity to celebrate another part of our unique Canadian multicultural society, just as we have seen done this before. I value the contribution made to Canada by Latin American, and I am proud to stand in support of this. I hope everyone in the House will support Bill S-218. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to rise this evening to speak on behalf of S-218, which is a bill to enact Latin Heritage Month. And, you know, I can just think of the growing Barrie Innisfil community, the Latin community that's there, and it's for them that I rise tonight. But I will be speaking, Mr. Speaker, about Senator Enverga, and in honor of Senator Enverga, if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I would love to ask the pages for dos cerveza, por favor. So, and I also want to thank the honourable member from Thornhill for sponsoring this bill in this House, a bill that I believe to be extremely important so that we can honour the legacy of Senator Enverga and what he was trying to do to recognize. Now, of course, Senator Enverga died in November of 2017. He died in Colombia while he was there on parliamentary business, and that was a sad day for all of us when we did find out, and I know some of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker, were there in Colombia with Senator Enverga and still are troubled
by what happened down on that day in November. And of course, Senator Enverga was appointed to the Senate in September 6, 2012 by former Prime Minister Harper, and what a joyous moment within the Filipino community, Mr. Speaker, because Senator Enverga was the first Filipino senator that was ever appointed to the Senate. And as we celebrate the 120th anniversary of Filipino Independence Day, I know the impact that Senator Enverga had on the Filipino community. In fact, shortly after his death, the Bayanahan Club of Simcoe County was holding their Christmas dinner, as they do annually, and there was just an incredible tribute to Senator Enverga and what he had done, and many tears were shed that night because the emotion was still raw as a result of his death, and I know that he is tremendously loved, not just within the Canadian Filipino community, but also within the Barrie-Innisfil Filipino community. And so he also was elected to public office, first elected as a Toronto Catholic School Board trustee. He was awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Medal Jubilee in 2012, and a voice for those with special needs, Mr. Speaker. And what a soft and gentle voice Senator Enverga had. He was a champion of multiculturalism here in Canada, and some of his parliamentary work, and it's really too numerous to mention, Mr. Speaker, matters relating to Canadians and Canada's Indigenous peoples, Canada's oceans, waters, waterways, fisheries, ecosystems, and economic resources, also dealing with matters related to banking, trade, and commerce. He was certainly involved in agriculture and parliamentary procedures and rights, Mr. Speaker. He was a strong voice on both of those issues, and many of us in this House can learn valuable lessons from Senator Enverga on the work that he did. And of course, in his community, there literally wasn't an event that Senator Enverga traveled to. He was co-chair of the GTA Heritage Month celebrations. He served on the Canadian Multicultural Council, and he founded the Philippine Canadian Charitable Foundation. What an honorable member of this place, and he is sorely missed. But again, it's his legacy with respect to this piece of legislation that all members of this House, I hope, would support on behalf of Senator Enverga. Now, as I said earlier, the Latin community in Barrie-Innisfil is a really growing and dynamic community. The numbers are growing, the culture, the food, the experiences of Latin America and Latin heritage are so prevalent now in Barrie-Innisfil. And almost every event that I go to somewhere in Barrie-Innisfil, there are members of the Latin community that are there. And there are several key important members, Nohemi Hernandez Betrago, their events, the Mother's Day Fiesta, the Latin dance parties, the numerous Latin dance parties that occur, and I've actually gotten very good at doing the salsa, Mr. Speaker, because of attendance at these parties. And I can show you a little bit if you like, but they also help in other Latin communities as well. And teaming up just recently with the Innisfil Latin Organization to raise money for the youth of Guatemala who are affected by the eruption of the Fuego volcano, or the fire volcano, as it's known. Of course, it just recently exploded, for lack of a better term. There were many people that lost their lives, villages that were buried in ash, and this community rallied together, raising money for food, medicine, and for other needs of the rescue workers. And that really is what Latin people do. They come together. They're so strong in their community and their commitment to the community. And the other thing that they do, Mr. Speaker, is promote ESL classes for Latino community members. In fact, this summer, if you go to the Barrie Community Latin Foundation Facebook page, you'll actually see a schedule of those summer classes that are going to occur from 9 to 1:30 on those dates that are specified on the website. And I think that one of the most disappointing things for me is there's a church in my riding, Mr. Speaker, who offers English as a second language to many newcomers from Latin America, and because of the government's Canada Summer Jobs attestation, they didn't qualify because they refused to buy into the Liberal government and the Prime Minister's ideology. So there are some people within the Latin community who are not going to receive ESL language this year because of the Canada Summer Jobs grant and the failure to receive money. And of course, the Innisfil Latin organization is really growing, and they serve as a communication network for the Hispanic community in Ontario with different needs. And they have a meeting point in Innisfil. Everyone is welcome to attend, and they support each other. They get more resources and tools and help the Latino community. And I can think of one person in particular, Mr. Speaker, Nina Dunire, and she does English as second language classes for seniors who are newcomers to Innisfil. And this is the way they rally around together and really try to help each other. In fact, I was just talking to Nina at the Innisfil Beach Rec Center, and she wants to do more work to do some outreach to the Latin community. And so there are others as well. Judy Hubbs, Chris Matheson, who is strongly involved in the Latino community, Manuel Antonio Vera and Catherine Lozano Contreras, key players in the Innisfil Latino community. And they do a tremendous amount of work. I've been to some of the dance events that they have as well, entertainment, parties, birthdays, networks, share job information, immigration information, and this is where obviously my office can play a key role in providing service and being that conduit to help them out. Again, English as second language workshops and how to keep Spanish in our homes. And so they do activities as well for children. They do recipes for kitchens as well, Mr. Speaker. Just tremendous, tremendous contribution to our Barrie Innisfil community. And they're everywhere. They are literally everywhere. And this past weekend, the Rotary Family Fun Day took place at the Innisfil Beach Recreation Center, and there they were. And I know that they're going to be at the Innisfil Rib Fest this weekend, Mr. Speaker. And the mayor and I are going to be there. And it's actually probably the only community in Canada where you get the mayor of Innisfil and the member of parliament for Barrie Innisfil that are going to be joining together to sell beer tickets at Rib Fest. This is the kind of community we have, and Mayor Walkup and I often joke about that. And so about this bill, and I think this is the important part about this, it recognizes the contributions that Latin American Canadians have made to Canadian society. This is precisely what Senator Enverga thought of when he developed this bill, the richness and diversity of Latin American language and cultures, and the importance of reflecting upon Latin American heritage and culture for future generations by declaring the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month. And I know later, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you're in the chair for this, because the honourable member from Huron-Bruce will be speaking about the contribution that Latin Americans have made to the game of baseball in this country.
Oh, that's good.
And he will be talking specifically about the Blue Jays and some of the Hall of Famers, and I don't want to give too much away, but it's going to be great. And so I have experienced the Latin community and how it has enriched Barrie Innisfil. And in the words of Shakira, Mr. Speaker, the hips don't lie, and I never really knew that she could dance like this. She makes a man want to speak Spanish, and I support this bill wholeheartedly and apoyo este proyecto de ley, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an honor to rise tonight to speak to Bill S-218, the creation of a Latin American Cultural Month in the month of October. Obviously, this is a heated debate over a very controversial bill, which is why we have 6 hours devoted to it. I have been a member of Parliament for 7 years. This is the first time I've been allowed to rise in debate during private members' bill hour when it wasn't my own bill. So I spoke to my own bill, Bill SC442 in the previous Parliament, which created a Lyme disease strategy. So for those who are political nerds and might wonder why it would be that a member in my position doesn't usually speak on private members' bill, well, private members' business is usually brief, and speaking slots are hard to find. And for some reason this evening, I was able to get a much coveted speaking slot on Latin American Heritage Month for Canada. Now, for viewers somewhere in, or historians opening up Hansard at some point covered in dust, some decades from now, I think we should reveal that this is the success of 6 hours of debate on a non-controversial private member's bill is a tribute to political and procedural shenanigans in this place. And somehow or other, and the credit or blame, one might say how clever, is to Conservatives who managed to force an extra 5 hours of debate on this bill. Now, that's not to minimize that this is a great bill, but I do want to explain why we're here when there are other, and I have to admit this, and I don't want to do any, not out of any disrespect to anyone watching or anyone, and as I do, who cares about Latin American heritage. No disrespect intended, but there are more pressing matters facing the nation. However, tonight for 6 hours, we are debating Latin American Heritage Month. Now, I want to turn my attention to that and start, as others have, by paying tribute to a departed colleague from the other place, Senator Vega, whom I knew. His death was a terrible shock to all of us. He was on parliamentary business when he died quite suddenly, and it was a terrible thing, as is always the case when someone dies unexpectedly in doing their work on behalf of this place. This private member's bill comes to us from someone who didn't have Latin American heritage, and I think that's quite interesting. I'm happy to support it. And I want to say that my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, while we have a very vibrant community that's Latin American, it is indeed small. The language of Spanish is spoken, Portuguese is spoken, but not by very many. I do want to share with you, though, that Spanish names and Spanish heritage are commonly found in the geography of place. So in the colonial waves that came across Turtle Island, the Spaniards, of course, came. And if you look at my riding, my representation is Saanich Gulf Islands. Well, Saanich, of course, is a Sinchothan word, indigenous, Wasanich. It actually means the people who are rising. But the islands, the Gulf Islands, you'll find there's Galiano Island. Galiano Island is named after a Spanish explorer from 1792. There's Saturna Island. Now, Saturna Island is actually named for a naval schooner, not a person, the Santa Santorina, that came to the Gulf Islands in 1791. I could digress and discuss the pig war that took place between at Saturna Island. It was a hotly contested piece of real estate. It's amazing that it isn't now, by the way, because if anyone's never really looked at a map of southern Vancouver Island, you should, because you'll find that where I live is actually south of the 49th parallel, and I look due east at the state of Washington. So it's a territory that is entirely shared lands and waters. And some of those shared waters are the Strait of Juan de Fuca. Now, Juan de Fuca goes way back. Juan de Fuca was actually a Greek, but he was exploring on behalf of King Philip II of Spain in 1580s, and the Strait of Juan de Fuca is one that is terribly threatened by Aframax tankers loaded with dilbit. But that's a different debate. The entertainment value from across the ways may distract me from telling you about Portuguese Joe. Because, this is fascinating. Stay with me. Portuguese Joe was the first European to live in Stanley Park. He was actually born in the Azores in 1828. He lived in Stanley Park, outside of course, where Vancouver is now, and he married the granddaughter of none other than the great Chief Capilano. He really brought Portuguese culture and heritage to Vancouver proper, the Lower Mainland, and in his later years, he moved to Reed Island. He actually bought a chunk of Reed Island, which is off Galiano, and that's, if people keep giggling, I'm going to have a hard time. He passed away on Reed Island, having had 2 First Nations wives. The first, as I mentioned, the granddaughter of Chief Capilano, the second from the Seychelles Nations. All of this connects Indigenous culture and Latin American culture, which is what I wanted to reflect on. Because so far tonight, we've talked of Latin American culture exclusively in its colonial connotations. We've talked about Spanish dancing, we've talked about Latin language, we've talked about yummy food. Let me just cast our minds to the reality that Latin America is an indigenous place. We stand tonight on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation. Much of Latin America is traditional territory of Mayan, of Quechua-speaking peoples, and this is being reflected right now for anyone who wants to go to UBC's Museum of Anthropology, starting on May 17th and running till October 8th, is an exhibit on the art of resistance, politics and the past in Latin America. And those who put this exhibit together, and it's traveled, there's a write-up in the New York Times if you want to read about it, look at the political overlay of how politics and oppression show themselves forward in the arts of indigenous people of Latin America. Now, it might seem incongruous that of all places in Canada, that the arts of resistance, politics, and the past in Latin America is on exhibit where? In our Museum of Anthropology at UBC campus. I don't know how many of you have been to the Museum of Anthropology at UBC campus, but it's a spectacular place which is overwhelmingly British Columbia culture, Indigenous arts. There's a lot of original Bill Reed pieces. There are carved totems, New Chalmouth and Haida and Saanich. There's a whole range of Indigenous arts of British Columbia. And that's the place that people can go right now to get a sense of what kind of art expresses itself from people who are marginalized and oppressed by colonialism within Latin America. So the connections between Canada and Latin America are not only those of our colonial history, which we share, those who have moved to Canada who come from a colonial past, but many people who've come to Canada from Latin America also come from that Indigenous tradition, whether from Honduras or Guatemala or Mexico or from wherever they've come from Latin American countries. They also often come with a connection to their Indigenous traditional past and that culture which infuses so much of the richness of history throughout Latin America. One of my constituents, by the way, Ronald Wright, is a best-selling author who has well documented these connections in his book Stolen Continents, or in his review of so much of Indigenous culture, Time Among the Maya, or really a lot of reflection on Indigenous culture in A Short History of Progress, although that mostly focuses on the foibles of hubris, Western civilization, and greed. However, Latin American Cultural Month, I believe this controversial bill will pass. And I believe that we will celebrate every October with great gusto across party lines, that if nothing else, it brought parliamentarians together on a June night in 2018 for a 6-hour debate, which is not the first hour of debate, but the second hour of debate, which is a 6-hour of debate, that allows us to say Latin American culture is alive and well in Canada. We celebrate it. Merci, miigwech, gracias, muito obrigada. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise and speak today to support my colleague from the riding of Thornhill, who is moving that Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, be read a second time and sent to committee. People in his riding can be proud of the work accomplished here in Ottawa for them and for all Canadians. I support this bill, which intends to recognize the significant contribution of the Latin American community in Canada to our country. This legislative measure was developed by our colleague, the Honourable Senator Tobias Verga, following his work with Parliamericas, which led him to propose the bill that the House is now seized with. Latin America is part of our hemisphere. The region's often made up of all of South America, part of Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean islands, whose populations speak Romance languages or have that included in one of their official languages. Within the framework of Bill S-218, Senator Verga had set out the broadest interpretation possible to ensure that this legislative measure would cover those who define themselves as Hispanophones of South America or Central America, as well as those who are from French-speaking or Spanish-speaking Antilles. To help this broad and inclusive measure, we see that Canadians of Latin American origin are present in all of our regions in our vast and beautiful country. Although we don't have exact census data, we estimate that this demographic group includes over 500,000 men, women, and children. We know with certainty that the Latin American community is among Canada's cultural groups that is growing the most quickly. According to Statistics Canada from 1996 to 2001, the number of people who declare themselves to be of Latin American origin increased by 32%, whereas the overall population went up by 4%. These are estimates drawn from the broadest possible measure, but demographic experts calculate that 600,000 to 1.2 million Latin Americans live among us. These numbers are significant when we understand that before 1960, the Latin American population in Canada was very small. It's in the 1960s and 70s that Canada saw the first real wave of Latin American immigration. In too many cases, people who came here were fleeing social and economic troubles, dictatorships, and conflicts. It's part of this recent wave, the most recent wave of those fleeing the corrupt and repressive regime of Venezuela, first led by Hugo Chavez, then by the brutal Nicolas Maduro. Latin Americans represent a significant loss for the countries that they have fled, but they are a significant asset for Canada. Their level of education, their skills, and their ability to adapt have truly been an advantage on the labor market, and they have benefited the economy and Canadian cultural milieus. According to statistics drawn from the census, the 3 South American countries that have the largest number of foreign nationals living in Canada are Mexico, Colombia, and Salvador. Most Canadians of Latin American origin live in Quebec, in British Columbia, Alberta, or Ontario. The Latin American population in Canada is young. According to Statistics Canada, about 50% of people of Latin American origin living in Canada are 25 years old or less. Seniors represent less than 5% of those who declare themselves to be of Latin American origin, compared to 12% of all Canadians. Almost all Canadians of Latin American origin are able to speak one of Canada's official languages. They are slightly more likely than the rest of the population to have a university diploma. According to Statistics Canada, once more, adults of Latin American origin who are of an age to participate in the workforce, 64%, are slightly more likely to occupy a job than the average Canadian adult. Latin America is the 4th source of immigration for Canada. However, unlike the United States, the demographic data for people of Latin American origin are not measured or recognized As much as they are in the United States, S18 intends not only to deepen our appreciation and celebration of the Latin American community, but also to measure more precisely the real number of individuals, as well as their regional contributions to our economy and culture. The Latin American population in Canada is a vibrant and multicultural community made up of many subgroups: artists, musicians, writers, athletes of the first generation, and even leaders in the fields of science, health, and business have led to the second and third generation of people who add their talents and skills to the mix. The first version of the bill, moved by Senator Enverga, Bill S-218, would have designated October as Latin American Heritage Month. I will explain the logic behind this choice. October is a very important month throughout Latin America. It's the month that corresponds to the end of annual seasonal celebrations of the independence of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. October 12th also marks Culture Day in Costa Rica, the Day of Indigenous Resistance in Venezuela, the Day of Respect for Cultural Diversity in Argentina, the Day of the Americas in Uruguay, and the Day for Children in Brazil. Puerto Rico and Chile are also to hold their independence celebrations just before October, and in many other countries, namely Mexico, the Day of the Dead is a 3-day celebration during which one celebrates their ancestors, and that also marks the end of October. Of course, we must not forget the Hispanic influences of Senator Enverga's country of origin. The vast and dynamic Filipino community in Canada, although it is very proud of the independence they won from Spain, is celebrated every year in the riding of Thornhill, celebrates the Day of All Saints, the Day of the Dead, and keeps alive other cultural traditions from the colonial era that are perpetuated through new national traditions. For those who are wondering, what is this whole business of heritage? Why do we choose these months, or why are they necessary? Well, first we must look at important, or rather significant moments to recognize and appreciate the contribution that different communities bring to Canada. And then, people must know that establishing these months does not lead to any kind of government expenditure. It's not a matter of giving a month off or something else along those lines. Heritage months, allow us to stop and recognize and appreciate the contributions of different groups. These months also offer a unique opportunity for cultural exchange. Of course, members of the community whose culture is celebrated are aware of their culture and their heritage all throughout the year. However, when there is a month that highlights the heritage of a particular culture, the entire public can pay attention to it and recognize, or perhaps become aware of the fact that there's an opportunity to become more informed about it and learn about different aspects of the culture. It's not enough to say that we should be aware of the existence of other cultures. We also need times where we can highlight these particular cultures and remember the contribution of hundreds of communities. A Heritage Month can be the opportunity to hear about experiences lived by Canadians of different origins. We know that Canadians belonging to visible minorities can sometimes be the victims of prejudice that others do not experience. We have a lot to gain through these opportunities, and we can reflect on these types of questions, become more aware, and enrich our lives through the experiences of others. Recently, in The Economist, there was an article on people who speak Italian in Brazil. I didn't know this, but there are dialects in this country that were formed under the influence of Italian, German, and other Indigenous languages. That's a diversity that we find in Canada as well. People of very different origins came to the country and made it richer for their contribution. Other colleagues have mentioned the importance of October for the other celebrations that it includes, that I've referred to. To conclude, I will thank Senator Enverga, as well as the sponsor of the bill in the House, for having given us the opportunity to highlight the contribution of Canadians of different origins. I would invite all members to become more familiar with the bill, and I hope that they will vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise in this place to discuss Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. For me, this is the opportunity to highlight the work and presence of a vibrant community in my riding of Saint-Hyacinthe and Acton Vale. As you know, members of Latin American communities in Canada have made a precious contribution to the social, economic, and political fabric of Canada. This bill is intended to establish Latin American Heritage Month in October of every year, and I'm proud to support it. Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight and recognize in this House the important members and organizations of the inhabitants of Saint-Hyacinthe and Acton Vale who accomplish precious work in the riding for the Latin American community. It's an honor for me to rise and speak of the exceptional work being accomplished by the Maison de la Famille Mascoutaine, which for 25 years has been facilitating the integration of newcomers and allowing them to develop the tools they need to adapt to their environment and settle into Saint-Hyacinthe. The Maison de la Famille helps all families, welcomes them, offers them support, prevention, and other services. This organization, which celebrated in February its 25th anniversary, is intended to facilitate the integration of newcomers in Saint-Hyacinthe and to help them throughout that journey. The Maison de la Famille des Mascoutains is doing its best to reduce the difficulties that newcomers may experience and to help them find their independence while adapting to their environment. For that, the Maison has 51 interpreters and offers interpretation services in 17 languages. Last year, stakeholders responded to hundreds of requests from families that had newly arrived. The organization is also very present in community organizations, and they participate in events all throughout the year to deal with different cultural themes. Thank you to the Maison de la Famille for its good work.
I would also like to underscore the incredible work done by the entire team at the Maison de la Famille, some of whom come from the Latin American community. So Lisette Flores, General Director of Maison de la Famille des Mascoutains, who came to office in December 2016 following the departure of Carlos Martinez. And Ms. Flores has an MPA from l'ENAP, like me, and she has a working experience managing not-for-profit organizations. She's done really incredible work there. Jubilé Lara Guibel, who is the coordinator of immigrant services, in 1996 founded the organization Solidarité Ethnique Régionale de la Yamaska in Granby. For 19 years, she has been working with great passion at Maison de la Famille. Alvaro Sierra, Integration Officer, works to facilitate the integration of young immigrants from the moment they arrive in the country. He meets with the family before the child is registered for school, and he helps them with all of their administrative procedures. He then follows up with the young person, as well as the parents and the school, to make sure the integration is going well. Qatar Wazani and Carmen Cecilia Calderon are also integration agents, and they work closely with families and new arrivals to Canada. Carmen Elena Serna, an educator, and Luz Dari Maran Morales, assistant educator, also work with the Young Persons Program, and they do so passionately to help young and old. Thank you all for your incredible work. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor today to talk to you about Forum 2020, an organization that is a not-for-profit organization that serves people who want to settle in Saint-Hyacinthe. Forum 2020's mission is to improve demographic development in the area through immigration. So it works by reducing obstacles to integration for immigrants, and it helps integrate immigrants by helping them encourage in citizen activities in institutions and organizations. It also tries to ensure that the immigration happens in a way that respects everyone's values. For 10 years now, Forum 2020, which is directed by members of the Latin American community, like its General Director, Ana Luisa Iturriaga, and the Communications Officer and Immigration Development Agent, Claudia Mancia, care about promoting cultural diversity among local citizens. For example, they organize cultural Saturdays, which happen all summer long, and I have the pleasure of attending them. These involve activities that show off the cultures of dozens of different countries and encourage cultural exchanges between citizens and new arrivals. Forum 2020 aims to attract, mobilize, and help resettle families from all across the planet by helping them flourish in our community. I'd like to thank them for their involvement, and I'd like to wish a happy 10th anniversary to Forum 2020. Mr. Speaker, Saint-Hyacinthe and Acton Vale are vibrant communities, in part thanks to the contribution of these different cultural communities. I would like to underscore the extraordinary work done in collaboration with Forum 2020 by the Downtown Development Society, or SDC, in Saint-Hyacinthe. Starting in 2015, they set up these cultural Saturdays, which aim to share the values and traditions of new arrivals to the region. I'd like to thank Simon Cusson and Chantal Lefebvre for their incredible work, helping our downtown and our region reflect the traditions of these different cultural communities. Mr. Speaker, Saint-Hyacinthe and Acton Vale have a vibrant and well-established Latin American community. I've had the pleasure of visiting a number of businesses that include workers who come from this community. For example, Gloria Janis, a project manager and engineer who deals with production at Beaulieu Canada, a local company that has positioned itself as a precursor in the flooring industry, and which is constantly producing innovative products for the market. Odilsa Roja Rodriguez, who is a volunteer in our community. Martha Rincon, an active and highly involved volunteer. Nilde Benito, a volunteer and entrepreneur who created the company Pasha Mama Canada, which offers high-quality alpaca products and offers sales directly from Peruvian artisans. It's all fair trade and ecological. Jesus Sose, who works for Penske. Denis Simaf, Celso Kosaka, Davi Almeida, and Salira Sanchez, and Carlos Chacon, as well as Lorena Meneses, a young entrepreneur who leads a prosperous company which imports, roasts, and distributes Colombian coffee. John Sanchez works to welcome people who are arriving in Canada, and Eric Gonzalez, the director of Caisse des Jardins in the Saint-Hyacinthe region. Angelica Gill, DG for an organization that helps people with mental health problems by offering them support that is tailored to their needs. Lucy Cablan, a cultural researcher and who has published articles in the prestigious Agronomy Journal of the American Society of Agronomy. Nestor Arieta Bernal of Technosystems, and many, many others who enrich us through their expertise and professionalism. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to take a moment to invite all new arrivals to my community to an event that I'll be organizing on July 1st at Jean-Claude Patnaud Park in Saint-Hyacinthe. I'm very pleased to have the privilege to welcome them to their new home, and I hope that I will have the opportunity to chat with them on July 1st. Once again, I'm proud to support this bill and I would like to thank the Latin American community for their exceptional contribution to our community and our country. I look forward to celebrating Latin American Heritage Month with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to rise tonight to speak on Bill S-218. And I just have to echo so many of my colleagues tonight who are paying tribute to Senator Enverga, who was the first Filipino senator appointed to the Senate, and who worked tirelessly on behalf of the Filipino community, but also reached across ethnic lines, and that's why he brought forward this bill, S-218. And it is, actually, he was traveling on Parle America business when he got ill and suddenly died down in Colombia. So it is, first and foremost, I think all of us miss him greatly, and we again extend our condolences to his entire family and the Filipino community. Now, I have a great interest in Latin America. I used to be in the livestock export business. I had a number of individuals working for me in Mexico. I had an office in southern Brazil. And I traveled exclusively across the Pampas. And over the years that I was selling livestock and also selling genetic materials, I really fell in love with the culture, the music, the food, but especially the people. And it is so amazing how many of them have called Canada home when they've left some very gorgeous countries, especially in Central America and the Caribbean, to come here and live in the more cooler climate of Canada. And since I was elected in 2004, I've had an opportunity to work quite a bit on Parle Americas, including being 3 years as the Canadian president and sitting on the international executive of Parle Americas. And so worked side by side with politicians from the different Latino parliaments and got to visit a lot of the countries. Been a number of times to Colombia, Brazil, of course, Panama, and Mexico. And Chile and Argentina as well. And I can tell you that they're just great, thriving democracies, but they weren't always that way. So many people have come to call Canada home, Mr. Speaker, because this is the country that they came to for refuge. They were fleeing violence. They're fleeing from dictatorships. They're getting away from internal conflicts and civil wars, and they're trying to get away from the drug cartels. Now, you think about Colombia in particular and how long that they were having the battle between FARC, the paramilitaries, the government, and the drug cartels fighting over territory there. I've been in the city of Medellin, and Medellin, is a city about the same size as Ottawa, Winnipeg, about 800,000 people. At the peak of the conflict in the late 1990s, early 2000s, that city alone was seeing over 4,000 murders a year. And, you put that in contrast to the number of murders that we are experiencing here in cities at that scale, it's really astounding to see that there has been so many people killed because of that type of violence. And of course people want to get away from that. You look at how many people came to Canada from Chile to get away from Pinochet, the general who took, through a coup, a junta, took over the country in 1973 and was the dictator there until 1990. And of course, Chileans fled. We have a lot of Cubans that live in Canada to get away from the Castros. First it was Fidel and then Raul. And we always forget, a lot of people like to go on vacation in Cuba, but it is a communist country. And that thousands of people were political prisoners and executed during the civil war by Fidel Castro and his brother Raul. In Ecuador, we have Korea, Honduras, there's many different conflicts. Bolivia, Morales, Nicaragua. We're again living under, people are living there again under Daniel Ortega, 1979 to 1990, a brutal dictator, and he came back to power in 2007. And even this spring, we're seeing again student protests trying to overthrow his corrupt government. And of course, we've already heard people talk about Venezuela and how corrupt it is, first under Hugo Chavez and now under President Nicolas Maduro. And we can see each and every time people are trying to get away from these individuals who are committing atrocities. Maduro is using food as a weapon, something that we experienced in Ukraine in 1932, 1933, where Stalin, another communist leader, actually used food as a weapon. And we're seeing it being done in modern times in Venezuela. So we have all these people that have come to Canada, and we are lucky that earlier this session, back in the fall, we passed the Sergei Magnitsky law that Senator Reina Landerchuk and myself had brought to both houses of Parliament, and that the first name on the list of the government sanctioned was Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and I applaud the government for doing that because it does send a strong signal that these dictators that are going to commit atrocities against the very citizens that they have are the target of what we're trying to do under Magnitsky sanctions, that they cannot use Canada as a safe haven to hide their wealth, to hide their families, and that their kleptocracy, their atrocities, and their violent suppression of its people will not be tolerated by the free world. Now, of course, a lot of Latinos have come to Canada because of economic opportunity. And I think about the Mexicans in particular. Over 80,000 have come to call Canada home. They are by far the biggest Latino community in Canada. A lot of them came up here originally to work on our farms. A lot of them still do, are summer migrants and part of the farm workers program that we have with temporary visas. They get up here and they come year after year, and often working in the orchards, in the vegetable fields, even on the honey farms, on the apiaries. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that they fall in love with Canada, and they love the standard of living that they can have here and enjoy. And so they stay. And we welcome their joining Canada and joining our economy. And the largest community of Mexicans in Manitoba is in the city of Brandon, and they came to actually work in the pork industry and have great paying jobs, making major contributions to the city, and they of course brought their culture with them. I'm talking about culture, and we talked about the music, the dance, the language, the art, of course the food, but let's remember there's some great festivals. And I want to invite everyone here to go to Folklorama in Winnipeg. August 5th to 18th, Folklorama, over 44 pavilions of all different ethnicities. And it's got seven pavilions that are Latino. 7 pavilions that are Latino. So it starts off with, you got the Argentina Tango Pavilion, you got the Brazilian Pavilion, the Caribbean Pavilion, the Mexican Pavilion. Chile, they got 2. They got Chile Lindo, and Lindo means beautiful, so Chile Lindo, and Chilean, and then there's also El Salvador. So, we got all these great pavilions that you can actually go around through Folklorama, tour and visit each country, and you get a passport, you get it stamped, and you get to enjoy this fantastic festival. Now, I know that there's lots of great Latino festivals, and of course in Toronto they like to talk about Caravana, but I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that by far the best cultural festival in Canada, runs for 2 weeks, is Folklorama. And so I just want to make sure, and I know that my friend from Winnipeg North agrees with me. We want to see Canadians come, enjoy all the different cultures, but let's specifically, now that we're going to recognize Latin American Heritage Month here in Canada for every October, let's make sure that we get out there, support their festivals, learn more about their culture. And Mr. Speaker, I know that all of us will be better for it. To all of our friends in the Latin American community here across Canada, I just have to say thank you for coming and making Canada your home. Thank you for coming here and making such a major contribution. Thank you for being part of our cultural mosaic as a multicultural nation. And I can say thank you for making us a better country. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I encourage all my colleagues to come and support Bill S-218. Let's do it in the celebration of the memory of Senator Enverga, and I know that at the end of the day, we'll be a better country for it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and buenas noches. It's my pleasure as well. Unfortunately, I forget most of the Spanish that I learned with my Mexican colleagues in Montreal, but we need to work on our languages. And I would add at the beginning, I'm totally supportive of this bill for Latin American Heritage Month, but I think knowing my Latino friends, they'd probably rather do it in July or August, given where they come from, but maybe that's negotiable. There are more than 25,000 Latinos in my city of Edmonton, and most in the Latin American community speak a minimum of 2 languages. So many, of course, speak Spanish, but they also speak Portuguese. But as I will share later, there are other languages that our Latin American friends have brought to Canada. They were attracted to Edmonton in particular for reasons like any other, good schools, economic opportunity, but mostly for freedom. Many came as refugees. As Giuseppe Marconi, the organizer of Carnival Edmonton, explains, trying to describe over 20 Latin American countries where languages in common sounds easy, but in reality, everyone is unique with different cultures, gastronomies, artists, folklore, stories, but we're always looking to overcome the differences. As I said, so how many languages? He says, well, everybody thinks we all speak the Spanish, but if you have Spanish-speaking friends, you know that many of them speak differently. Of course, in parts of Spain, they speak Spanish with a beautiful, beautiful lisp. It's a beautiful language. Edmonton's Latino community is made up of 20 different countries. Some, as I say, speak Spanish, some Portuguese, but many speak indigenous languages, such as Mayan and Arawak languages. Over 2,000 claim Latino heritage in my riding alone of Edmonton Strathcona, and over 4,000 profess being able to speak Spanish or Portuguese in my riding. There are many prominent Latino Edmontonians and Albertans. 3 Alberta members of the legislature are of Latin American heritage. Alberta Culture Minister Ricardo Miranda came from Nicaragua. Rod Loyola, who emigrated to Alberta as a child refugee from Chile, and Estefania Cortez Vargas from Colombia. Sandra Azocar, a well-renowned community leader, is executive director of Friends of Medicare and a great campaigner on our party's behalf, campaigning for pharmacare. Ricardo Acuna, a dear friend, executive director of the Parkland Institute. He immigrated to Canada as a child with his family as political refugees from the repression in Chile in the 1970s. Ricardo reminds me of the substantial influence that the Chilean community has had in Alberta in both infusing commitment to social democracy and to the union movement. And he reminds me that Ramon Antipan, also a Chilean refugee, was very instrumental in building CUP W. A Peruvian, a rather controversial Latino, Rafi Torres, formerly played with the Edmonton Oilers. He's now a retired NHL hockey player. My dear friend Sonia Varela and her daughter Maria, also Chilean refugees, have been stalwart supporters of social democracy, pharmacare, Medicare in my province. Cesar Augusto Rondon, president and founder of Multicultural Media and Arts Foundation, which has supported projects including Edmonton Carnival, La Prensa, Directorio Latino de Alberta. Giuseppe Marconi, who I mentioned earlier, host and creator of Viva Yeg Latino podcast and Latino Awards Alberta. He organizes Carnival Edmonton, which takes place over 3 days in the summer in Edmonton Strathcona. He proudly advises this is the largest Latin festival in Canada. So come and check it out. Mexicans, Carlos Isaias and Bernardo Maldonado are the owners of the famous Argyle's Foods Tienda Latina, offering full range of Latin foods and condiments, also in my beautiful riding of Edmonton Strathcona. Juan Coroca, longtime radio host for Corazon Latino on World FM, also broadcast from Edmonton Strathcona. Sebastian Barrera, community promoter of arts, founder of Cray Art Schools of Arts in Parkdale, Cromdale. It is a free donation-run art school that provides free music lessons and has completed large graffiti and mural art in the Canard Ravine in my city. And my neighbors hosted a backyard fundraiser for his program. It's really very worthwhile. many cultural organizations and schools, including the Gabriela Mistral Spanish Language School in my riding, highly regarded school for teaching Spanish to adults and children, founded as early as 1987. The Edmonton Hispanic Bilingual Association, also in my riding at McKernan School, founded in 1981. The Cultural Asociación Folclórico Mexico Lindo of Alberta teaches traditional Mexican folk dance. The LASCA, Latin American Senior Citizen Association of Edmonton, and Grupo Primavera are Latin senior citizens groups. LACEN, or the Latin American Community Engagement Network, assists settlement services, English classes, training for recent immigrants. And they have also partnered with the Papaches First Nation to honor Indigenous culture. The Venezolanos on Edmonton are a Venezuelan group that get together. Acapelca, a Peruvian-Canadian cultural association, also in my riding. There is the Chilean Community Society. And then there is also the Latin American Students Association at my alma mater, the University of Alberta. Across my riding and across the city, but I'm particularly proud in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona, many fabulous Latino restaurants. Uma, El Cortez, Mucho Burrito, Vida Arepa, which is a Venezuelan restaurant, Julio's Barrio, Burrito Libre, and Tacos on White. All places for everybody to get together when you come to visit beautiful Edmonton Strathcona. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to share that for 4 years, I had the opportunity to work with Mexican colleagues in Montreal at the North American Commission for Environmental Cooperation. And at every opportunity, and I mean every opportunity, every child's birthday, every spouse's birthday, every celebration like the Cinco de Mayo or the Day of the Dead or the Day of the Dead plus Halloween, we would have celebrations, and there would be a lot of salsa, a lot of samba, a lot of merengue, a lot of music, and of course, a lot of tequila. So I have been very privileged to spend a lot of time with Latino colleagues, with Latino friends in Edmonton, and I think indeed, if ever there was a culture in our country that merited a celebration, and I still think that we might want to negotiate on the month because many of these festivals are outside. I know that in the Heritage Days Festival in Edmonton, which is mammoth and goes on over 3 days, that you will find a lot of the culture of the Latino community. So, buenas noches again, and enjoy the rest of the evening celebrating the Latino culture.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Buenas noches, El Presidente. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. I'm very pleased to be able to speak in support of Bill S-218, seeking to create a Latin American Heritage Month in Canada. The proposed legislation will create an opportunity for us to appreciate more and learn more about the Latin American culture in Canada. Latin American Heritage Month was originally proposed by the late Senator Tobias Enverga, the first Canadian senator of Filipino descent. The senator, not being Latin American himself, still found it important that Canada would celebrate the amazing contribution the Latin American culture has given to Canada. Senator Enverga, who was a champion of multiculturalism in Canada, passed away suddenly on Thursday, November 16, 2017, while on parliamentary business in Colombia. He is and was very deeply missed. He said that the Canadian policy of multiculturalism is a great success when it comes to allowing for and celebrating the various cultural backgrounds and languages that we have and we share. He also said few countries in the world are as open and as accepting to people who come from other countries to settle and to make a new life for themselves than Canada. I also want to thank my honourable colleague, the member for Thornhill, for continuing the work started by Senator Enverga. Mr. Speaker, we are so blessed to live in such a multicultural society in Canada. The Canadian Multiculturalism Act of 1988 has done much to welcome and invite cultures from across the globe into Canada, into our Canadian family. The measures emphasize the right of all individuals to preserve and share their cultural heritage while retaining their right to full and equitable participation in Canadian society. The Act sought to remove any barriers preventing full participation in society and promised to assist individuals in eliminating and overcoming discrimination. Canada's Latin American population is approaching 500,000 people. That is a significant number of Canadians who self-identify as Latin American, and we are grateful that they've chosen to make this great country their home. And home they make it. Their contributions to our society are absolutely wonderful. Across Canada, there are many Latin American festivals and celebrations that take place, and being able to access such a vibrant culture is a privilege that we are blessed to appreciate. In my own community of Yorkton, Saskatchewan, I was able to participate a few months ago in our Mosaic Festival of Cultures, where over a dozen different cultures were involved, and believe me, the Latin American contingent was second to none. They bring a great deal of energy and color and vibrance to our community. Latin America itself is comprised of 26 countries: Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, Peru, Venezuela, Chile, Ecuador, Guatemala, Cuba, Haiti, Bolivia, Dominican Republic, Honduras, Paraguay, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Panama, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, Guadalupe, Martinique, French Guiana, Saint Martin, and Saint Barthélemy. The Latin American population is approximately 620 million people, and that's excluding those who have immigrated elsewhere. Latin America is full of both human and natural resources. Being up in the north, we have Latin Americans to thank that we can enjoy things like strawberries, oranges, grapes, watermelon, and much more in the midst of our Canadian winters. We also welcome many people from Latin America to help fill our labor gaps in different regions of Canada. In my riding of Yorkton Melville, many of our honey farms hire wonderful Latin American beekeepers. Their hard work is such an integral part of our honey and agricultural industry. And that's an area where I think we do need to work harder to enable them to be able to work in the country more consistently without having to make so many trips back and forth when they want to spend their time in Canada and contribute to our economy. Canada's Latin American population is a vibrant and multicultural community composed of a range of subgroupings. First-generation artists, musicians, writers, and athletes, as well as leaders in the science, health, and business sectors, have led second and third generations that are adding their talents and skills to the mix. As much as our cultures are different, there are also similarities. With some countries, we share French as our official language. With other countries, we share resources in the mining and oil sector. And with most of the countries, we do share a Judeo-Christian heritage. Mr. Speaker, if Latin America was one entire country, they would be the 5th largest economy in the world. And it's vital that Canada continues to build a trade relationship with this key region of the global economy and to continue to welcome these wonderful people into our country with all that they have to offer and all that we as well have to offer to them. We only stand to benefit from a deep relationship with Latin America. Creating a Latin American Heritage Month in Canada is a meaningful gesture that signals to Canada's Latin Americans that they are welcomed here and they are very much valued in our society. I invite all members of this House to join me in my support of Bill S-218, and I look forward to Latin American Heritage Month and celebrating our Latin American community more. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House to celebrate Latin American culture. I'll explain a bit later in my speech why this is so important to me and so emotional for me to talk about this culture. But first of all, I'd like to talk about the motion before us. The motion, well, actually it's a bill entitled an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. And according to this bill, the Government of Canada recognizes that members of the Latin American community in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fabric of the nation, of course. And whereas the designation of a month as Latin American Heritage Month would be a meaningful way to remember, celebrate, and educate the public about those contributions. And also it says that whereas Latin American communities across Canada would be mobilized by Latin American Heritage Month to jointly celebrate, share, and promote their unique culture and traditions with all Canadians. And of course, because October is a significant month for the Latin American community around the world, and that is why October would be made Latin American Heritage Month. So we are of the view that we're in favor of this bill. We support it, of course. We know that there are a number of countries, dozens of countries in Latin America. A couple dozen countries make up Latin America. And in Drummond, we have a lot of communities. There was a recent celebration, a cultural diversity celebration in Drummondville. It was the 7th edition. It was on May 25th and 26th in St. Teresa Park. It's an event we're very proud of in Drummond. It's a family event, an intercultural event that allows young and old to dance to the rhythms of the world, to taste traditional meals, and participate in a whole panoply of activities. And so I would invite you to this festival, Mr. Speaker. I took advantage of it. I danced with my spouse at this tremendous event, and it was Ramadan, so we were also able to take the opportunity to break the fast in the evening. So it was a great festival, intercultural festival, and of course Latin American culture was very present together with other cultures at this very enriching and relevant event. So a lot of communities took part. In fact, the Drummond Intercultural Association organized this event, and they, for over 20 years, have had a mandate from the Ministry of Immigration, Diversity and Inclusion to welcome newcomers, and there are over 55 cultural communities in Drummondville, making up about 4% of the total population of the city. So in those communities, among those communities, there's a very significant Latin American community. They make up a large part, around 30 or 40% of the cultural communities in Drummondville. There's also African communities and Arab communities. There are Syrians and Iraqis, just to name a few. They are also very visible, very active in our community life. So we're very proud to have these cultures mutually enriching one another. And at the Diversity Festival, there were kiosks representing some 15 countries and cultural communities in our area. And there was even, for the first time, people from 2 different camps, founding families in the region. The Lindsay clan, there are some Scottish clans, including the Lindsay clan, one of the founding families of Drummondville, who were present. And so let me explain now why this culture is so near and dear to me. My love, my heart, my wife, Liliana, she lives with me in my home, so the Latin American culture lives in my home, Mr. Speaker, if you will. That's why it's so important to me. As you can see, I'm really sold on this idea, on this bill, from the very get-go, because I explained my wife, my life, my heart, Liliana, Moncada, who, of course, brings this culture to life every day in my home and in my life. And others spoke before me about the importance of music for Latinos. It's extremely important, music and dance. And my house really moves to the beat of Latin music, whether it's salsa, merengue, bachata, or other styles of music. There's always music playing in my home. My wife loves to shimmy her shoulders and shake her hips. She's tried to teach me a little bit how to dance, but it hasn't been easy. I kind of have two left feet, so it's a bit tricky to follow her. Normally in Latin dance, men are supposed to lead and women are supposed to follow, but in my family it's the other way around. My wife has to lead me. And I learned a lot about the tastes and flavors of Latin food, Latin American food. As you know, Mr. Speaker, it's very important. You often catch your man through their stomach, and that's why Latin American culture has been so meaningful to me too. I taste that food every day, and I've also traveled with the Inter-Parliamentary Group, Parlamericas. I've had the opportunity to travel and to work with other parliamentarians to Panama, Cuba, Mexico, Peru, Colombia as well. So that also gave me an opportunity to discover the cuisine of Latin countries, and I love it, whether it's ceviche, empanadas, you name it. I love the food. And these trips really gave me an opportunity to learn more and taste new flavors. I've been very fortunate to have those opportunities. So as we were saying, why October? Well, because a number of Latin American countries have major celebrations in October. And to name just a few, I'll explain. October 12th is the Day of Cultures in Costa Rica. It's the Indigenous Existence Day in Venezuela. It's the Day of Cultural Respect for cultural diversity in Argentina. And it's also the Day of Notre Dame de la Aparecida and the Children's Day in Brazil. So as you can see, it's a month that already marks a number of countries and cultures in Latin America. And there's also in October the end of the independence celebrations for a number of Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, and so on, Mr. Speaker.
In conclusion, I'd just like to say that I'm very proud that my daughter, Ariane, and my daughter, Oriana, had the opportunity to visit Latin America. They went to several countries. They worked on cooperative farms, for example. And they had gone there to get to know these countries, get to know the families, have an opportunity to work. So they harvested coffee. They helped with maintenance. They helped with farm work. And they also learned to sew there. So there are many opportunities for young people to get to know Latin American countries. And I'm very pleased that my whole family has had the opportunity to do that. And I'm so pleased that our own riding has so many cultures.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very excited to be able to rise in this place and speak to Senate Bill 218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. The Latin American community has always been a strong contributor to building Canada. Before I get into the meat of the bill itself, I would like to take a few moments to talk about the bill's sponsor in the other place, the late Senator Tobias Everga. It is fitting that this bill establishes the first Latin American Heritage Month, as Senator Everga was a man of firsts. He was the first Filipino-Canadian elected to the Toronto District School board, and of course, the first senator of Filipino descent appointed to the other place. As you all know, Senator Verga was a tireless advocate for the Asian Canadian community, having served as the co-chair of the Asian Heritage Month celebration for the Greater Toronto Area, and was a director of the Canadian Multicultural Council. The senator also founded the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation and was the former president of the Philippine Independence Day Council. Just this week, I was honored to attend the annual Filipino Independence Day flag-raising ceremony on the steps of Parliament Hill with a number of my colleagues on all sides of the House and the other place. Bill S-218 is evidence that Senator Verga's advocacy was not limited to our Asian Canadian populations, but rather stretched across the Great Pacific Ocean into Latin America, which is the focus of this bill, to create a Heritage Month for Latin America. Mr. Speaker, making the difficult choice to pick up your life and start over in a new world is never an easy one. In many cases, people leave behind friends, loved ones, and the familiarity of years gone by in search of opportunity and prosperity. These are the difficult choices that nearly all of our ancestors, if not we ourselves, have made at one time or another. It is a journey that I, as well as many others in this place, have made. Vancouver is home to one of the largest communities of Latin Americans in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Latin America covers a huge stretch of land, from Mexico in North America down through the Central American nations, via Panama to Colombia and down the Andes Mountains to beautiful Tierra del Fuego in the southern reaches of Argentina and Chile, and reaches from the Pacific across South America to the warm beaches of Brazil. This is not an exhaustive list of names of every country that is associated with Latin America. But I'm trying to give you, Mr. Speaker, an idea of just the massive geography that Latin Americans come from. The most common attribute among Latin Americans is the language they speak. The predominant languages are Spanish and Portuguese, where Portuguese is the primary language spoken in Brazil and Spanish is the primary language spoken elsewhere. I understand that many Portuguese speakers are able to speak Spanish and vice versa, just like many Canadians are able to speak English and French. Latin Americans have made many cultural contributions to Canada. Indeed, 2018 is a World Cup year, and it is very well known in the world for the passion that Latin Americans have towards their soccer teams. This passion has reached Canada, where soccer is quickly becoming a sport that is gathering a growing following. In fact, just this morning, I learned that a joint bid between Canada, the United States, and Mexico to host the FIFA World Cup was successful. And we will see the world's best soccer players, or should I say football players, descend on Canada in 2026. Given this good news, it is no wonder our NAFTA talks have been held up. All three countries were too busy securing the World Cup. The best news, however, is that we are guaranteed to see our men's national soccer team make their return to the largest stage in all of sports. And I hope, no doubt, they will make each and every one of us proud. Latin American cuisine is also very popular, and in any Canadian city of size, you can always find restaurants that offer both traditional and a fusion of culinary tastes. There are many places here in Ottawa within walking distance of the House, and also in my beautiful home constituency of Richmond Centre, offering Latin American tastes. Not to offend our Albertan colleagues, but if you are hungry for meat, a great option is a Brazilian steakhouse. It is mentioned in Bill S-218 that Latin Americans and the Latin American community in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fiber of the nation. This is indeed true. On an individual level, the contributions of Latin American Canadians to our nation have been immeasurable, unable to measure. They have distinguished themselves in all fields of work, whether it be in sport, music, the sciences, or even in this very place. I know the Chief Government Whip will surely have much to say in support of S-218, having its origins in Argentina. Indeed, our former leader of the official opposition, the Honorable Rona Ambrose, grew up in Brazil and speaks Portuguese and Spanish. Former Minister of Justice and Public Safety, Honorable Vete, was born in Paraguay. Unsurprisingly, several Latin American Canadians have gone on to play in the NHL, including Rafi Torres and Bryce Salvador. Mr. Speaker, October also marks a number of special days for Latin American nations. On October 10, Cuba celebrates Grito de Yara, the anniversary of the start of Cuba's struggle for independence from Spain. I will restrain myself from commenting about the fascination with Cuba that some members across the floor have. On October the 12th, many Latin American nations celebrate Dia de la Raza, or Pan-American Day. So, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to support Bill S-218, and if the House of Commons so agrees, proclaim the month of October to be known as Latin American Heritage Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always nice to have that enthusiastic support of your colleagues. It's unfortunate that my friends across the way aren't participating. You know, I'm the 18th Conservative member who's spoken on this very important bill, and there hasn't been one single Liberal speaker tonight. So it's unfortunate that they're not participating and celebrating a very rich Latina heritage in our country. So it's great to have the support of my Conservative colleagues here tonight, and I thank them for their enthusiasm. So tonight I want to talk about my own experiences with the Latino community, and I had the opportunity in February to tour to Guatemala as part of a delegation with some colleagues with the Canada Food Grains Bank. And why I wanted to make this trip was because there are a number of very strong supporters of the Canada Food Grains Bank from my own constituency in Foothills. This includes a number of producers, farmers who have designated certain areas of their land, quarter sections that they grow a variety of crops from wheat, canola, that they are then sending to many of these countries as part of their cooperation with the Canada Food Grains Bank. But I also have a number of faith-based groups, churches, who are also participating with the Canada Food Grains Bank. And what I find that was so unique and so beneficial with this program and this partnership with countries like Guatemala, Nicaragua, El Salvador, is not only are they participating by sending actual commodities and products to help those who are in poverty or suffering from malnutrition, but they are also participating in the fact going to these countries and teaching them how to grow products, new ways and innovative ways in agriculture, giving them the opportunities to start new businesses. And the one story in particular that I'd like to share tonight is I was in a very remote community in Guatemala, high up in the mountains, and we're sitting in this family's cinder block house, and it seemed like every couple of minutes more wives and kids and husbands were coming in to see the Canadian delegation. But just to see how proud this father and son were about talking about their new business. And they have just started a potato farm, and when we talk about farms, we're talking about maybe hundreds of acres. Well, this farm was a garden plot, probably not much bigger than a couple of these desks, but growing potatoes for sustenance and to sustain their own community in this very, as I said, very remote area. Now, I learned from this experience that potatoes actually started in the mountains of Peru. I just assumed, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you would, that this was a Prince Edward Island. This is where an Irish invention, I assumed, but I was proven to be very wrong, that these actually started in the Andes Mountains, and they are trying to reintroduce this crop into the mountainous areas in these communities in Guatemala. But what they were finding was pests were making it very difficult to get good crops. It was kind of like a black mite or a wireworm. But of course, these communities can't afford the pesticides and chemicals that we have here in North America. But what they had done is they had invented their own natural pesticide. It was, pepper, vegetable oil, some kind of wild mushroom, and they were fermenting it in these barrels. I'm not sure how they came up with this concoction, but it actually worked. It proved to be extremely successful, so much so that communities around them and other villages were coming to this community and asking if they could get the recipe. Well, the father and son found out that this was a great entrepreneurship opportunity. So they applied to the Canada Food Grains Bank. The Canada Food Grains Bank gave them some seed money, helped them build a little factory. They were, I know, no pun intended on that one, gave them some money to start their own micro business. They built a little factory, purchased the barrels, purchased some of the ingredients, purchased some packaging and a little assembly line that they were able to put together, and to see how excited they were to be able to start their own business. And it was going to be hopefully successful. And the one ironic thing that I would kind of mention about this is, despite being above the clouds in this very remote mountainous area, they had better Wi-Fi service and better internet service than we have here in many of my rural communities in my own constituency. Yeah, right. So they were going to be marketing these products on Facebook and on their building a website, which I think there's some work to do there. If the large part of large remote areas of Guatemala have better cell service than we have here in Canada, but the fact that they were already thinking that far ahead to market these products. And this opportunity would not have happened were it not for the contributions of people back here in Canada. So I think that's why this is so fitting that we are taking the opportunity to celebrate Latin Heritage Month here in Canada when we look at the partnerships that we've built from one country to the next. And I found it interesting that when it comes to agriculture, there is a large export market to many of these countries in Latin America. More than $2 billion is traded between our countries, between these communities. We have free trade agreements with several countries, including Chile, Costa Rica, Colombia, and Peru. And now we're in negotiations with other free trade agreements, including the Dominican Republic, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, and obviously as well Guatemala, which has the largest economy in that area. But as we were going through Guatemala, and my colleague from the NDP was also with me, and I apologize, I can't remember your riding, but it was great to have Santia San Bagat, and I got to visit your riding. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And she helped me practice my French when I was there as well. I kept that a secret that I could understand French, so I could spy. But to have all of us there and to see the businesses they have started everywhere, anything from this little pesticide or herbicide business that they had started to a cooperative of coffee bean growers, and they have, again, through the support of Canadians, to be able to buy a coffee roaster facility and to be able to bring all their things together and be successful on a large scale was really exciting to see. And to be able to see that firsthand and to see the cooperation and the communication that happens between Canada and Guatemala. The other story I would like to share with you, which I thought was interesting on our trip, was we visited a communal area in this community where a large number of women had started their own business making scarves, blankets, and a number of souvenir items. And it started as a result of our relationship with having so many seasonal agriculture workers from Guatemala coming here to Canada. And obviously a lot of it is men making that trip over here for 6 or 7 months to help with our agriculture businesses. But at the same time, many of the women were left at home trying to take care for the family, but also having to try and raise money on their own. And a lot of these women were also left without husbands as a result of the decade-long civil war that ended just a few years ago. So again, with the help of a Canadian who provided the initial funding to purchase looms and material, they were able to start their own business, which has become extremely successful. And now they are exporting these products not only across Guatemala in souvenir shops, but around the world. And again, by selling it and marketing it online. So we can learn a lot of lessons from some of the things that they are doing and some of the things that we are doing here. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say it really is an honor to be able to get up and speak about Latin Heritage Month. And I just want to give a quick acknowledgement to Senator Enverga, who brought this forward. I know in my riding we have a large Filipino community that had a lot of respect for Senator Enverga and what he has done for the Filipino community across Canada. And I wanted to recognize that as well. But thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was an honor to rise and speak on this tonight.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Foothills for his incredible speech. It says something about his quality as a Shadow Minister of Agriculture, that he can speak on Latin America Heritage Month and tie in agriculture, seeds, and the importance of that community and their product to Alberta. So I want to thank you very much. I have to say I'm very happy to speak to support Bill SR 218 to establish the month of October as Latin America Heritage Month. I do have to note I am the 19th Conservative speaker speaking in support of this bill. I have to express my disappointment that not a single Liberal has decided to stand up and support this bill or to recognize the importance of this community in Canada. They choose not to participate in the debate and recognize all that this community has contributed to our country. Now, before I address this bill, I want to honor the memory of my good friend, the late Senator Tobias Enverga, who we called also known as June, who first brought this bill forward in the Senate. Now, born in the Philippines, Senator Tobias became the very first Canadian senator of Filipino descent appointed to the Senate by previous Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Now, as an immigrant, Senator Enverga was not shy about his love for Canada and was a hard-working parliamentarian that carried unparalleled influence within his community. Prior to entering politics, Senator Enverga served as a Catholic school board trustee in Toronto and became known in Toronto region for launching the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation. He was co-chair of the Canadian-Philippine Interparliamentarian Group and initiated the annual Filipino Independence Day flag raising on Parliament Hill, an event that we just celebrated a couple of days ago on Parliament Hill, and that I was very happy to take part in last year when I wasn't in committee. Beautiful sunny day. I remember being with Senator Enverga unveiling or unrolling this massive Filipino flag among many hundreds of Canadians of Filipino descent to celebrate as well. Senator Enverga was also an executive member of All Americans Group and worked hard to forge closer ties with parliamentarians throughout Latin America. He aimed to help them to strengthen democracy and governance through international cooperation and productive dialogue. He was most notably known for his fierce advocacy for immigrants, the poor, and especially those with special needs, like his daughter Russell, who has Down syndrome. I first met Senator Vega a few years ago. I knew him as a devoted husband to his wife Rose, devoted father, and also devoted to his faith. He was a Catholic. He was a 4th degree Knights of Columbus. I am just a mere 1st degree Knights of Columbus. I haven't had time because of my parliamentary duties to attend, and my church council reminds me of that. And Senator Verga constantly reminded me as well that he was a 4th degree, and I was just a 1st degree. But I appreciate all of his commitment to his faith and to his church as well. Now, in spirit of multiculturalism, Senator Verga sponsored Bill S-218, designating the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month. This is important to me as a member of Edmonton West, as there's over 55,000 Canadians of Latin American heritage living in Alberta alone. This vibrant demographic is growing every year, and we should embrace the growing rate of Latin Americans who come to our beautiful country. During the 1970s, Edmonton gave a warm welcome to a wave of Chilean and Argentinian refugees following the military dictatorships that devastated these countries through that period. During the 80s, the armed conflicts in Central America also resulted in a wave of Salvadorian, Guatemalan, and Nicaraguan refugees coming to Edmonton, and also a refugee from Toronto, myself at that time. The Latin American community in Alberta is diverse and multi-ethnic, coming from several different areas, such as Mexico, South America, Central America, Caribbean, and even some from moving there from Africa and Europe. The legislation would recognize the many significant contributions to Canada's social, economic, cultural, and political fabric made by our dynamic Latin American community. Latin American Heritage Month would join several other months that we celebrate, such as German Heritage Month, Asian Heritage Month, Italian Heritage Month, and all other months, weeks, and days that we celebrate in this House. Canadians of Latin American origin, like those of Canada's other cultural origins, want to celebrate and maintain all of the best of their individual cultures and languages, as well as to share them to enable all Canadians to join in the celebrations. In this case, celebrations would take place during the month of October. Mr. Speaker, as Bill S-218 honors Latin American culture and history, I want to highlight the outstanding achievements of a member of my own community, Alberta's own Victor Fernandez. Now, once you hear of everything I tell you that Victor Fernandez has contributed to Edmonton and to Alberta and to Canada, it would not surprise me if someone came up with a month just to honor Mr. Fernandez. Now, after immigrating to Canada from Chile, Mr. Fernandez joined St. Albert's Fire and EMS services and had a remarkable 32-year career as a firefighter. Mr. Fernandez is a hero to all Canadians, has dedicated his life to putting the safety of others ahead of his own in St. Albert and the surrounding areas. In 1999, he made significant contribution to his community by founding the Canadian Aid for Fire Services Abroad, also known as the CAFSA. His organization provides much-needed equipment and training to first responders in developing countries all over the world. Under his leadership, the CAFSA has received more than $6 million in donations, including 45 tons of firefighter and paramedic equipment and 15 fire trucks. Mr. Fernandez never tires in his endless quest to better the world and help in any way he can. He's led missions to countless countries as Bolivia, Colombia, Guatemala, El Salvador, Cuba, and Paraguay. His motto is to work for the citizens and to do unto others as you would have them done unto you. He's truly a role model for all Canadians. Mr. Fernandez's fantastic contributions have earned him the Cross of Fire from Ecuador's Fire Department. He was the very first non-Ecuadorian in history to ever receive this honor. In 2015, the Hispanic Canadian Congress and the Hispanic Business Alliance presented Mr. Fernandez with an award for being one of the 10 most influential Hispanic Canadians. The City of St. Albert also declared him Citizen of the Year. But wait, there's more. Victor Fernandez has been the recipient of the Alberta Centennial Medal, the Alberta Emergency Services Medal, Outstanding Service Award by the Canadian Mental Health Association, and the St. Albert Community Recognition Pillar of the Community Award. He represents what it means to be a steward in his community. Mr. Fernandez's tireless work in Alberta community is greatly appreciated, and we cannot thank him enough for everything he has done at home and abroad to make the world a better place. S218 and the Latin Heritage Month will honor people like Victor and recognize the outstanding achievements of Latin Americans throughout Canadian history. Now, there are many, many Canadians of Latin American heritage that have made substantial contributions to science, sports, photography, entertainment, music, the clergy, and politics. And so with my limited time left, I'd like to highlight just a couple today. Our very own, the Honourable Vic Tays, who served Canadians in this House for 13 years, was born in Paraguay in 1952. The Honourable Vic Tays had an illustrious career in both provincial and federal politics, holding positions as Minister of Labour and Justice in Manitoba, as well as Federal Minister of Public Safety, Justice, and President of the Treasury Board. During his time as a politician, he was a major advocate for building long-term economic security in Canada and creating jobs in the community. As Public Safety Minister, the Honourable Mr. Vic Tays supported the Prime Minister's efforts to implement Canada's first counter-terrorism and cybersecurity strategies, as well as human trafficking action plan. He is known for being tough on crime because he valued the safety of the citizens in his community above all else. He's a proud Manitoban and had the privilege of serving his community as the regional minister for his province. He represented them with integrity, courage, and always ensured their voices were heard. Another notable Latin American Canadian is Rafael Cruz, a Cuban-American Christian preacher, public speaker, and father of Texas U.S. Senator and former presidential candidate Ted Cruz. Rafael Cruz lived in Alberta for 4 years, albeit in Calgary, but we can't all be perfect, where he was also witnessed the birth of his son. Cruz Sr. is and continues to be a staple of the U.S. political and religious realms. Now, this bill is an important step in recognizing richness and diversity in Latin American languages and cultures while enabling future generations to learn about Latin American heritage. By passing S218, the month of October is dedicated to honoring the significant contributions of Latin Americans in this country. In doing so, we can thank them for all they have done to help make Canada the great country it is. 218 will also stand as a major element to Senator Enverga's political legacy. As this legislation is one of his final pieces of unfinished business, it is my tremendous honor to support this bill in his memory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently and thoroughly enjoyed the wonderful comments made by the member from Edmonton East, and I want to thank him for his faithfulness and hard work in this Edmonton West. My apologies, and he pointed out, Mr. Speaker, that he was the 19th member in this House this evening to speak on this important bill. He also pointed out that we have not heard any comments from the silent majority sitting across the way. Not a single Liberal member has spoken this night, and I don't know why they would show disdain for this bill, because it should be supported unanimously by every member on this House, which includes comments of support of S218. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not too late for them to stand up and fulfill their responsibilities in speaking in favor of this important bill, S218. So hopefully that makes a difference, Mr. Speaker. S218, as has been shared, began with a vision of support from Senator Tobias, and we miss him. He did great work. And so the member in this House of Commons, and being an S218, S would determine for those watching, that the bill began in the Senate, starts with an S. If it was a C, it would have started in the House. So it began with Senator Tobias. And so the member that is supporting this in the House here of Commons is another hardworking Conservative member, the member for Thornhill. And I want to thank him for his hard work and supporting this bill. It's a bill worthy of support. It's at report stage, Mr. Speaker, so that means that it has gone through the committee. And now here we are in report stage, and very soon, hopefully, we will have unanimous support in this House. 218 acknowledges the importance of Latin American culture within Canada. And I'm thrilled that there are other cultures in Canada that have already been acknowledged. For example, in February is Black History Month, and that's exciting that we've acknowledged that. In May is Jewish Heritage Month, and we're thrilled and want to thank for the members across the way and here that have supported that. In May is Asia Heritage Month, and October, very hopefully, very soon, in time for this coming October, we will have Latin America Heritage Month. Mr. Speaker, my heritage is Ukrainian. My Guido, my grandfather, came from Ukraine in 1906, and Canada was very good to our country. We worked hard as a family, helped build roads in Alberta. This is where they homesteaded. And I'm honored that I will be able to, as a member of Parliament from Canada, go back to that little village in western Ukraine, Belyipsy, just outside of Brody, Ukraine, western Ukraine. There's Lviv, Brody, and Belyipsy. And that's where they came from in 1906. My grandfather was 16 years old when he came. 6 months later, my grandfather, Danilo, came. And so I'll be the first member from our family to actually return since 1906, and I'm thrilled to be able to going back there. Culture, our heritage is so important, and I've shared that just a little bit, and I hope one day we will have a Ukrainian Heritage Month. Alberta has. Alberta got it right. Alberta, I believe it's in September the 7th, is Ukrainian-Canadian Heritage Day in Alberta. So Canada, I think, can step up and do that, and maybe one of the Liberal members, if they wake up, ready to speak, maybe they could seek unanimous consent for that. But, Mr. Speaker, we are here tonight to talk about S218 and Latin American Heritage Month. It is, we have in Langley, the wonderful community that I get to represent, Langley Aldergrove, and we have had every year the National Festival and the Natural Cultural Festival, and we have all the different cultures being represented there, and including the Latin American culture. And what does that look like? Well, it's, of course, the wonderful music and the costumes, the wonderful, friendly people. And along with that, that is that wonderful language, that Latin language of Spanish, Portuguese, French, and English. And it's all in Latin America. So we enjoy the wonderful music and art that comes from that. Mr. Speaker, one of my favorite part of the Latin American culture is the cuisine, the food. And I'm sure I would have great support from each member in this House enjoying that wonderful food. When we spend time with people from Latin America and we enjoy that culture, that music, the art, the food, the wine, it's just wonderful. And we can just imagine being there. And I'm thrilled to be into different parts of Latin America, and a very small part of it, and into Mexico. Fortunately, have not been able to go south of Mexico. Mexico is a huge country, but it is actually part of North America, but it's part of Latin America. Latin America goes down to Central and South America, and it is a beautiful part, and I've enjoyed the culture there. So, Mr. Speaker, we, as Canadians, are a diverse people, a people that has, majority have a history of immigration into this wonderful country, great opportunities in this wonderful country. And so I really hope that there will be unanimous support for this when we have a chance to vote on this. But I also want to encourage the government to create an environment where Canadians, particularly new Canadians, can thrive and have an opportunity to share their culture, but also to get a job, get a good job. And that means we need to have investment into this country. The government has a responsibility to create that culture, that environment where people are willing to invest. And I'm afraid with the growing taxes and the ideologies that we see for this government, that and even not even wanting to speak to this bill, it's concerning that how much do they really care? How much is talk and how much is actually doing it? So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get partisan on this, but I encourage the Liberal members, the government members, they have a responsibility to speak up. It's a responsibility to speak up on important pieces of legislation like this, and also to create an environment where Canadians have a future. Not only this generation, but, Mr. Speaker, I have 5 children and 10 grandchildren. I'm sure many in this House represent, and with Father's Day coming up, And Mr. Speaker, I just want to, side note, I want to wish all the fathers a very happy Father's Day coming up for this Friday. But we have a responsibility as men and women in this House to create an environment where not only this generation, but the generations to come, our children, our grandchildren, and their children and grandchildren have a bright future. And I feel that the government with this growing taxes are hurting Canadians. When I go home and get to enjoy my wonderful community, that is the common message I'm hearing, is their concerns, and it's growing concerns that the government is not getting it right. They need to listen to Canadians, they need to keep their promises, and they need to respect culture. Culture like the Latin America Heritage Month. And again, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that they will make important comments on this important piece of legislation. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you. Actually, you know, Mr. Speaker, my colleague said he was the 19th speaker, and I was told I was the 21st speaker. There is a spot of number 20 in between. We thought they would fill it, since they haven't got up and said a word about this thing. So they have a chance, Mr. Speaker, spot number 20, to get up and speak. Say something. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am delighted. Coming back to me, I am delighted to support Bill SC-28, an act respecting the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month. Before I do, I want to pay tribute to the bill sponsor, my very, very good friend, the late Senator from Ontario, Tobias Enverga Jr. Last year, Senator Enverga passed away while on a parliamentary visit to Colombia. Mr. Speaker, I and Senator traveled many times to the Philippines and elsewhere, and I know he was a great, great Canadian looking for Canada's interest. Mr. Speaker, Latin America is in our hemisphere for such down. It is part and parcel of the Americas, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, it is critically important that, you know, we have a very strong relations. Actually, matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we have had relationships with the Latins for a long, long, long time ago, Speaker. In my own riding of Calgary East, Mr. Speaker, Calgary Forest Lawn, the northern portion is called Village Latina Village. And it is, Mr. Speaker, home to thousands of Latin Americans of Chilean origin who escaped from Allende, Chile, and came and made home in that part, in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We, of course, as always, being our heritage, being our policy of giving shelter to those who are fleeing for human rights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, they have not, the Prime Minister said he was on the world stage, but, you know, they are not speaking. And let me explain to him, that we, as the Conservatives were in power, were on the world stage. We were the ones that actually felt that it was very important that we have a special relationship with Latin America. To that point, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister appointed my former friend and colleague, Honorable Diana Blonsey, as well as member from Thornhill, as special, Mr. Speaker, Minister of State in charge of Latin affairs, Speaker. So they were given special responsibility to build relations between Canada and Latin America, Mr. Speaker. Me, as Parliamentary Secretary, of course, part of my duty was to go and represent Canada overseas. And to that effect, Mr. Speaker, I traveled to many countries in Latin America, and let me name a few of them: Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Brazil, Bolivia, Guyana, and Mexico. And while I was there, going on a state visit to Brazil, we went to Trinidad and Tobago, from where we could see the country of Venezuela. Mr. Speaker, Venezuela, this is a country I will never forget in my life, Mr. Speaker, because it is in this country, Mr. Speaker, where my effigy was burnt. The only place in the world that somebody burnt my effigy. Can you imagine that? You know, and that was the reason, was because when former President Chavez, late President Chavez died, and I went and I said he was a dictator and a human rights abuser. Holy smoke, did they ever have a demonstration and were burning my effigy out there in Bogota? Well, at least there is some place that they burned the effigy. But coming back, Mr. Speaker, we have had great relations. We stand up through the Organization of American States. We have stood very strong supporter of that organization for fighting for human rights, in this case Venezuela. As you know, before this government took steps, we had also taken strong steps to fight human rights abuses. But, Mr. Speaker, on a larger and broader scheme of things, Latin America and we share this hemisphere. And therefore it is but for us, naturally, to ensure that we have solid relations. Now, as my other colleagues have indicated, given the names of outstanding Canadians of Latin origin who have contributed immensely to the well-being of our nation, Mr. Speaker, and for building our relationship, it is but natural, Mr. Speaker, that we out here in this, that we have proposed that we celebrate Latin American Heritage Month. You know, Mr. Speaker, we got close to 500,000 Latino Canadians living in our country. Therefore, it is very clear, it is very important that we celebrate their heritage. I remember when I was the president of the India-Canada Association and we had cultural nights, one of the most exciting things to see was this Latino cultural dances coming out there to perform. And, Mr. Speaker, the crowd were thrilled. And I would always say, this was before I became a parliamentary secretary and went to visit all these places. This was before that, and I would say, hey, listen, I don't have to go to Latin America. They're all here. I can watch them in my backyard. I can watch them on the stage here. I don't have to go, because we in Canada are fortunate enough to share their culture, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we all know the great culture which is there. Who can forget in Brazil, Mr. Speaker, the great parades and all these things. We ultimately, Mr. Speaker, it is for us, and I'm very glad that parliamentarians here are speaking about recognizing their contribution. So somewhere along the line, I think one of you guys, spot number 20, get up and say something, recognize, that these are great Canadians, and a little bit of pump from your side would be fine. Just sitting there, like,
Order. The honourable member, I think, of course, is an experienced member. Of course, he knows, and I think he'd forgotten for a moment that he should address his comments to the chair. And if we say you or you're around here, we're talking about the speaker. I don't think that was his intention. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that somewhere down that line, in that side of the caucus, there will be few members who come from that part of the world and who will feel compelled to talk, Mr. Speaker. Yep. So it shows quite clearly that you really need to do some outreach program. But we'll do it. Don't worry about it. Mr. Speaker, I know it is late at night, Mr. Speaker, so we can throw a couple of rules out of the window. Thank you for that. But, Mr. Speaker, let's just say that, an honor and a pleasure for me to recognize Latin Americans that have contributed. We really, and I have had the greatest honor and a pleasure to visit all these countries. And it was, Mr. Speaker, I can say, as you know, I'm one of the parliamentary secretaries that has visited practically most of the countries in the world. And I am going to say this was a great time I've had in Latin America. So I'll conclude by saying, again, Mr. Speaker, a great honor and a privilege to have Latin Americans in Canada. Thank you.
All right.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood. The honourable member for Perth Wellington's rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I am a relatively new member here, so I'm not fully aware of procedure in this place, and I admit I am still learning. Now, I know generally when the Speaker calls on people to speak, they do operate on a list provided by the parties, but if my understanding is correct, that a member can catch the Speaker's eye and the Speaker can call on that person to speak. And I just wonder, Mr. Speaker, if you could survey the other side of the House and see if someone is trying to catch your eye there, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking for fairness in this place, and I just don't want you to...
It does sound a bit more... The member, I think, seems to have learned the rules pretty well by now, as I've seen on previous occasions, and I think this is probably more like debate, but at any rate, let's see. I'll see who stands up, and I'll call upon someone. I guess no one's going to speak, so... is that all right? The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've been here just over 2.5 years. I have spoken many times on heritage, and I'm a little disappointed, Mr. Speaker, that side tonight will not get up and speak. Heritage in our country is certainly deep in tradition, and I think I'm the 22nd speaker on this side tonight in a row to speak on this. So I'm a little disappointed, I might add. You know, I have a sports background, as you know, and usually when you go 22 straight, you cheer. But I'm not cheering tonight because 22 in a row is pretty embarrassing for the government, if I do say so tonight, Mr. Speaker. But I am very happy, Mr. Speaker, to speak on this bill, S-218, respecting Latin American Heritage Month. This bill would declare every October to be Latin American Heritage Month. Throughout this country, Latin American communities, as we all know, have played a tremendous role in adding to the cultural diversity of our country, and they continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's through their music, through their language, their art, dance, food, or even history, Latin American communities in this country certainly have new perspectives and learning opportunities for all people across this country. Now, according to the latest statistics from 2016, nearly 500,000 people in Canada are Latin American descent, and we know that these communities exist all across this country. Cities like we've mentioned here tonight, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and many people have come to build their lives and make important contributions to this country. Now, my community of Saskatoon, the Latin American community, is growing pretty well. In fact, the co-founder of the Alaris Spanish preschool and kindergarten in my city, Mauru Agira, says that in Saskatoon, people can find a job. Well, I would say they could find a job up to 2015. It's a little more difficult in the last two and a half years, but they can find life here in Saskatoon. It's a city of big opportunity. He also says when he moved to Saskatoon from Colombia more than a decade ago, he never listened to someone talking Spanish on the streets of Saskatoon or in the mall or in the parks, but now it's more often than he thinks. So when we look at the stats, we definitely see growth in this area, linguistic diversity in my city of Saskatoon, in fact, the province of Saskatchewan. Back in 2011, Canada Census said 1,400 residents in my city spoke Spanish as the mother language, and 275 residents spoke Portuguese as a mother language. And then, you know, Mr. Speaker, we had 5 years later, in 2016, these numbers had risen. 400 more residents spoke Spanish, up to 1,800 as their mother language, and we had 340 people speaking Portuguese as the mother language as well. So these increases really represent strong additions to the multicultural fabric in my city, which makes Saskatoon even more vibrant and diverse as a result. Well, since the 1970s, Canada's Latin American population has grown substantially as people across from Latin America have come to this country seeking new opportunities to live in peace and prosperity, as well as a chance to add to our rich cultural mosaic. Our community continues to share its culture with the rest of the country, and in doing so, it makes Canada, let's face it, it makes Canada stronger, people from the Latin American community in Canada work in all walks of life and share their heritage with the rest of us in this country in many diverse and meaningful ways. For an example, you know, the Alera School in Saskatoon, in fact, provides children with an opportunity to speak Spanish in a caring and nurturing environment. So these students benefit tremendously from this kind of multicultural education, and it's thanks to the wonderful teachers and staff from countries like Ecuador, Colombia, El Salvador, Chile, and Argentina, who all make it possible. Throughout Canada, Latin American festivals further provide opportunities to celebrate and enjoy the diverse cultural heritage. Cities like, and we've talked about it tonight here, Mr. Speaker, Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto, and here in Ottawa, they will all host Latin festivals this summer. I should add, in Saskatoon, we have Folk Fest. It runs every August, and it's our major multicultural event. We welcome the Brazilian Pavilion. Peru is back up and running in my city, and we have many more Latin American pavilions. And it's just 3 wonderful days as the world comes to Saskatoon. Their communities in our city are so proud to show their culture, to show their dance, and of course food and hospitality. These are just some of the many festivals that I mentioned here in the country to celebrate Latin American heritage in Canada. You know, I think we're all excited about Latin American heritage in this country, and before I go further, I should remind everyone it was the late Senator Tobias in Verga who was appointed to the upper house in 2012. It was his foresight that really argued that we should have a Latin American Heritage Month. It was so deserving of this national recognition, and we should certainly be reminded of that tonight. He, of course, passed about a year ago while visiting Colombia. He actually passed in November, and I think we're all grateful to the honourable member from Thornhill for continuing to champion this private member's bill, and I wholeheartedly support having a designation of Latin American History Month. Let me go further, because when I was in Saskatoon with my parents, I remember my late parents, George and Mickey Waugh, they actually welcomed a Chilean family. They had to flee Chile in the late 1970s. And I was in grade 11 at the time, and I remember my parents bringing them to our house. It was the first time. It was in the winter. And the Rojas family, there was the husband, Gus, Louisa, and the daughter, Francisca. They came to Saskatoon. My parents opened our house to them. They were with us for many, many celebrations. I remember my parents' wedding anniversary celebration of the 40th year. They were involved in it. We opened our house to them, and we were better for it. We really enjoyed the Rojas and their experience. We also helped them, of course, get prepared for Canadian winters, which, of course, they had a pretty tough time getting used to. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Hugo Alvarado tonight. He's an artist. He was born in Chile, came to Saskatoon in 1976 with $5 in his pocket. And for Hugo, he has his own unique style of landscapes that can be found in many of our homes and businesses in my city. In fact, I have a number of his paintings. And I want to salute Hugo because this past year, CTV presented Hugo Alvarado with the Citizen of the Year Award. It was a wonderful celebration. We were on hand for that. He lives in my riding of Saskatoon Grasswood. And I just want to say thank you to Hugo, who has given back to our community. He is the co-founder of Artists Against Hunger. It's a group of artists who have organized a multitude of auctions for fundraisers to help out the Saskatoon Food Bank and the Learning Center, Saskatoon Crisis Nursery, the Friendship Inn, Chap Good Food, Persephone Theatre, the list goes on and on. So here is a person that came with his family from Chile, started a new beginning in Saskatoon with only $5 in his pocket in 1976, and today he's CTV and Saskatoon's Citizen of the Year. So just a great tribute to Latin American in our city. Today, as we all know, Mr. Speaker, Latin American Canadians work in all sectors of our economy. We see it in my city of Saskatoon. They're business owners, they're teachers, they're engineers, and more. It is important as a country that we tonight recognize the value of our Latin American communities and that we recognize the rich cultural heritage of these communities as they make up a great fabric in our country. And that's why tonight we are so happy to stand and support Bill S-218, and we look forward to a unanimous private member's vote from the member of Thornhill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, c'est avec...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I join in the debate on this bill, which comes from the other place. But as others in the opposition have said, I believe I am the 23rd member to rise in the House this evening, and we have yet to hear from a government member on this bill, which I find very important and significant, and this for several reasons. The former Senator Enverga, who was a wonderful colleague, Conservative colleague who died far too soon, and this bill is something the House was already seized with.
So there are many groups with this heritage, and I think it's so important that I rise and speak to this motion. And I think this is quite historic. I'm not just the 23rd member to rise and speak on this, but I am also a member supporting a motion brought forward by someone who was born in England. And we're talking about a Senate bill brought to this House by someone who was born in the Philippines. And I am going to support it. I was born in Poland, and I'm speaking in French about this bill. I think it's amazing. What an amazing mix. In no other country in the world would you able to make these kinds of connections between continents and have a debate here in the House as colleagues on a simple bill. I think it's a fairly simple bill. It simply proposes that there be 1 month dedicated to Latin American heritage. And once again, this is an incredible aspect of Canada. I don't think there's any other country in the world where you could have a debate, a peaceful debate amongst colleagues like this one. Now, in the preamble, it says, the Parliament of Canada recognizes that members of the Latin American community in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fabric of the nation. That the designation of a month as Latin American Heritage Month would be a meaningful way to remember, celebrate, and educate the public about these contributions. The Latin American communities across Canada would be mobilized by a Latin American Heritage Month to jointly celebrate, share, and promote their unique culture and traditions with all Canadians. And whereas October is a significant month for the Latin American community around the world, now, therefore, Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows, and then the bill follows. But I thought it was important to read this preamble because it really does reflect Senator Enverga's idea. It wasn't simply to name a month to honor a particular area of the world. It was a month for Canada. And so I rise today to support it, to speak in favor of this bill that our colleague Senator Enverga brought forward before his death. He was a champion, and he wanted to make sure that this bill would come to this House. So it recognizes the contribution, to the social, economic, and political fabric of the nation. Now, I'm a little sad. I would have loved for the senator to be here today to be able to see that his vision, his idea was being debated here today in this House. So it is sad that he's not here. And I'd like to take a few minutes to speak about our colleague, the Senator Enverga. He was a great colleague. He was from the Philippines. He was the first senator to sit who was born in the Philippines. He was appointed in 2012, and he proudly represented members of the Filipino community, but other people as well from the Greater Toronto Area and elsewhere in Canada. He was respected by his colleagues in the House and by his colleagues in the Senate, who loved his warmth and kindness and sense of humor and his work ethic. He was an advocate for the disabled. He was a member of the Catholic School Board in Toronto, and he was known in Toronto for having launched the Philippine Canadian Charitable Foundation. We know that our colleague Senator Enverga died on the 16th of September during a parliamentary trip, and this really was a premature death. And this bill survives him. It was adopted in the Senate. And today we are continuing the debate in his honor. And I think this is very important. Now, according to recent census statistics, the 3 South American countries with the most nationals living in Canada are Mexico, Colombia, and El Salvador. Those with the least are Puerto Rico, Panama, and most Latin American Canadians live in Quebec and Ontario. And I will speak of those who live in Calgary, who make so many important contributions in Calgary. Half of the people from these countries have come to these provinces. The population is young. 50% of Latin American people living in Canada are under 25 years old, so very young. Seniors represent about 5% of those coming from Latin American country compared to 12% of all Canadians. I know that members love celebrations, and many of us on this side of the House have talked about what we like about Latin American culture, whether it be its food from specific countries, dances from other countries. Many activities were listed in this House, many celebrations. Let's take, for example, salsa dancing on St. Clair every year. And the road is closed for this celebration, and dancers and musicians and hundreds of people come to see examples of Latin American culture. I see that my time is running out. In Calgary, we have Festival Latino for families. It's a yearly festival. I think it's the 24th year that this has been celebrated. This year will be on the 21st of July, and I would invite everyone to come. I've been to this festival many times. There's also a Latin American Expo, and that has also been there for more than 20 years. There will be over 300 musicians from around the world who will come. There will be songs, dances, many musicians coming to perform for the people of Calgary. There's also another event called Hola Calgary, or rather not an event, but it provides information about Latin American aspects to Calgary. Now, I mentioned 2 great colleagues. One of them is in Halifax now, Marco Navarro Gini. He's from Nicaragua. He's a good friend of mine, and today he's the president of AIMS. And Mr. Amirez was also a member of government, and he is a champion for people in Venezuela. And he is someone who is always available if we want to speak about anything. If we want to know about elections in Venezuela, if we want to know what's happening in Venezuela, anyone can speak to him. So he really is a champion. And I think it's so important to have champions like him in our communities. So I'm going to be supporting this bill, thinking of my friends and colleagues in these communities, and I would invite all members in this House to rise, speak, and support this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to stand today and to speak on our colleague's Bill S-218. Mr. Speaker, I know it's been mentioned a number of times. I would appear to be the 24th speaker from this side of the House to speak on this important piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, thank goodness that the standing orders dictate that the government can't put time allocation on private members' bills, because this might be one of the only pieces of legislation in recent days and perhaps weeks that we aren't seeing time allocation on a piece of legislation. I think it's a very important piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, so tonight, Mr. Speaker, you would be forgiven if you perhaps, or anybody that's listening in, might thought that our assistants or our Conservative assistants or indeed our Conservative colleagues might have colluded in actually sharing of speaking notes, and maybe perhaps we wrote the same speech. But Mr. Speaker, I would offer you this. This is just a testimony that we are unanimous in our support and unanimous in how much, how fond we were of Senator Enverga, and how unanimous we are in support of S-218, Mr. Speaker. You know, another part that I was going to mention was, I think our colleagues from all sides of the House will be happy that I'm probably, that they're not going to have to listen to me go on and on and on about Arctic surf clam and the fact that the member of Parliament from Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake received, or his brother received, a lucrative surf clam quota from the Minister of Fisheries. But, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I bring that up, because interestingly enough, when I was actually doing some research on this bill, I found a connection to our South American friends and our Latin American heritages, and that is that, Mr. Speaker, when I was in Grand Bank, Newfoundland, listening to the mayor talk about the history of fisheries in his town and talking about how devastating this surf clam quota expropriation was going to be, 300 or 500 years of fisheries history. Mr. Speaker, it got me thinking about the importance of our senators and our former colleague's bill. The reason why, Mr. Speaker, is because a staple of our South American culture, their diet, is dried or salted fish. And, Mr. Speaker, that started about 500 years ago, and it has some of its origins. Some say it can be traced to the just off the shores of Newfoundland, the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker. And I offer that, there might be some that are shouting relevance, but there is, and indeed, some relevance. While we're celebrating this bill that looks to celebrate Latin American Month and celebrating our connections to Latin America, it is, again, the good people of Newfoundland that actually started a fishery and started a product that now is a staple in our South American countries' diets. And I think that that's something that we should all be proud of. And I think, indeed, when we move forward and this bill passes, that is something that would be probably a staple at any of the celebrations, would be salted cod or salted fish. And again, that got its start, in an area that now is facing some uncertain times because of the minister's questionable decision to expropriate a lucrative surf clam quota and give it to the Member of Parliament from Sackville Preston, Chescott's brother, but I said I wasn't going to mention that. Tonight is about celebrating our honourable colleague, Senator Enverga, and his love of this country, his love of all Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, it has been said before, but I think it should be said again and again and again, as much as we can, that Senator Enverga came to Canada as an immigrant himself. He was extremely proud of his adopted country. He used every chance he had to talk about what Canada meant to him. He was the first Filipino senator to be elected here in Canada. And he wore his heart on his sleeve and how proud he was for our country. You could see it in his smile. We called him June. Now, I wasn't fortunate enough to, I had really a brief time with him, Mr. Speaker, but I wanted to bring you back to one of my very first experiences with the senator. As a matter of fact, it was a multi-party event, and I had no idea who this guy was. But his excitement and his just love for culture was infectious. He was dressed in a cultural outfit, and he was dancing, and he was bringing everybody around with him. And that was one of the first multi-party all-party cultural events that I attended with Senator Enverga. And as a new member of Parliament that arrived in Ottawa, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and full of excitement to really truly serve Canadians, this was somebody that I looked to, and I looked to emulate his excitement to really serve our countries. Mr. Speaker, there are a few countries in the world that are as open and as accepting as Canada, and Mr. Speaker, Canada, or Senator Enverga, embraced the multicultural nature of this great nation. Indeed, our cultural fabric is made up with Canadians from all over the world. We are all, after all, Mr. Speaker, immigrants. Senator Enverga relished the success of all cultural groups as they succeeded to bring forward their traditions and share them with this country as a whole. The senator used his position to bring about positive change. We've heard that, how he impacted all of our colleagues, at least on this side of the House, because again, I'll bring this up that we have yet to hear from the other side of the House on this debate. The senator used his position, as I said, to enlighten and enhance the very fabric of our multicultural society. In his speech on this very bill, he outlined the different months that we already recognize. This has already been brought up. Black History Month, Asian Heritage Month. And if you go back and you listen to his speech, he was so passionate about this. He believed that we should be celebrating this. Because after all, as I said earlier on, we're all immigrants. And we should celebrate this. These dedicated months open a door to another world perspective for all Canadians. And again, I'll bring you back to this. If we lose our culture, if we lose our understanding of where we've been, we'll never know where we're going. They help us to broaden our minds through festivals, food, traditions, and heritage moments that bring us closer together as a people. What is it to be Canadian? What separates us from others? What is it that drives us to build upon our shared experiences? It is our willingness to experience and accept difference, to embrace and integrate stories from our past, to learn from the challenges that faced our fellow Canadians, and to share in those collective stories that broaden our base of knowledge so that we may collectively move forward. Senator Enverga's desire, his passion, his championship of all things multicultural were inspiring to all who had the fortune to meet him. If you asked him, he would tell you our strength as a nation, as a people, lies in our ability to embrace the diversity of our different cultures. We are, after all, and I've said this now 3 times, immigrants. We all come from somewhere. Mr. Speaker, Senator Enverga was greatly respected by the Senate and by House colleagues alike. He was a tireless advocate for people with disabilities, and Mr. Speaker, he and I had often had conversations because I too have a daughter with that is special needs and with disabilities, and he shared with me his and his family's experience as well. He was a co-chair of the Canada-Philippines Interparliamentary Group and inaugurated the annual Filipino Independence Day flag raising on Parliament Hill, which we just celebrated the other day. Mr. Speaker, I was only afforded a short time to work with Senator Enverga and to observe his passion for all Canadians and indeed this House. He was taken from us all too soon, and I think of no greater tribute to a man than to pass this bill and recognize the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased and rather happy and also I'm thankful for this opportunity to stand up here in night time in Ottawa, the House of Commons, to speak about a topic that I grew knowing and hearing about from my family. My father was in Latin America, my uncle, my grandfather. I have a nephew, I had a brother, and the Lebanese diaspora is all over the world and specific in that part of the world that means a lot to us, that is close to our mind and to our heart by many measures. And we hear all these wonderful stories about Latin America, about the culture, about the people, the food, the music, the nice weather that they enjoy, that everything about this colorful and beautiful image of such culture that we were able to enjoy and we were able to appreciate growing back home in Lebanon, but hearing those stories, and we can only imagine how nice these lands and how nice those people were. I had the opportunity to travel a lot in my life, before this life and through my political career since 2015. So I've traveled to Venezuela in the past. I've traveled definitely to Mexico many times, to Cuba. I was introduced to cultures, to Argentina and many other places. I know how wonderful those cultures, or this culture in specific, is. And today, it's a great pleasure, as I said, to support Bill C-218. And that's the best part about this, beside the importance of it, is that everybody on the same sentiment, on the same heart, approaching and talking about this topic, because it is really, it touches all of us in different ways. So I wanted to ensure that I spoke to this bill. I was grateful to this opportunity, not only to highlight the importance of Latin American people to Canada's culture and prosperity, but also in testament to the late Senator Tobias Enverga. I and many of the members of this House paid brief homage to the Senator earlier this week on a recognition of the 120th anniversary of the independence of Philippines. And speaking of Philippines, Mr. Speaker, I was in Philippines about 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were in Manila, and I cannot express enough how many times the name of Senator Enverga have came up during conversations. With 865,000 Filipino in Canada, this wonderful community that we all enjoy and we all respect, how much this one individual, how much was a bridge between Canada and Philippines, how much he offered of service, of understanding, of experience, of exchanging what we need to know about Philippines, and how much we respect and how much we understand this community, and how much that community have contributed to Canada as among all other communities in our wonderful country. So the senator was the first Filipino senator, and he had a keen appreciation for multiculturalism, and that our diversity was one of Canada's strength, or greatest strength. I would also like to echo this sentiment, and I'm very pleased to be able to stand in support of the senator's bill. I feel a bit saddened tonight that he's not around to witness that bill that he's bringing forward, that he brought forward initially, to witness those sentiments and to share with us, as we share with his memory, how much of contribution and how many of contribution that he has made to make us understand this experience and this culture that we do appreciate every day. So for those who are watching the debate this evening at home, who may not be aware, Latin America is generally understood to stretch from Mexico to the tip of Chile and Argentina, including parts of the Caribbean, and encompasses the countries that recognize one of the Romance languages as one of their official languages. This encompasses, will cover about 600 million people in 20 countries. Early this year, I had the pleasure to travel to Nicaragua, for example, with the Canadian Food Grain Bank. And I can tell you endless stories about how much I've enjoyed that country, that stretch of what they call the dry corridor, where sometimes it doesn't rain maybe once a year or maybe once every 2 years. But what you see is more important than the nature and the scenery and the beauty of the country is the people, the culture itself, the music, the food, everything about that part of the world makes you wonder if there's still places in the world like that, that they hold that romance and they have that beauty that we always strive and we always want to experience and we want to visit. Mr. Speaker, if you ever had the opportunity to go to Nicaragua, I highly encourage you to do so. I encourage everybody to go to Nicaragua. It's not far, I guess, in terms of travel. And one thing about Nicaragua, which is growing and I think emerging nicely with the help of Canada and other, especially the European Union, people are very smart. They're very dedicated. They're hardworking. They're trying hard. They want to build and provide themselves and their children these wonderful opportunities. And I'm very optimistic that they will, because as any nation, they will overcome some difficulties on the safety and security issues. But at the end of the day, they will emerge as a strong nation and a nation that we will enjoy having to work with and having to deal with. In my riding, I do have a respectful Nicaraguan community. I have a couple of families from Nicaragua that very close friends to our family. And we know a lot, and we got the invitation every here and there to go and visit. So Latin America's communities in our ridings, I think they're everywhere. In my riding, I had to meet with them in 2015 and 2014 previously. But in 2015, I had the opportunity to meet with many of them living in one or two of the areas where Edmonton Manning is. And one of the members have a magazine called called Hispano magazine. And that covers the communities from Chile, from Colombia, from Mexico, and from El Salvador. And I put my monthly article in that magazine, and I speak to that community from passion about how much we appreciate them, appreciate their contribution among all other communities in Canada. So I believe all the members in this House share with me that appreciation to Latino Canadians. But it is important that we don't just pay lip service to these communities, but we actively support them in their countries of origin, as we do on many fronts and in many places. The opinion of the House to extreme socialist policies and corruption of President Nicolás Maduro in Venezuela. Venezuela is saddened to hear about Venezuela and what's happening and what this regime have done, how much damage have done to Venezuelans since the President Hugo Chavez until now, and how much they've imposed. And I speak about Venezuela in such a passion because my father made his first money in Venezuela, and I know exactly how Venezuela was in the past and where Venezuela has transferred now. So, Mr. Speaker, we hope that we can continue engaged to make sure that we help these countries and those people. We help them to overcome their dictatorship regimes, to help them build their economy, to help them continue to prosper, because they deserve nothing but that. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that sometimes ideologies blinds us to what's actually happening around us or on the ground. But at the end of the day, we know that people will win at the end, because freedom is very precious, and the price of it is not free. So on this, I would like to say that I'm pleased to support this bill, Bill S-218, and designating each October as National Latin American Heritage Month, and look forward to celebrating it with Latin American communities in my riding next October. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you will give me the opportunity, but today I would like to celebrate my son's 15th birthday. It's actually tomorrow morning, but I was in labor already by this time, so... So happy birthday, Christian. I know you're watching, and I look forward to spending the rest of the summer with you. So, and a great basketball player. So, but I don't have basketball in my speech, so I won't go there, Mr. Speaker. But today I'm honored to speak on this bill, and my father-in-law, Mario Vecchio, would be very proud of me, as he is actually a resident in Cancun, Mexico. So he is a resident of Latin America, although he lives in both Brazil and Mexico. Canada's population includes a large population of Latin Americans, and many cultural celebrations take place, including different festivals and dances. Whether you are at the Mexican Festival in London, Ontario, or at the Latin American Film Festival in Vancouver, BC, there's always lots to do when it comes to the Latin America culture, including lots of things to do with food and dance. But I think one of the greatest impacts that we see is something that we see every summer, and I'm sure many of the parents here today and across Canada go to the soccer field throughout the summer, some place that I spend usually 4 nights a week and a lot of times on weekends. For years, we've been inspired by the love of soccer, not just through our European ancestors, but also from our friends in the South. Children fill our soccer fields at night, throughout the summer, and on weekends, pretending to be the greatest soccer players in the world, including Diego Maradona, but I'm sure I've said that wrong, but I say it correctly, Maradona, Lionel Messi, or Hugo Sanchez. Children run down the field scoring goals and then raising their shirts after the goals, imitating some of the greatest athletes from Latin America. And today, this influence is also highlighted with the announcement of the Canada, Mexico, and the United States, who will be hosting the 2026 FIBA World Cup. Congratulations to all the groups that worked together to put forward this bid. It will be very exciting and great for Canada. It is not just about soccer, though. In Canada, we've been impacted by their music and their arts. Last spring, I also had the opportunity to travel with the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to both Argentina and Chile. Although we were there to study poverty reduction strategies, we had the opportunity to embrace the culture as well. In Chile, we were entertained by traditional dancers. Like all other peoples, Chileans manifest their character through celebrations and rituals, and revel through their popular folk dancing. The Minister and I had the opportunity to watch some of these incredible performances while we were there. Today, we also see these types of dances being formed throughout Canada, and we see a lot of people dancing in many of the different places, whether it's through ballroom dancing lessons that both my husband and I took, which if anyone wants to see me dance later, I will do that for you. It's definitely not a highlight. But, you know, whether we're talking about trot, which is the traditional dance of the Highlands, where they trot and they turn, whisking their hands and scarf, that's something that the Minister and I both got a chance to see, or the Guaracha Campesina. And if anyone knows how to say that properly, help me. This dance, which is a mixture of Colombian and Cuban dances, became popular in the 1940s. The dancers move in time to the music, but they don't have any physical contact with other dances, something that we don't see very much anymore. Tamura, which is also one of the most popular dances on the island, has many free-flowing, fast leg and pelvic movements. The Tamura is an allegory of fertility and is thought to be related to the traditional Tahitian dances. The food is also a great part of their culture, and just in case you need to know that. Although the people from Alberta will disagree on this, and I'm sorry to all my Albertan colleagues, but a trip to Argentina is supposed to be all about the country's legendary steak. But I wanted to tell you a little story about my trip when I went to Chile and Argentina. If anyone knows me, they know that I do not eat fish and seafood. But unfortunately, it showed that I didn't eat red meat, I only ate fish. So while I was down there on this trip, I got to enjoy a lot of Chilean salmon and a lot of other things that were fish and seafood, and I got through it. Thanks to my husband for saying, you can do this, when I would say to him, if you just put quinoa and salmon, you don't even notice, especially if you have a couple glasses of wine with it. Chimichurri is the country's go-to condiment in Argentina. A green salsa made of finely chopped parsley, oregano, onion, garlic, chili pepper, flakes, olive oil, and a touch of acid, such as vinegar and some lemon. Through the arts, we have also learned of, just in case you need to cook later. Through the arts, we have also learned of their leaders and celebrities, including Eva Perón. Eva Perón, who used her position as the First Lady of Argentina to fight for women's suffrage, improved the lives of many of the poor. She was born in Los Todos, Argentina, and moved to Buenos Aires in the 1930s, where she became a very successful actress. But in 1945, she married Juan Perón, who was the president of Argentina the following year, so back in 1946. Eva Perón used her position as First Lady to help those and has become a legendary figure, but she died, unfortunately, in 1952. Since her death, though, Perón's life continues to fascinate people around the world. The story of a poor girl who became a prominent political power has been the subject of countless books, films, and plays. Tim Rice and Andrew Lloyd Webber wrote the hit musical Evita, which was based on Perón's life. And Madonna also played Perón in the 1996 film with Antonio Banderas, portraying Che Guevara. Is that how I said it? Perfect. While I was in tour in Argentina, I also had a chance to actually see her gravesite. And it was really fascinating because it's very unlike what we see here in Canada, where we see vast plots of land where there's many people buried in Canada. There, it was a very small, compact area where all of the gravesites were pushed together and were all enclosed in a cement wall. All of the monuments were extraordinarily tall and beautiful, but it was absolutely a wonderful piece to see. And knowing that one of the greatest women in Argentina was also buried there and laid to rest in Buenos Aires, it was a feeling that you knew that so much had been done in that country through the movements that she had done. But now I want to take you to Mexico. I'm fortunate to have a father-in-law who lives in Mexico, and whenever we're down there, he has us take part in some of the culture. Whether it's the food or hospitality, what you see in Mexico, it is really all about the tourism industry. In Mexico, family is the most important element in society, and many of the families that are living outside of the cities are very, very large cities. And, you know, they're really conscious to their immediate families, members and extended families, even their close cousins and friends. Their families are much larger than what we see here, and everybody is an auntie or an uncle, and everybody seems to be related down there. But it's not just about the Mexican food, it's also about the Mexican drink. And anytime you're in Mexico, I'm sure a little bit of salt and a little bit of lime will also help you with that tequila that people expect you to have a swig of. It's made of agave cactus that is well suited to the climate of central Mexico. Soda is also another popular thing in Mexico, though I do find it very pricey. But that's just on another side. And that's where I learned, that's where I also learned where sometimes you just have to do what your father-in-law tells you. Although he calls me his bossy daughter-in-law, one day a year I allow him to boss, hey, that does not fit. I'm sorry, point of order. But it's the one time a year that I allow him to tell me what to do, where he makes me squeeze my lime over my squid and swallow it. And it's absolutely horrendous. And he tells me that I'm supposed to chew it, but I don't believe that, Mr. Speaker. I don't think anyone can chew squid. It's absolutely very special. But learning to eat raw food while I'm down there, raw and sometimes living things is crazy. But all of these things we've adopted, both food, the dance, festivals, and sports, we've adopted it part of our Canadian culture here. We have taken part in many of the festivities, and you know, the fact that we're looking at doing this in October, it is wonderful that we can celebrate Latin America and their heritage. They are a huge part of our culture here, and we've had many of our members, I believe I'm the 26th member, to speak on this bill tonight. This bill, of course, is very, very important to our Conservative caucus as it was put forward by Senator Tobias Verga. And to his family, thank you very much for sharing with us his time here in Parliament. On everybody, he had an incredible impact and a wonderful smile that always made you feel welcomed. But in honor to all of those of Latin America's let's dance, let's eat, and let's celebrate the culture of the Latin American countries, and let's have us all vote in favor of this tremendous bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today in support of Bill S218 and the establishment of a Latin American Heritage Month here in Canada. I'd be remiss if I didn't begin by acknowledging the late Senator Enverga, who passed away last November. Senator Enverga, of course, was an immigrant to Canada from the Philippines and the first Filipino-Canadian to be appointed to the Senate. He was a great parliamentarian and a passionate advocate and voice for Latin Americans here in Canada, and he's sorely missed by everyone who had the opportunity to work with him. Speaker, this bill seeks to establish October of every year as the Latin American Heritage Month in recognition of the substantial contributions that the Latin American community has made to the social, economic, and political fabric of our country. It seeks to recognize great Canadians like Dr. Ivar Mendez, a world-renowned neurosurgeon whose research on Parkinson's disease and the use of remote presence robots for medical care and neurosurgery has earned him international acclaim. Dr. Mendez is also an active humanitarian, having established neurosurgical units in several developing countries and founded the Ivar Mendez International Foundation, which provides health and educational assistance for students in Bolivia. Dr. Mendez is a recipient of the Canadian Red Cross Humanitarian of the Year Award and the Queen Steinman Jubilee Medal. Alberto Guerrera is another one who comes to mind, a great Chilean-Canadian pianist who influenced several generations of Canadian musicians and was widely considered one of, if not the preeminent music teacher in Canada, having taught historic musicians like Glenn Gould. His influence can be felt throughout Canadian music to this day. Mr. Guerrero is just one member of the Latin American Canadian community who has contributed to a rich Canadian literature and arts scene. This community has also had a great impact on our national culture through sport. There are countless Latin American Canadian athletes, and I believe one of my colleagues is going to name a number of them, in soccer, hockey, baseball, football, and other sports that have made great contributions to Canadian culture. They're not only athletes, but they serve as role models for so many young Canadians from coast to coast to coast. These are just some examples of the many individuals that Latin American Heritage Month will allow us to recognize and celebrate, Mr. Speaker. Equally as important is the fact that this bill allows us to celebrate the success of so many Latin American Canadians and the triumphs they've made despite such long odds, with many having come to Canada in search of a better life or fleeing poor conditions and human rights violations in their home countries. Speaker, throughout this 42nd Parliament, the Subcommittee on International Human Rights has studied the human rights situation in Latin America on multiple occasions. In May of 2016, the subcommittee heard a delegation from the Venezuelan National Assembly, and the picture they painted is quite grim. The Maduro regime has actively sought to delegitimize elected members of the National Assembly and has issued prison sentences against Assembly members to further their anti-democratic agenda. The average Venezuelan faces a severe lack of access to food and to medicine, with citizens only able to find 2 of 10 food staples and 1 in 10 medicines. The delegation highlighted that over the period from 2014 to 2016, poverty was projected to jump from 48% to above 80%. In 2017, we received an update on the situation with Lilian Tintero, a Venezuelan democracy advocate and the wife of imprisoned opposition leader Leopoldo Lopez, joined by the Honourable Erwin Kotler, former Minister of Justice, providing testimony on the deteriorating situation in Venezuela. The situation from the previous year had gotten even worse, with more prisoners of conscience being denied their very basic human rights and the democratic process being undermined by a tyrannical regime that is being reinforced by their stacked Supreme Court. Speaker, these awful conditions have only gotten worse since then. This heritage motion will help us to remember and advocate for all those Venezuelans seeking justice, democracy, and human rights like we enjoy. In June 2016, we heard testimony concerning the situation in Honduras, where human rights are regularly challenged by insecurity and impunity. Officials from Global Affairs Canada briefed the subcommittee on issues of mass violence and corruption, particularly targeted at human rights defenders and activists. Berta Cáceres and Nelson Garcia, Indigenous human rights defenders, were both gunned down in separate incidents in March 2016. These murders provoked international responses, with our own government condemning the murders and urging the Honduran authorities to ensure justice. As long as these challenges to human rights protections and law and order exist, long-term development is impossible, and the most vulnerable groups, namely women, children, and Indigenous peoples, will continue to struggle. This Heritage Month bill, will remind us of the Hondurans seeking the promise of peace, order, and good government like we enjoy, Mr. Speaker. The subcommittee also received an update in June 2017 on the situation in Guatemala from Luis Garcia Monroy, the co-founder of Youth Organized in Defense of Life. Mr. Garcia Monroy told the committee that government corruption and acts of impunity have led to legal, physical, and political attacks on human rights activists. He told us that Guatemalan government forcibly displaced families and criminalizes human rights defenders. These crimes are totally unacceptable under international human rights law and what is expected of governments with respect to protecting rights of their citizens. The countries and situations that I've just highlighted are only a few of the difficult situations in Latin America, the ones that our subcommittee has been able to study. While we haven't had the opportunity to study the poor conditions facing people in Cuba or in many regions of Mexico, this gives some context to just how much adversity so many have to overcome. In this light, thousands have come to Canada from Venezuela, Honduras, Guatemala, and numerous other countries across Latin America in search of a better life for themselves and their families. Throughout our history, Canada has welcomed these thousands of migrants and refugees who have since become part of the very fabric of our communities across the country. Many of these fine Canadians are truly unsung heroes who contribute to our community on a daily basis. They are small business owners and volunteers, activists, and public servants. They've achieved so much and helped us build a better country despite the long odds and suffering that they may have faced in their birth countries. It is through these individuals and others that we've developed such a strong multicultural society here in Canada, and it's through celebrating these communities that we can continue to embrace that multicultural identity that we as Canadians enjoy and are so proud of. Mr. Speaker, this bill can also help to grow our relationship with these communities and celebrate the positive influence that Canada can have abroad. I highlight what the positive influence from these countries like Canada can achieve, not just in accepting migrants, but also in diplomacy, because diligent diplomacy can improve the human rights situation in developing countries. There is a perfect example from the previous Conservative government under Prime Minister Harper, which negotiated a free trade agreement with Colombia. Since then, Mr. Speaker, Colombia is one of the only countries in the region where the human rights situation has gotten better. And this Latin American Heritage Month bill will only further grow these ties between Canada and Latin American communities and hopefully spur positive relations and human rights development between our country and those in the Latin American region. Speaker, I want to conclude by once again acknowledging the late Senator Enverga and thanking him for his dedication to Canada and his passion to serve. Latin American Heritage Month will truly be a lasting symbol of legacy. May God bless Senator Enverga's family, may God bless Canada, and may God bless Latin America.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening. First, I'd like to recognize a Huron-Bruce, a former Huron-Bruce resident, and a former classmate of mine in high school, Shauna Hemingway. And Shauna, she is Canada's ambassador to the Dominican Republic and has been a tremendous public servant for many, many years. October is the month. That is the month that's been designated, and in the areas I hang out and for baseball fans around the world, October has always been known as the month of the Fall Classic. We're going to take a little lighter look at the motion here tonight, the bill here tonight, and look at the Latin American contribution from a baseball perspective to Canadian culture and its impact. So first off, we'll start back to 1954. Wow. 1954, and we'll go to Montreal with the Montreal Royals. And who played for the 1954 Montreal Royals? It wasn't Jackie Robinson. It was a young Puerto Rican player by the name of Roberto Clemente, who would go on to play for the Pittsburgh Pirates, 3,000 hits, a 300 batting average, and have many illustrious years in the major leagues until his untimely death in the 70s. That was really a great beginning for the Latin American impact on Canada and with sports. And I should also mention that Roberto Clemente was the first Latin American World Series champion. Wow. Of course, after that, a few years passed, and we had Les Expos in Montreal in the late 60s. Of course, everybody loves the Expos now. And who's perhaps one of the most famous Montreal Expos pitchers of all time?
El Presidente.
El Presidente, El Perfecto, Denny Martinez. And Denny played for the Expos. Denny's from Nicaragua. He was the first Nicaraguan to play in the major leagues. He played for the Expos from 1986 to 1993. Wow. Denny Martinez had 245 wins. He had the 13th perfect game in 1991. Of course, I mentioned his nickname out of that was El Presidente, El Perfecto. And in 2016, he was awarded, or he was put into, the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame in St. Mary's, Ontario. And of course, my seatmate here from Perth Wellington is in his writing. Years later, who came along? Vladimir Guerrero. Vladimir Guerrero played for the Expos from 96 to 2003 from Dominican Republic. He probably had the best outfield arm. Sorry, Jesse Barfield. He probably had the best outfield arm of all time. And those Expos fans will remember a throw that Vladimir Guerrero made against the Blue Jays in 2001, where he picked the ball right out of the air, threw it home, approximately 300 feet, and got Alberto Castilla out at home plate. Probably one of the best outfield throws of all time. Vladimir Guerrero went on to have a 318 batting average, 449 career home runs, 2,590 hits, and was awarded into the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Unfortunately with the LA Angels, but of course some of his best years were with the Expos, obviously. Another famous Expo who was there a short period of time was Pedro Martinez. Pedro Martinez played from 94 to 97. He was a 97 Cy Young Award winner, and of course he's a Hall of Famer as well. Does anybody remember the big cat, Andres Galarraga?
Yes.
Andres Galarraga, the big first baseman from Venezuela, maybe a precursor to Miggy Cabrera. He played from 85 to 91 and had a couple of great seasons at the Olympic Stadium. And a couple of other, I think, very well received and very well thought of Dominican Republic players. Moises Alou, okay, great swing, great right-hander. And Felipe Alou, you got Felipe Alou as well. He played, a lot of people don't know this, he actually played for the Montreal Expos, and he was a coach in the Montreal Expos system for many years, and was likely their best coach, and was from 92 to 2001. He had over 1,000 career wins, wow. And that was a great era, and Moises is still alive today in Dominican Republic. A couple of other Latin American Expos I should mention, Javier Vasquez, and of course it's after 9 o'clock, so I think we can say this. Big sexy Bartolo Colon, okay? He's a 5'10", 280-pound pitcher, and he's still throwing it at 45 years of age for the Texas Rangers. Now, in the 70s, in Toronto, this is really the epicenter of where Latin American influence came in Canadian baseball and probably North American baseball. You had the expansion, Toronto Blue Jays. You had a new GM from the New York Yankees, Pat Gillick, and an exceptional scout, Epi Guerrero, who was really, him and another scout from Los Angeles Dodgers started the first Dominican Republic Baseball Academy that really put Dominican on the map. The Blue Jays' first team had 3 Latin Americans, Pedro Garcia, Hector Torres, and Otto Velez, 2 from Puerto Rico, 1 from Mexico. Does anybody remember the 1979 Cole Rookie of the Year? Alfredo Griffin. Dominican Republic, okay. This will be trivia someday. Damaso Garcia. Damaso Garcia, second baseman for the Blue Jays from 80 to 86. Then we get into the glory years. George Bell, later to be known as Jorge Bell, a little crusty, but a great player. He was plucked out from the Philadelphia Phillies. He played from 81, 83 to 90. He was the 87 MVP, 47 home runs in 87, 308 batting average, and 134 RBIs that year. Wow. It's the only reason the guy from Clinton knows where San Pedro de Macorís is in Dominican Republic. He is on the level of excellence for the Blue Jays. Of course, a sweet fielding shortstop came along around the same time from Dominican Republic. Tony Fernandez threw sidearm from shortstop. Leader in hits, played 2 times. He's on the level of excellence, a great guy. And of course, probably the best Blue Jay to ever play all time, Robbie Alomar from Puerto Rico, Hall of Famer from 91 to 95, 10 Gold Gloves, 12 All-Stars. He's in the Canadian Hall of Fame. He's in Cooperstown. He had 300 for a career, over 27 hits, over 400 almost 500 stolen bases. Does anybody remember Bam Bam? Bam Bam. Carlos Delgado from Puerto Rico, level of excellence, should have been in the Hall of Fame as well. Over 400 homers, 1,500 RBIs. And the latest 2 or 3, Jose Bautista and Edwin Encarnacion. Who could forget those 2? Honorable mention. Does anybody remember Juan Guzman? Manny Lee, Alex Rios, Junior Felix. Today's excellent Latin American Blue Jays include Teoscar Hernandez, Marco Estrada when he can get the changeup over, Jamie Garcia when he remembers to throw strikes. But who is the crown jewel of Latin American baseball today, folks? Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And who can forget the walk-off home run in Montreal in April, one of the most memorable home runs really in Canadian history. Maybe not quite as much as Joe Carter's, but Joe wasn't born in Latin America. I think back to some of the journalists that have covered the Jays through the years, Stephen Brunt, Jeff Blair, Richard Griffin, Bob Elliott, Bobcat Bob Elliott. I'd love to hear all their thoughts. Dominican Republic, some of the all-time greats. Big Papi, David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, Adrian Beltre, Julio Franco. From where else? Colombia. From Colombia, Edgar Renteria, Orlando Cabrera. Panama, Mariano Rivera. Mexico, does anybody remember El Toro? Who's 60 years old? Fernando Venezuela. Fernando Mania from the 80s. I want to go through a few more. Venezuela. More. Venezuela. Jose Altuve, Elvis Andres, Felix Hernandez, Victor Martino, Bobby Abreu. I mentioned Andres Galarraga and Miguel Cabrera. Adrian Beltre I mentioned. From Cuba. Okay, they're able to come across now and play. Jose Abreu, Aroldis Chapman and his 106-mile-an-hour fastball. Yoenis Cespedes, Yasiel Puig. How's my pronunciation in Spanish? And I should also mention, Mr. Speaker, I played a couple years of collegiate baseball in Tennessee, and many of my teammates were from Puerto Rico. Alex Colon, Ramon Lopez. I forget him now, it's been so many years. Danny Alvarez. This haircut's a dead giveaway. Enrique Lazu. So many great memories. Let's not mistake, some of these are the greats of all time. They put Canadian baseball on the map. God bless Latin America.
Resuming debate. Prise de débat. La députée de Beauport.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's almost embarrassing to speak after my colleague because he listed all these many Latin American players in soccer, baseball. It was an admirable speech. But I would first of all like to say hello to all my fellow citizens in Beauport-Limoilou who are watching, and to say that this bill, S-218, which was brought forward in the upper house by our colleague who unfortunately died more than a year ago, Senator Enverga, and now it is our colleague, the member for Trois-Rivières, who's brought it here before the House of Commons, and I'm delighted to take part in this debate, in which the Liberals don't seem to want to take part, but there are about 500,000 Hispanic Canadians, and they have an extraordinary history in many ways, their history in Canada. And they have brought a lot culturally and economically to our country. There is the Colombian community, which is very significant, which has a festival in my riding. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with all members of this House, I'd like to show certain similarities that North America shares with South America, both political, geopolitical, economical, sociological, and even anthropological. Mr. Speaker, because it is the Americas, we do share two continents and a common history. So, anthropologically, the first people who came to the Americans, there's a thesis that has it that the first people who came to the Americans came from peoples from Asia. There are others who say that people came from the Pacific area 30 million years ago, but the two continents share similarities.
Now, from an historical perspective, well, this was the New World. Christopher Columbus arrived, I believe it was near Cuba. He discovered the Americas on behalf of the Western world. And so he discovered this New World. Jacques Cartier-Cabot. There were all these explorers, these discoverers, who made this area known to all those people in their country of origin, writers, monarchs. And there were many, many of these areas that were colonized. And that's something else that we share historically. Colonialism links the North and the South. There were the conquistadores in the South. They conquered everything from Central America and actually even a part of California and Florida, all the way down to the tip of South America. And then there were the colonialists in New France and New England. And once again, historically speaking, we share that history with the South Americans. We also have a shared history when it comes to the first form of capitalism. So there was Europe, Africa, and the New World. There were slaves who were brought to the New World, and then products that were sent back. It was a very unfortunate time of history, but you can't be afraid of history. It's something you should talk about. And that's a part of history that we share with South America. Geopolitically, we also have a lot in common. Around the same time, during the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, South America was divided by the Pope. I can't remember which one, but it was divided into two areas. So it was divided up amongst the Portuguese and the Spanish. My colleague from grassroots Saskatchewan Parkland is very good with history, so thank you for sharing that point with me. Anyway, it was divided up into two geopolitical areas, and in North America, following the 7-Year War, there was a division between the British and the French. So once again, geopolitically speaking, we have a shared history with South America. Politically and sociologically, we also do. There were popular revolutions and uprisings, whether it be the American one in 1776. In Canada, there wasn't really a revolution, but there were the Patriots who took up arms, and they were engaged in a revolutionary movement, which led to ministerial responsibility here. And then there was Bolivar in South America, who wanted to create a pan-continental confederation. And he even became a dictator. Now, according to some, he was a liberal, but he did become a dictator over time. So there are popular revolutions that took place in the North and the South. And once again, that's something that we share with the people of South America. Now, economically, we also have much in common. We all want to trade amongst ourselves and amongst countries. We want to soften our borders. And there was NAFTA that was ratified in '92. And in South America, there was also the Mercosur that was created. And it follows the same model. It goes a little further because they wanted to share more than just goods. They wanted to standardize their political systems. And that's obviously a little more difficult because there are many countries involved. Now, South America, in 1823, the President Monroe brought in the Monroe Treaty, Monroe Doctrine, actually, which had an effect on the next 2 centuries. And under the Monroe Doctrine, Monroe told the Europeans that all the Americas, fell under American imperialism. So from 1823 on, Monroe was telling European powers that any European attempt to interfere in the Americas would be seen as an aggressive behavior towards the United States. So from that point on, the United States actually treated South America as their own backyard. We saw that with Pinochet in Chile. We saw that in Honduras. So the Americans started controlling South America as if it were their own personal territory. And we distanced ourselves somewhat from South America because obviously in Canada, if we started creating any sort of agreements with South American countries, then the United States would not be happy because they felt that it belonged to them. Now that did change. In 1948, the Organization of the Americas was created. And in 1990, Canada joined. So it did take a long time for Canada to join with the Americas. And this was all because of the Monroe Doctrine. So after 30 years of watching, basically, Canada finally became a member. And today, after more than 28 years of being a member, Canada now exports its democratic values to South America. It creates bilateral trade agreements, for example, with Peru under Harper, by the way. And there's the Summit of the Americas. One of them was in Quebec City in 2001. So that's what I wanted to highlight this evening, Mr. Speaker. we have things in common. We also have our differences, but we have so much in common geopolitically, anthropologically, sociologically, historically. And more people from South America are coming to Canada to emigrate to Canada and to be able to participate in our rich political and cultural life. For so long, Canada was closed to South America because of the Monroe Doctrine and because of the American policy that was to basically treat South America as its own turf. So I'm so glad that Senator Enverga has brought forward this initiative, and I'm glad my colleague from Thornhill sponsored the bill in this place. And this summer in Beauport, there will be a festival. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've enjoyed listening to the various interventions on this private member's bill, one which recognizes Canada's relationship with Latin America and the ties we have to many of the countries in that region of the world, and establishing the recognition at law that the relationship between Canadians and their Latin American partners is a very good one, and one that can lead to prosperity and lead to wonderful relationships. Now, I heard discussion about sports here today and the culture of Latin America. But you know, I'd like to focus today on the thing that has been my passion for a number of years now, and that is trade, international trade. As Canada's former international trade minister, I had the honor and privilege of being able to lead Canada's trade agenda all around the world. We brought in the Global Markets Action Plan, which opens up new markets for Canadians who are looking to export their goods all around the world. And we also saw in trade an opportunity not only to drive Canadian prosperity, but to help other countries around the world improve their own prosperity. Because there are some that believe that trade is a zero-sum game. If you win, I lose. If I win, you lose. And we have leaders in the world, very well-known leaders today, that believe that trade is a zero-sum game and are prepared to lose opportunities to build trading relationships that are going to drive their own economic growth. Well, we, as a Conservative Party, strongly believe that trade is not a zero-sum game, that in fact a rising tide lifts all ships, or to put it another way, when you increase the size of the pie, everybody benefits, and everybody can participate, and everybody can become more prosperous. And that is what generated our enthusiasm for engaging on trade with Latin America. And it was our Conservative government under Stephen Harper that led the charge to really take opportunity, seize the opportunity to engage with countries within Latin America. And we engaged with countries like Panama and Honduras. We engaged with countries like Peru and Colombia. We also made attempts to engage with some of the larger economies in South America, like Argentina and Brazil. And I'll get to those in a moment. But what drove us was not only a motive to drive economic growth in Canada through trade, but it was to be a vehicle that could be used to help other countries that were emerging from very troubled histories, very troubled pasts. Let me give you an example of where Canada has engaged. By the way, this is also a compliment to our Liberals here, because they're the ones who started the trade negotiations with Chile. So that I give credit where credit is due. But what happened was that Chile under Gustavo Pinochet lived under fear and under the oppression of a tyrant and a dictator. who oppressed his people. There was no democracy. There was no security in that country. There was no rule of law. It was chaotic. It was immensely unsafe. Those who remember those days remember the news reports coming out of Chile. Extrajudicial killings and people, fathers, mothers disappearing, never to be seen again. Well, eventually, Gustavo Pinochet was deposed. He was brought to justice. But their country was in shambles. Their economy was in shambles. Canada decided to engage with Chile. Now, there are those that suggest that with countries that come from very problematical pasts, like Colombia and Peru and Honduras, the best way of treating them is to treat them as pariahs, not engage with them at all. Isolate them. Canada's approach has been quite different. We have said, listen, provided that a country has a genuine desire to emerge from their difficult past and to make the structural reforms required, we're prepared to engage with them on trade. Because when you engage with them on trade, you get to engage with them on building democratic institutions, building a rule of law, delivering better security in those countries. They're all part of a package. It's not just about trade. So we engaged with Chile, and Canada was one of the first countries to sign a trade agreement with Chile. Today, Chile is the most prosperous, most democratic country in South America. It's an example, a shining example of where engagement made a huge difference. And even to this day, Canada has close relationships with Chile. We still trade with them. We still have a trade agreement with them. So there were other countries in the region. Peru was one. Remember, Peru was trying to loosen itself from the grip of the Shining Path guerrillas, which were wreaking chaos throughout their country. And eventually they were able to emerge from that. And their leader at the time chose to engage with Canada and said, would it be possible for Canada to consider a trade agreement with Peru? And we said, we know you have a troubled past. There are lots of things to fix in your country, but you've expressed a genuine desire to create a much better country, much better economy, a much better future for your people. We engaged with Peru. We negotiated a trade agreement with them. And today, Peru is a completely different country. It still has its challenges, and anyone who travels there will understand that. But it is a vastly different and superior country to what it once was. The same thing is true with Colombia, where we engaged with President Santos, who was trying to make peace with the FARC guerrillas and the ELN, the National Patriotic Army. And we worked with them. We said, we'll engage with you in a trade agreement. And we negotiated and negotiated. And at the end of the day, we're able to secure an agreement that is today driving prosperity, helping to drive prosperity with that country, because there are other countries that Colombia has now engaged with as well and has trade agreements with. And they're strengthening their democratic institutions. They have a semblance of rule of law in Colombia right now. Is it perfect? No, but it's getting much better. Canada played a part in doing that and providing security, developing capacity within that country. And Canada is known around the world as being a kinder, gentler nation. Countries that are coming out of troubled pasts find it much easier to engage with Canada than with other countries because we have a different approach. For example, some trade agreements have to be negotiated on an asymmetrical basis. In other words, the outcomes aren't the same on both sides. You recognize that the one partner is weaker, and instead of saying, hey, it's our way or the highway, we want full access to your market overnight, Canada had an approach that said, listen, over time you're going to develop a much more prosperous country. But for now, we want to engage with you, and we're going to set up a set of rules that favor you for the time being, and over time you can catch up, then we'll have a full-blown bilateral agreement that is truly balanced. And that's the kind of approach, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians have brought to trade, that we've brought to Latin America. We've made a huge difference as we've engaged with those countries. Now, there are other countries that we still have to engage with. Countries like Brazil and Argentina and Venezuela and Paraguay and Uruguay, who are all part of something called Mercosur. Actually, Venezuela is not part of it, given its recent challenges. But the other countries are part of a larger trading bloc that Canada has tried to engage with. The problem is, many of those countries still believe that trade is, in fact, a zero-sum game, so that if you win, I lose. And so they're very protectionist. They really don't want to open up their economies, but they want to open up our economy. And it has to be a two-way street. We understand that. So I hope I've been able to paint a bit of a picture of Latin America. It's not just about sports. It's not just about culture. It's about economic opportunity. It's about trade and making the lives of millions of people better and ensuring prosperity for them. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Oh, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take away from my colleague across the way if she wanted to speak. I certainly like to give her an opportunity, but perhaps she doesn't want to do that. I was just excited to hear my colleague's speech about trade, Mr. Speaker, because we believe on the impacts of trade and the great benefits of them. And it's his examples were phenomenal when he talks about how we can watch countries rise and gain the advantage in every area when they embrace things like free trade and they set aside protectionism and they set aside trade barriers for their country. So we're excited to be able to be here tonight and to see some of those examples where that has worked around the world. Mr. Speaker, there's kind of two aspects to what I want to talk about tonight, and one of them has to do with the bill on Latin America, but the other one has to do with the Filipino community in our country and the role that they play, because Senator Enverga was such an important part of that. And I want to talk a little bit about him and his phenomenal impact on both that community and on his adopted country. My riding is in southwestern Saskatchewan, and it wasn't an area where over the years that we've had a lot of Filipino people in our riding until about 10 years ago, when the temporary foreign worker program was put into place, the SAFS nominee program was put into place, and people began to come into southwestern Saskatchewan to fill roles in manufacturing and some of the service industries or whatever, and they have come to be a major community in southwestern Saskatchewan. And they've been a community that makes a huge contribution to our community as well. And it's interesting, they've gone from just a few hundred people to between 2,000 and 3,000 people in a community in southwestern Saskatchewan. And they support each other. Swift Current is kind of the center of our community in that part of the area. And they go in, they're great contributors to the local economy, great contributors to local communities. They're great partners. They just fit right in. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, they have such a strong family focus. It's a reminder to the rest of us to continue to make sure that we focus on supporting our families and the relationships there. And they have provided great leadership in our community in Saskatchewan, but Senator Enverga has certainly provided that leadership in Ontario here. And I would just like to talk a little bit about the role that he has played. I didn't know him all that well, but sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we have the opportunity to meet people. As soon as you see them and you spend a little bit of time with them, you understand these are people who have a lot of influence because they're willing to commit themselves to other people. And he was one of those people who was like that. I think, first of all, it was obvious he was a man who loved his country. He loved Canada. Everything you hear about him is he was a tireless worker. He was somebody that put himself with passion into the projects that he was involved in, and certainly it was full of energy all the time. I think probably few of us are that enthusiastic about our country, and it certainly is a reminder to us that we can play that kind of role of really bringing people up with us. As mentioned earlier, this evening is first Filipino on the Toronto Catholic School Board, and I saw some tributes to him after his passing from people who said he played such an influential role in their lives, even to this day, of the things that he initiated and the relationships that he had with them. Of course, he's more famous in his role as a senator. He was appointed in 2012 and came in and played an important role. And it's interesting, it wasn't a long time that he was in the Senate, but the Speaker of the House of Commons, or the Speaker of the Senate rather, when he passed, had this to say about him. And he said, in every aspect of his parliamentary work, Senator Enverga was not shy about sharing his deep love for Canada. It has been a privilege to serve with him, and I know he will be dearly missed by everyone in the Senate family. And sometimes we say those kinds of words if someone has passed away, but from what I could see, every person that knew him felt this way about him and had a deep appreciation of who he was and what he had done. And so we need to recognize his service in the other place. And Mr. Speaker, he was somebody who actually who loved others as well. He was very committed to his community, but it was interesting. He worked for 30 years, I think, with BMO and the Bank of Montreal and served there. But he was a strong family man. He was a fierce advocate for people with disabilities, and that may be tied to the fact that one of his daughters was Down syndrome. And when we meet parents who have a child with disability or whatever, often there is a deep compassion, not only for their own children, but for other children of similar situations and for their parents. And Senator Enverga was one of those people who had that depth of character from serving his family. Again, in his community, he was a person who was loved in his community. He launched the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation, and it was a foundation that had a lot to do with trying to help both the new families coming into Canada and then also trying to help back in the Philippines in situations where there were disasters and those kinds of things. And it's just interesting that he talked at one point about the fact that he had the opportunity to be in the Senate, and he said the Senate has come to bolster representation of groups often underrepresented in Parliament. That's what he really wanted to do, such as Aboriginal peoples, visible minorities, and women. And he said, his quote was, "We as visible minorities and Asian senators have a responsibility and an ability to share and contribute our unique values, skills, and culture to complement and enhance various Senate roles and duties in the country as a whole." This is a person who saw not only that he loved his country, but he loved the people around him, and he was willing to work towards that as well. It was interesting, one of the people said an anecdote that he was a person who went to church regularly, and often people would be wondering if they could talk to him about some of the roles that he could play around here and some of the ways he might help them, and he was always available after church on Sunday if people wanted to talk to him. Some of us tend to run away and hide when we're in public, so we don't have to do work 24 hours a day. He was one of those people who was happy to greet people and bring them in to his life. He was also a person who loved God, and he wasn't shy about that. And actually, one of the things I just think I appreciated most is his wife had a couple comments to say after his passing about his character. She described her husband, he'd been married for 34 years, as a person with a heart for those who needed help. Her words were that his drive and focus has always been rooted in his fervent faith. He's always been a man of faith, and who he is rooted in that, and he believed in putting his community ahead of himself. And so this is a person who, it's not a surprise that he had the kind of influence that he did in our country. And she actually said, "My husband would want to tell everyone, please stand up for your faith. No matter what you do, no matter what position you have, stand up for your faith." And this was a person who wasn't ashamed of that. He was willing to take that with him into his life here, and certainly had a significant impact on a lot of people around here, and we're aware of that. And I've done a lot of work on international religious freedom, Mr. Speaker, and he reminds me of other people I've met who are willing to pay a tremendous price because of the things that they believe in and the things that they hold very dear to themselves. So it's time goes too quickly on these speeches, but it does in other places as well, and he clearly left us far too early. He still had things to do. He had a couple of bills before the House, S-242, which would protect consumers. He was working on this bill, obviously, S-218, and he was trying to bring the national anthem and singing of it once a week into the Senate as well. But I do want to just close, Mr. Speaker, by reading a tribute from his friend, who is Romy Raphael, who is the president of that foundation that he started. Hopefully I can get through this before we're done. But he just said about his friend, his passionate drive to help those in need, especially in their time of need, show in his involvement in numerous charitable causes, and this is how the PCCF came to be. Before being appointed to the Senate by Prime Minister Stephen Harper, he created it in October 2010 in order to help the poorest of the poor in the Philippines. He was a selfless man who loved his country and genuinely wanted to help the people in it. He was determined to help. He once said in his speech, "We are not afraid to fail. We may fall, stumble, and cry, but we will stand up stronger and fulfill our mission to charity." By his example, he inspired people like myself to be an advocate for positive change and to help those in need. And then he finished by saying, there's a saying that goes, people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Even though you are no longer with us, Senator, your spirit will live on through those whose lives you touched. Your legacy will continue, and you will forever be in our hearts. May you rest in peace, Senator. We will miss you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Gracias, señor el presidente. Today I'm proud to support Bill S-218, the Act representing Latin American Heritage Month, and to my colleague from Cypress Hills Grassland who had spoken so eloquently about Senator Enverga, I too will speak to some of the great things that he meant to this place and to his community. And of course, many of our colleagues have mentioned that this bill is one of the many lasting legacies of our friend and colleague, the late Senator Tobias Enverga. So S-218 also owes its continued success in this chamber thanks to the tireless efforts of our colleague from Thornhill. Senator Enverga was a tireless champion of the many cultural and ethnic groups that now call Canada home. As an immigrant himself, he knew the challenges of starting a new life in a foreign country. As Senator, he was always quick to acknowledge the hard work, dedication, and enormous contributions of new Canadians as they settle into their new lives here in Canada. Senator Enverga first brought this bill forward in the Senate, and he had a similar bill before the House in the last Parliament, which was dropped because of the election in 2015. For the current iteration, the Senator wanted to reshape it and expand it to include a few more important things. The original bill was called Hispanic Heritage Month. For S-218, he consciously changed the name and the characterization to Latin American Heritage Month. In previous speeches and debates on this bill, the late Senator referenced other heritage months that moved him to propose one for Canadians of Latin American descent. So when Senator Enverga first spoke to Bill S-218, he reminded colleagues that he came to Canada as an immigrant, one of the many in the upper chamber fortunate to have been welcomed in Canada. He referred to the spectrum of celebrations held across Canada by communities of various national, ethnic, and linguistic origins. He highlighted the 2 decades-plus annual celebration of Black History Month, recognized by the House in 1995 and by the Senate 13 years later. He explained that the designation of Black History Month has done much to educate and to familiarize Canadians with the stories and the history of an important demographic too often absent in our school curricula. He mentioned as well Asian Heritage Month, passed and proclaimed in 2002 and marked annually ever since, when non-Asian Canadians learn of and experience the sounds and the entertainment and tastes of Asia and the contribution that Asian Canadians have brought to Canadian society. Senator Enverga argued that those were just 2 wonderful examples of designated heritage months to which he believed a Latin American Heritage Month should be added. He wanted to highlight the unique Latin culture and the ever-changing landscapes, not only in Central and South America, but also in the Caribbean, given the centuries of evolutions and revolutions and the many nuanced geopolitical sensitivities from the region's colorful history. This legislation essentially recognizes the many significant contributions to Canada's social, economic, cultural, and political fabric made by Canadians' dynamic Latin American community. For the purpose of this bill, Senator Enverga anticipated the widest possible interpretation so that Bill S-218 could cover those whose identity is Spanish and Portuguese speakers from South America and Central America, as well as those whose heritage is of the Francophone and Hispanic Caribbean islands. Using that broad and very inclusive measure, we can see that Canadians of Latin American origin can be found far and wide across our great country from coast to coast to coast. In the absence of absolute census numbers covering that broad and somewhat imprecise measure, we might estimate a probable demographic well above 500,000 men, women, and children here in Canada. What we know for certain is that the Latin American community is one of the fastest growing cultural groups in Canada today. Statistics Canada reports that between 1996 and 2001, the number of individuals reporting Latin American origins rose by 32%, at a time when the overall Canadian population grew by only 4%. These numbers are particularly interesting given that there was only a very small Latin American population in Canada before the 1960s. It was in the 1960s and 1970s that Canada recorded the first significant migration of Latin Americans. Their motivation, sadly, in too many cases, was to escape social and economic turmoil, dictatorships, and conflict. Most recently, another wave is fleeing Venezuelans' corrupt and repressive socialist regimes under first Hugo Chavez and now the brutal Nicolas Maduro. These Latin Americans represent a significant loss to their countries that they had left, but they have been a welcome addition in Canada. Their education, their skills, and their adaptability has been a great benefit to Canada's labour market, to our economy, and to our culture. Now, most Canadians of Latin American origin live in Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, or Alberta, and almost half making their homes in Ontario. Canada's Latin American population is also young. Statistics Canada tells us that almost 50% of those with Latin American origins live in Canada and they're under the age of 25. Seniors make up less than 5% of those reporting Latin American origins, compared with 12% of all other Canadians. Virtually all Canadians of Latin American origin are functional in one of Canada's two official languages. They are slightly more likely than the rest of our population to have university degrees. Also, Statistics Canada tells us that working-age adults of Latin American origins are somewhat more likely to be employed than the rest of Canada's adult population, fully 64% of adults of Latin American origin. Latin America is is considered the fourth largest source of immigration to Canada. However, in sharp contrast to the United States, the demographic is not measured or appreciated nearly as much as their counterparts in the US of A. That's where Senator Enverga's bill, Bill S-218, stands not only to deepen our appreciation and celebration of our Latin American community, but to more precisely measure the actual numbers and its regional contributions to our economy. La población de América Latina de Canadá es una comunidad vibrante y multicultural compuesta por una gama de subgrupos. Los artistas, músicos, escritores y atletas de primera generación, así como líderes en ciencia, salud y negocios, han logrado el segundo y el tercer derechos que están agregando sus talentos y habilidades de la mezcla. The Latino community in Alberta hosts an annual fiesta called Festival. Festival is a family-oriented, multicultural arts and entertainment festival highlighting the Latin American music, food, and culture. 2 years ago, I attended the Festival event when it was held in Red Deer. This year's Festival will be held in Calgary from the 20th of July until the 22nd. And it will take place in the heart of downtown Calgary at the Olympic Plaza. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, excuse me, the Latin culture is also close to me and my family. For as you see, a 4-hour flight from Calgary does take me to Ottawa, but a similar 4-hour flight takes me to Mazatlan. Same time zone, so it's much better that way. In Mexico, we've had opportunities over the years to bring our family there, so much that my daughter Megan not only picked up the love of the culture, but also the language. And while at the University of Alberta, she volunteered for Edmonton's Women's Shelter for immigrants and for immigrant women, and later spent 5 years teaching Spanish in Sylvan Lake. When I came to Ottawa in 2008, I was honored to be part of Parlaméricas, and through that organization, as well as Asia Pacific and participation in OAS meetings and various bilateral discussions, I was able to use my love of the Latin American culture to serve not just my community, but our country as well. Being in places like Panama, Mexico, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Colombia are but a few of the countries where Canadians have had a great influence, and this relationship with our nation is reflected here at home. And I recall specifically being in Colombia for bilateral talks at the same time that the discussions were taking place in Havana between Colombia and FARC and ELN. So what we were doing, we were sitting with civil society representatives as they were coming and going back and forth to Havana, and the discussions that they had. And it was, when you think about the fact that here was a group saying, our children have been taken, they have gone into these terrorist camps, some of them have been killed, some have been raped, all of these types of things have happened to them, but somewhere along the line, we have to stop 60 years of terrible things happening to our communities. And they were able to deal with that. So that is always going to stay with me. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that my colleagues will also support this well-thought-out bill. Together we can assure that Senator Enverga's legacy and advocacy lives on every time we celebrate Latin Heritage Month. Good night.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting, I'm pleased to be part of the one party in this House that's actually interested in talking about our relationship with Latin America. It seems only conservatives want to make the case for this bill and for this important relationship, and that's an interesting thing. I'm sure that the community and Latin America really appreciates our party's contribution and engagement with this issue, and certainly this is something that we're going to continue to talk about. Because conservatives believe in and value Canada's relationship with all of our partners around the world, and certainly with the community in Latin America. And I think that the case needs to be made on this bill, and that's what those of us in the official opposition precisely are keen to do. I've got a lot, Madam Speaker, that I want to say on this bill. I'm sorry that I only have 10 minutes, but I'll do my best to get through all of these points. I know my colleagues across the way are disappointed as well that I only have 10 minutes to make the case. But first and foremost, I do, of course, this is Senator Enverga's bill, and I think it's important to start out by saluting his good work in the Senate, indeed outside of the Senate and before. Unlike some of our longer tenured members, I didn't have the same opportunities to get to know him so well, but in the short time in which our careers overlapped here on Parliament Hill, certainly I saw his commitment to this place, his commitment to advocating for his community, advocating for this country, and using the role he had as a senator to really move this country forward. And this was one example of part of that larger contribution. There were a few things that I wanted to comment on this bill. First of all, speaking of Latin American history and heritage, I wanted to share a little bit about my own familial connection to Latin America. And it's an important connection because although no member of my family has exactly what you could call as Latin American origin, my grandparents actually met in Latin America. So I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be here otherwise. And at least one member's glad for that. So, Madam Speaker, and the story is a simple one. My grandfather was born here in Canada. He was born in Toronto. My grandmother was born in Europe. She was part Jewish. She was a Holocaust survivor. And the family was able to get one visa. So my great-grandfather left Germany. He went to South America. As I recall, without any sort of particular design, this was just where they were able to get a visa. He ended up in Ecuador. And my grandmother survived the war inside Germany, and then her and her mother left for South America to meet up with my great-grandfather. So they met up in South America. My grandmother worked at a bookstore, and my grandfather, who was a Canadian, as a young man, my grandmother was a refugee, and my grandfather was the explorer. He kind of went out adventuring and traveled all over the world. I know he spent some time in the Philippines as well as a young man, so another connection to Senator Enverga there. He spent 2 years in the Philippines, but he ended up as well in South America. And so it was in Ecuador that my grandparents met at a house party. 3 weeks later, they were engaged, and they ended up back here in Canada. So from my perspective, a great Canadian story of an explorer meets refugee, ends up in Canada. But South America was that crossover point where people from different parts of the world were seeking opportunity, came and had the opportunity to meet. My mother was also born in South America. After returning to Canada, my grandparents went back and they spent some time in Venezuela. Interesting, of course, we're very familiar with the challenges in Venezuela, the abuse of human rights, the abuse of democracy that we see from the Maduro regime there. So it's interesting that it wasn't that long ago when Venezuela, rich in resources, was a place where a Canadian would go to seek work and opportunity. So that's a little bit of my own personal connection to South America as part of the region that is spoken about in this bill. Certainly, we can see through that and in general the rich resources, the rich culture, and the rich opportunities that exist in this region. And certainly, there are many opportunities as a result of that in terms of cultural enrichment as well as in terms of Canada's relationship with that region. I know, for example, my colleague from BC, former trade minister in the Harper government, spoke about the trade deals that Canada signed and other trade deals that Canada was in the process of seeking during the period of the Harper government. We had a vigorous trade agenda that was very successful and committed to deepening those ties throughout the Americas, throughout the world. But in particular, we were successful at developing deeper ties in the Americas. And I know from time to time other parties didn't agree with us on that trade agenda. They would say, for example, that we shouldn't be trading with countries that don't have a perfect human rights record. And yet we saw opportunities through trade, through engagement, but also through associated labor and environmental agreements to actually create the opportunities and the catalyst for the kind of improvements that were underway in those countries, indeed, that people were seeking in those countries. We saw trade as a part of a constructive toolkit for our engagement with these countries. And under the previous government, we had a Minister of State who was responsible for the Americas, and this reflected the particular emphasis we put on the economic, on the cultural, on the strategic relationship we had with Latin America. Now, I think part of the importance of that relationship as well was the role that Canada could play in championing our values, what we sometimes describe as Canadian values, but also really our universal human values, the ideas of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And in all of our relationships around the world, we seek to advance those values, in particular in the previous government, in our engagement with Latin America. We saw opportunities and did work to advance those values. And today we see certain countries where there are increasing challenges. I don't think enough has been said, for example, in Canada or in this House, about the situation in Nicaragua. We see many people being killed in protests that are taking place, people that are challenging the repression that's happened, protesters being killed. And Madam Speaker, it's important for us to raise these issues, to ask questions, and to challenge the government of Nicaragua to respect the fundamental rights of people in that country. So I am hopeful that this will be part of the engagement that our government takes around the world. They say that human rights, the advancement of human rights, protection of democracy is a key priority. We are skeptical in certain instances of the way that works itself out in practice, and we've continued to challenge the government on those issues. Nonetheless, in another case, I should mention Venezuela, we have seen, in response to a lot of pressure that's come from civil society as well as the opposition, but we have seen a downgrading in the diplomatic relationship with Venezuela, which was a way of sending a message. And it's important as well that we use the toolkits that are available, such as Magnitsky sanctions against some of these regimes. But it's also striking to me, Madam Speaker, when I think about the challenges that exist in Latin America and some of these countries, to ask the question, what does it take to engage our attention in some of these human rights issues, even when we speak about Latin America, issues that are relatively very close to us. Many Canadians have connections, will go on vacation perhaps to countries in Central and South America. And yet, when there are challenges, whether it's natural disasters or human rights issues that emerge, I don't know if those always engage the headlines here in the way that maybe we would like them to. So this is, I think, a challenge that we have to reflect on, is how, in a spirit of universal human solidarity, we try and make sure we are engaged, yes, of course, with the things that are in our immediate environment, but also engaged with questions of human well-being and suffering as they happen elsewhere. I was going to, in this context, read a quote from Theory of Moral Sentiments by Adam Smith, but I don't think I have time in the 1 minute left. But anyways, the point he makes in a fairly famous fable is that if we imagine some terrible tragedy happening on the other side of the world, we might reflect on it, we might consider it, we might engage it philosophically, and then we might, after that, kind of go on about our business. But if we were to imagine, in the case of the fable, to lose one's own little finger tomorrow, we were to imagine some relatively very minor tragedy happening to ourselves, it would engage us at a visceral and a subconscious level. And it is our reason, it is our sense of higher value that pushes us beyond this to feel a real strong sense of solidarity and fellow feeling with those around us. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you very much. Maybe a point of order first, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering, I just want to make sure, I don't think any Liberal has spoken yet on this piece of legislation, and I want to make sure, there are a few of them still in the chamber, I want to make sure that no one
That is not a point of order, so I would just ask the member to start his speech if he wishes to do so.
Order. Sure, I'm good. Order. Madam Speaker.
Order. I already made my statement on it. I don't think that I need any help on the government side, and I will certainly allow the member to start his speech, and if anybody else wants to get up, they'll be able to do so and be recognized.
I find it kind of interesting that no Liberal wanted to get up and speak to this, but they have no hesitation heckling us as we're speaking to this important bill today. So we've been discussing it for several hours tonight, and some who are watching, I'm sure there are many people riveted to the debate tonight, may forget what it is that we're actually talking about. So I thought that I would just read the bill. It's a very short bill, just as a way of reintroducing folks that might have tuned in a little bit late and might not know what it is that we're talking about. So it's an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month. It was moved by Senator Enverga, who was a valued member of our Conservative team, a senator from 2012 until he passed away in 2017. Senator Enverga was the first Filipino-Canadian elected in the city of Toronto. He was a Catholic school board trustee in Toronto. He was known in the region for launching the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation, and he was co-chair of the Canada-Philippine Interparliamentary Group. He inaugurated the annual Filipino Independence Day flag raising on Parliament Hill, and he was, quote, a tireless champion of multiculturalism and was an advocate for people with disabilities, as pointed out in the Globe and Mail article, because his daughter, Roselle, has Down syndrome. And Madam Speaker, that is something that's obviously close to my heart as well, as people in this House would know. one of the things that strikes me about this legislation is the fact that while Senator Verga was a tireless champion for folks in the Filipino community, he decided to move a bill to recognize Latin American Heritage Month. And that just speaks to who he was. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that I'll remember about Senator Verga is whenever he walked into a room, the room got brighter because he was there. He was just a shining light. He was very, very passionate about Canada. He was very, very passionate about the work that our Conservative government was doing. He was very passionate about the opportunity he had as someone that was born in the Philippines, immigrated to Canada, and took his place as a senator in this country. And he's someone that we miss in our caucus. He's someone that I think that the Hill is less for not having around. And Madam Speaker, I think about my own community in Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, and a lot of people might, take a look at the map and see where this riding is, and make the mistaken assumption that that there's not a diversity there. But Wetaskiwin, which is a community of 17,000 people, actually has a very, very significant Filipino population. And it's kind of funny when I'm in Wetaskiwin, I think about folks like Senator Verga, and I see this unbelievable passion within the Filipino community in Wetaskiwin. For those members of Parliament who have significant Filipino communities in their ridings, you'll recognize what I'm going to say when you go door knocking and you get to a Filipino household, and it's almost like there's a celebration because you're there, because you showed up. And when you show up at events, just the incredible joy that they have. And Senator Verga was a personification of that within our team and within the confines of Parliament Hill. So, Madam Speaker, his bill, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, was pretty simple. It goes like this: whereas the Parliament of Canada recognizes that members of the Latin American community in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fabric of the nation, whereas the designation of a month as Latin American Heritage Month would be a meaningful way to remember, celebrate, and educate the public about these contributions, whereas Latin American communities across Canada would be mobilized by a Latin American Heritage Month to jointly celebrate, share, and promote their unique culture and traditions with all Canadians, and whereas October is a significant month for the Latin American community around the world, now therefore Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows. Number one, this act may be cited as the Latin American Heritage Month Act, and throughout Canada, in each and every year, the month of October is to be known as, quote, Latin American Heritage Month. So it's very, very simple. I hope that members from all parties will be able to support this bill. I'm really glad that we've had the opportunity to discuss this tonight. I have to say, listening to the debate tonight, it's probably one of the most productive evenings that we've had in the House of Commons in the last several weeks. It's a nice break, because if you take a look at the things that we have been discussing in the absence of legislation like this, we've taken a lot of closure and time allocation debates, and then the time spent waiting for the votes on those things. I think we had 5 in a 3-day span actually last week. We've been discussing the $18 billion deficit that the government is running, despite the fact that they promised that we would be running a balanced budget by next year. That's pretty devastating stuff that we're talking about. A government that has increased spending by $58 billion annually, and can't find a way to balance the budget. It's, I think, over 21% in 4 years that they've increased spending, and I think about the fact that it's our kids and grandkids that are going to pay the price for that down the road. Just like in the days of the former Trudeau government of the 70s, massive increases in spending, and it was the generation in the mid-90s that had to pay for a $35 billion cut healthcare, social services, and education transfers to the provinces. That was when the bill came due. And we're going down that same direction now. So, so it's very, very encouraging. It's very, very encouraging. I won't point out which of my colleagues' phone was ringing right now, but it was someone sitting very, very close to the microphone, apparently. So, no, very, very encouraging to have the opportunity to talk about something other than that. Talk about something other than the nationalization of pipelines, for example. Something that is just, it's astonishing that we've gotten to a place where, at one point I think we had 4 pipelines in the pipeline, so to speak. When this government got elected in 2015, we had Northern Gateway approved, and Energy East was well on its way. Trans Mountain was moving forward as well, and a lot of talk about Keystone XL, and they managed to cancel Northern Gateway. They managed to completely change the rules that made it impossible for Energy East to move forward. And of course, the energy minister likes to talk about Energy East and say that the company made a business decision, an economic decision to cancel Energy East after they had spent $1 billion navigating a regulatory system, and the government changed the rules around that. Naturally, they made an economic decision to not go forward anymore and not waste another $1 billion. So it's very encouraging to have the opportunity to talk about something tonight other than the Liberals' failed policy on pipeline, which has them now buying a pipeline for $4.5 billion because they can't find a private sector company when there used to be 4 projects on the go. They can't find a private sector company to move forward with it. So very nice to have that opportunity to talk about that, talk about something other than those things tonight. We could have been talking about the carbon tax. Of course, there's been lots of discussion about the carbon tax, and maybe at some point, maybe actually, you know what? On a point of order, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, maybe I could get unanimous consent from the House of Commons to have the finance minister go before the finance committee of the House of Commons and tell Canadians what the carbon tax is going to cost Canadians, cost Canadian families. Could I get unanimous consent for that? Yeah. On point of order?
It's not a point of order. The honourable member has less than a minute left if he'd like to finish his speech.
I apologize. Yeah.
What's happened? Oh, wow.
It's interesting. There's a lot of activity over there right now. I imagine people are flooding in right now to have the opportunity to finally speak to this piece of legislation. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will cede the floor in the hopes that finally a Liberal member will stand up and speak to this important legislation. Thank you.
Excuse me. Order. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Perth-Wellington.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me say what an honour it is to rise in this House at this relatively late hour to debate Bill S-218. But before I do want to make note of the hardworking people who do allow this place to operate. The table officers, the pages, our Hansard reporters, Parliamentary Protective Service, food services, the bus drivers, everyone who keeps this place going. I think they do an exceptional job, especially at a late hour as it is today. And I would just point out that the Hansard officer today is a young man by the name of Sam, who's actually in the Arthur Kruger College of Public Affairs, which is the same Kruger College I attended at Carleton University. An exceptional, hardworking young man. But it is an honour to rise and to debate this important motion. I would note that I am the 35th person to debate this bill tonight. I would note as well that those who have debated so far have been Conservative, New Democrats, even the leader of the Green Party has debated this bill. Unfortunately, those who serve as members of the government have not spoken to this bill. This bill, Bill S-218, was introduced in the other place by our dear friend, our late colleague, the Honourable Senator Tobias Enverga. Now, certainly on a night like this when we're debating his bill, we all wish that he was here with us, that he could be sitting in the Senate gallery observing this important debate. But alas, we lost him all too soon at the age of 61. And in fact, he was attending a meeting of the Canadian section of the Parliament of America, traveling with the Canadian section to Colombia when he passed away so suddenly. And certainly tonight, our thoughts are with his family, certainly his dear wife, Rosemary, and their 3 daughters. And, talking a little bit about his 3 daughters, as we've heard before, they were truly his inspiration, and his inspiration for a variety of different things, including his support of Canadians living with disabilities. Certainly one of his daughters lives with Down syndrome and was always a support to him. Now, Senator Enverga, as members will know, before being elected, was a trustee in the Toronto Catholic District School Board, and in fact, when he was elected to that position, he did so. By so doing, he became the first Filipino Canadian elected within the city of Toronto. And in fact, when he was appointed to the other place in 2012, it was the first time that a Filipino Canadian had been appointed to the other place. In the 145 years to that point in Confederation, Senator Enverga became the first Filipino Canadian to be appointed to the Senate. Now, certainly, Madam Speaker, when I rise to debate this bill, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, I think of the many Canadians of Latin American descent who came to Canada, to build a better life for themselves and for their families. I think of a good friend of mine, Sebastian Ortega. His parents, Julio and Carmen Ortega, came from Peru to Canada in 1993. They are now proud to be living in Canada and their families contributing to our great society. When this bill was introduced in the other place, Senator Enverga rose on March 8th, 2016, to state this, quote, "I came to Canada as an immigrant, and I am one of many in this chamber who have been fortunate to be welcomed here to contribute to our society. Few countries in the world are as open and accepting to people who come from other countries to settle and make a new life for themselves as our country is. The Canadian policy of multiculturalism is a great success when it comes to allowing for and celebrating the various cultural backgrounds and languages we have." And Madam Speaker, I would echo those comments from the late Senator. And by passing this bill, by passing Bill S-218, we are able to celebrate that great diversity. We are able to celebrate that history of multiculturalism that we see in this place, that we see across this country, that we see in each of our ridings. And according to Statistics Canada, in 2016, there were 674,640 Canadians living in Canada who came from Latin American descent. And indeed, in my own riding of Perth Wellington, a strong rural community, it may surprise you, Madam Speaker, to know that there are 1,570 Canadians living in Perth Wellington who are of a Latin American descent. It is important that we recognize and we celebrate this contribution to our great society. Now, certainly, there is precedent for a bill of this nature, and indeed, this House and the other place have, during the time of the 42nd Parliament, undertaken recognition of a variety of symbolic cultural recognitions designating months or days for a specific purpose. Indeed, the month of May was designated as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. Motion M24 designated the month of January as Tamil Heritage Month. Motion 64 dedicated the month of June as Italian Heritage Month. Motion 73 dedicated the month of October as German Heritage Month. And certainly coming from a riding with a strong German presence, we certainly appreciate that recognition. Motion M126 dedicated the month of June as Portuguese Heritage Month. And on the order paper as we speak, there is Bill C-317, which designates the month of October as Hispanic Heritage Month, and Bill C-376, which designates the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month. Now, Madam Speaker, there are minor concerns I do have with some of these bills, and they are mathematical in nature. We do only have 12 months in the year, and you will notice, Madam Speaker, there is some duplication, there is some overlap in months, and that is a concern for some. For example, this bill that we are debating here tonight would designate October as the said month for Latin American Heritage Month, which does fall on the same month as Oktoberfest, as German Heritage Month. So there is that overlap. I don't think it's an insurmountable overlap. I don't think it's a significant concern that would delay the passage of this bill, but it is something we need to recognize, Madam Speaker, and ensure that we are cognizant of these points when we are debating these issues. For example, we have already passed in this place a designation of the month of June, both as Italian Heritage Month as well as Portuguese Heritage Month. Certainly it's something we can do at the same time and jointly celebrate those important contributions, that important culture that we have to our country of these important months recognizing these days. Now, I would note that earlier tonight my colleague, the member from Huron-Bruce, provided an exceptional overview of some of the contributions that Latin American players have made to the great sport of baseball. I would note that in my riding of Perth-Wellington, we are home to the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. An induction ceremony is this weekend, Madam Speaker. And if you're free, Madam Speaker, we would welcome you in at the induction ceremony, where they will be honoring Pedro Martinez, who was, of course, born in the Dominican Republic and will be inducted this year for his time with the Montreal Expos. And certainly, I'm looking forward to that celebration this Saturday. And I invite all members of this House to join us on Saturday as we make that induction official. And Madam Speaker, I see my time is running low. I have about a minute left. But Madam Speaker, I do want to conclude by saying how important I believe it is to recognize the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month. And I would like to conclude with the words of Senator Enverga himself. He said in the other place, quote, "Declaring the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month will be a wonderful opportunity for us to contribute to our collective story, a uniquely Canadian story increasingly filled with symbols of multiculturalism and a shared history that has led us to the society in which we now live, where our rights and freedoms are protected under the principles of peace, order, and good government." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I appreciate the invite, but I believe there might be votes on Saturday, so the member may want to consider that as well. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Is this a point of order? Oh, okay. Alors, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de Brassard-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Brassard-Saint-Laurent.
Alors, je suis désolée.
I apologize to the member for Brassard-Saint-Laurent. Saint-Lambert, rather. Brassard-Saint-Lambert. I did already recognize the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, but I would be happy to recognize the member on the next slot. So that was my mistake. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That done, however, we are so looking forward to hearing someone from the opposite side speak to Latin American Heritage Month, because I am the 36th member to rise before someone on the other side has bothered to rise to finally speak to this important bill. From our colleague from the other place, Senator Tobias Enverga, who left us too soon last November. He had tabled this bill, and he would be so proud to see us here speaking of it today. He tabled this bill in 2015, and unfortunately it wasn't considered at the time because of the elections, but it was a bill that was very important to Senator Enverga, and I'm sure that we'll all be happy to adopt this bill and contribute to his legacy. And just so that you're aware of the spirit that informed this bill, I'd like to recall two items in the preamble to Bill S-218. It says, whereas the Parliament of Canada recognized that members of the Latin American community in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic, and political fabric of the nation, and that the designation of a month as Latin American Heritage Month would be a meaningful way to remember, celebrate, and educate the public about these contributions. So keeping that in mind, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that as Canadians, we can all be proud of our history and our common heritage. And what unites us here is the heritage of various cultures and the mix of cultures and practices that all contribute to our identity as Canadians today. Our history has been a mix of cultures, the French, English, the First Nations, and in most cases, South Americans have also joined us in Canada. There was a coup d'etat in Chile, and Canadians welcomed Chilean refugees who were fleeing the dictatorship. There were Argentinians, people from Uruguay, Chile, from Guatemala, Nicaragua, El Salvador. In '91, and quite a few people from El Salvador and Guatemala came as refugees, humanitarian refugees, because of the level of civil unrest in their countries. So the majority of Latin Americans and South Americans who came to Quebec and the rest of Canada came for various reasons, whether it be economic crises, labor migration, family reunification, and other reasons. And I'd like to speak about the opportunities that Canada provided to these individuals who were fleeing difficult circumstances in their own country. I'd like to speak about one Conservative candidate in 2015 in the riding of Compton-Stanstead, Mr. Gustavo Labrador. Madam Speaker, Gustavo was a good friend of mine, and he arrived in Montreal in 1995 with his wife and her child, who was 5 years old. They wanted to prosper, and Gustavo realized that he didn't necessarily like big cities, and he chose Sherbrooke to settle. He adopted two Chinese girls, and he's become a grandfather since then. He learned French, he went to the Séminaire Sherbrooke, he got a job with the Quebec Police Services, and he's the one who responds to emergency calls. Now, why did he decide to become a candidate? Well, I'm just going to quote from an article in Sherbrooke. He said that he identified with conservative values of independent responsibility, tight financial control, families, and the future of our nation, which is children. And he said, I come from Venezuela, where there is considerable insecurity, and here there is considerable security. And so, Madam Speaker, what I wanted to say about Gustavo is that he was someone who came here and chose to become an active member of our society. He became actively involved. He participated in the electoral process. He's not here today, but that wasn't the purpose behind my remarks. I just wanted to say that this person who came from Venezuela, who fled a country that was going through very difficult times, he had an opportunity to realize his dreams here and to support his family. And so on behalf of all my colleagues here in the House of Commons, I'd like to salute Gustavo and all other Latin American individuals who made the choice to enter politics here, who decided to represent their new constituents who are also their fellow citizens. They chose to become involved for their new country. In Canada, Madam Speaker, approximately 450,000 people come from Latin American countries, whether that be Mexico, Peru, Brazil, Cuba, and they live in the East and in the West and in big cities like Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, Vancouver, and here in Ottawa. Statistics are even more impressive. Global statistics are even more impressive. There are millions of people who speak Spanish, and we even have incorporated their vocabulary into our own. We talk about fiestas, we talk about guacamole and tacos. So their vocabulary has become a part of our culture as well. These people brought with them, when they came here, their own cultures, and we're also happy to be able to share it. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Mégantic-L'Érable, there's a small Latin American population. The last census showed that there were about 175 people whose mother tongue was Spanish. Now, it's difficult to distinguish between Latin American origins and people who come from other countries where Spanish is spoken because we don't have access to those numbers. However, there are 175 people in my riding whose mother tongue is Spanish. And I'm proud to see a member on the other side of the House willing to stand up and speak. Because I couldn't understand why, after 36 members had risen, no one on the other side had risen. And yet, Madam Speaker, in those ridings, there are also many citizens whose mother tongue is Spanish. For example, the riding Alfred Pellon, there are over 300,000. In Argenteuil, La Petite Nation, 220. Bourassa, over 6,000. Dorval, La Chine-La Salle, over 3,000. Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, 65. Hull-Elmer, over 2,000. In Honoré-Mercier, there are over 4,000. Honoré-Mercier is the riding of the government whip, Madam Speaker. Laurentie-de-la-Belle, 405. Louis-Hébert, almost 2,000. Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, 2,800, Madam Speaker. And so there's a very significant presence of people who state Spanish as being their mother tongue, and they live throughout our ridings, throughout Canada. And that is why on this side of the House we were truly wondering, why is there no member on the other side, on the government side, bothering to stand up and speak to this important bill? Under this bill, there will be a fostering of greater understanding of Spanish culture, of the Spanish language, of the Latin American culture here in our country. Now, Madam Speaker, there will still be many opportunities for conversations. There are many producers in my riding, and many people who are coming to this country want to work in Canada. Our doors are, there are many doors that are open. Many people want to work here, and in my riding, there's a lot of work for them. And we already have this basis of people of Latin American origin. And so I think we're able to welcome them warmly. And all those, of course, who go through regular immigration processes will find a place here and will find work here. It will give us great pleasure to receive them because we share that Latin blood with Spanish speakers, Madam Speaker. And so a Latin American Heritage Month really is an important achievement, and all members can contribute to it here in this House. I hope it will be an unanimous way of doing it. I hope many members, all members, will vote in favor of this bill. Thank you. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. You have approximately 9 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
j'aimerais d'abord...
I'd like to begin by recognizing my Latin brothers from Brazil. I'm not myself Latin American, but I would like to recall that on this side of the government, we support this bill. We'd be very pleased to see it sent back to the Senate for it to become legislation as quickly as possible. But I would also like to recall that during the first hour of debate, my colleague from Honoré Mercier gave a fantastic, passionate speech. He himself is Latin American, and he spoke about why he felt that we should all give our support to this bill. So on our side, we didn't really have much to add to what our colleague from Honoré Mercier had already said. Personally, I represent a riding that has about 5,000 people of Latin American origin, and over time they have come to Saint-Lambert. They have contributed significantly to our community. And I could do like my colleague and start naming everyone, but I think I would run out of time if I tried to name every single person who deserves our recognition. Do you know, we highlight months in the House, and we dedicate these months to a specific culture. And I think it's important to do it because it really does attach importance to what we contribute to Canada, not just what we receive. We all receive something, but we all contribute something that goes above and beyond what's simply an issue of food and dance. It's much greater than that. It's values. And there are many, many centuries that led to the development of who we have become. And immigration also contributes these things. And I'm not talking only about people who are in exile or who've had to flee. There are people who choose to immigrate for economic reasons, and not just for economic reasons. When you choose immigration, you want to do better, yes, in your own life, but you also want to discover new horizons. And I think Latin America is an extraordinary example of this. Not only did they come seeking a better life for themselves and their families, but they also came with a new way of looking at life themselves. Perhaps they were a little more relaxed, less rigid in their way of doing things. And they were people who came with values like the importance of spending time with one's family and friends. So they have a different way of spending their social time and spending time in their lives. They like to exchange, and they like to exchange culturally as well. So it's a friendly, warm culture, and I think that all these contributions through immigration are significant. And so it's very important to highlight this through these Heritage Months in Canada. I am very proud that we will be celebrating the very first Portuguese Heritage Month on the Hill. We celebrated Italian Month, Jewish Heritage Month. And so there is great potential for sharing with our fellow citizens and sharing the diversity of our cultures with our fellow citizens. Because there are so many dynamic, rich cultures. And I think oftentimes what's surprising to those who come and visit is that in Canada, we really have found a way to have harmony within our diversity. Really, our values and their values have become integrated. you know, the warmth and the social values are all important elements that we should celebrate when we have months that highlight the heritage of our various communities. Madam Speaker, I think that we've all painted a pretty broad picture of the contribution of Latin Americans to our lives and culture. And I think that adopting this bill is something one couldn't oppose. It's an absolutely natural thing to do. And we will support it wholeheartedly, not just in the memory of the senator who moved it, who brought it forward, but because we believe that one is always enriched by a diversity of cultures, and it's important to celebrate that. And the Liberal Party of Canada will always support that. I don't think there are any colleagues in my caucus who would even question the importance of the value of diverse cultures. I don't know how much time I have left. 3 minutes? 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have covered many months of the calendar. There's still a few left that will allow us to celebrate many other cultures that have contributed to the wealth of this country. I mean, our country really is a patchwork of cultures and influences and various characteristics. So I am so pleased to be able to support this bill and finalize the process by referring it back to the Senate so that it receives a royal assent as quickly as possible. And then in October 2018, we will be able to celebrate Latin American Heritage Month. So I think it is important for all of us to do this as quickly as possible. It will be a lovely heritage on Senator Enverga, and it will be a way of being able to pay him tribute when we have the first month in October 2018. And I think the entire Latin American community will be so pleased, and they will celebrate it with the joy that they are known for, and also with great pride, because they are very proud of their rich culture, which is made up of recent elements, but also new elements. You know, indigenous communities have also enriched the Latin American heritage. And Madam Speaker, once again, I would just like to reaffirm the support of government members for this bill. And we will be very pleased to see it sent as quickly as possible to the Senate. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of the bill. And I hope that we will all be ready to vote on it as quickly as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It being 11:30 p.m., the time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the question is as follows. Mr. Nantel, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that Bill S-218 by deleting the short title.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to an order adopted May 22nd, I'm sorry, it's very late. I guess I already said this. Pursuant to an order made Tuesday, May 29th, the vote is deferred to June 20th after question period.
Government orders. Resuming debate on C-45, Cannabis Act.
Questions and comments remaining. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Lee Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Check with your desk.
I want to ask the member what he thinks about the growing of marijuana in residential. The Senate has recommended that it would be up to the provinces to decide whether or not it would be legal to grow marijuana, recreational marijuana, 4 plants, which is actually 12 plants. And would he agree with the recommendation of the Senate that it be up to the provinces?
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, my honourable colleague, for the question. There's a couple of factual points I'd like to make. First of all, the legislation says that it would allow Canadians to grow up to 4 plants per household. He made a reference to 12 plants. I'm not sure where that comes from. Yes, we on this side of the House do believe that that is a reasonable and proper provision of this bill. It was the task force on cannabis and regulation headed by Anne McClellan that did an exhaustive examination of this issue and decided to recommend that Canadians should be able to grow 4 plants. As the member may know, under the Supreme Court of Canada's decision, Canadians have the constitutional right to grow medicinal cannabis. It would seem quite perverse if one house on a block could be able to grow cannabis legally because they're growing it for medicinal use, and the house beside them was not able to grow it simply because of the different purpose. I also would point out that every single jurisdiction in the United States, Washington, Colorado, Oregon, California this year, all permit the growing of marijuana in reasonable limits and with reasonable parameters around it. It's a sensible way. If you want to have legalization of cannabis in this country, you have to trust Canadians to be able to responsibly use cannabis and to grow plants like any other plant, as long as, of course, it's done responsibly and in a reasonable amount.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. About 23 hours or so ago, I wished you a good morning, so I take the chance to wish you a good evening. I want to talk about, first off, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I will be splitting my time with my colleague and honourable member from Vancouver Quadra. And I'd like to start off, before I give the formal part of my speech, by discussing an element that was brought up by the honourable member from Vancouver Queensway, who had spoken about a number of members of the Senate and others, as well as the Right Honourable John Turner, as to their potential financial interest in legalizing marijuana. And I understand that this is an issue of privilege. You can say what pleases you in this House, but I found it particularly unparliamentary that he would raise the record of someone who has served this country with distinction, with honour, in talking about the Right Honourable John Turner, who was, among many positions he occupied as Prime Minister of Canada, he also was the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Justice. He's a man of some advanced age, I believe, and I'd like to take the chance to wish him a happy birthday. He turned 89 quite recently. And I know it on good authority that he has zero interest in the legalization of marijuana or any pecuniary derivative thereof, Madam Speaker. So I won't presume bad faith on the side of the honourable member, and I hope that when he gets a chance to retract those words that he does so, because we are in fact talking about a person who served this country honourably, regardless of party lines, and I do hope that he does take the chance to retract those comments. Madame la Présidente, c'est avec plaisir que je prends.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to speak in the House to deal with an amendment adopted by the Senate with respect to Bill C-45. I'd like to congratulate the Senate for its very helpful work done on this legislation. Nevertheless, I believe some of the amendments would not allow us to meet the goals of the policy that inspires this legislation. I'd like to take the opportunity to emphasize Clause 5.2, which says it is understood that the present legislation will apply to all commercial provisions which prohibit the growing or harvesting of cannabis in a residence. It would allow residents to grow up to 5 plants. These plants could not be sold to another person, and whoever grew up to 4 plants or more than 4 plants would risk being faced with criminal accusations. The object of this provision has 2 components. First of all, the provision would be to counter the illegal market for cannabis, and second, it would contribute to preventing useless incriminations of Canadians who are growing cannabis and using it in a responsible way. Growing cannabis at home would be a legal source of cannabis to people who may not have access to an outlet for the sale of cannabis. This would allow a limited volume of cannabis for personal use to be similar to the provision that now exists for tobacco, for example. People can grow their own tobacco for their own consumption. And there are also Canadians who would maintain the cannabis and keep it in a safe place and use it only for their personal use. Following an investigation into cannabis, one of the questions the government asked was, where did people get their cannabis and where were they likely to have access to cannabis in the future? And all respondents, or most respondents, only 2% had thought of growing it themselves. So home cultivation of cannabis is compatible with the framework adopted by most American states which have legalized and regulated cannabis. These states have allowed home cultivation and allow people to grow up from 4 to 12 plants per residence. It's important to remember that Bill C-45 was developed to allow provinces and territories to authorize the distribution and sale of cannabis on their territory and to add additional restrictions that are not proposed in the Cannabis Act, in particular with respect to personal use. This flexibility would allow local priorities to be compatible with the government's concerns for health in the Cannabis Act. The Canadian government believes that provinces and territories are best placed to assess the necessity for regulating on their territory. Most provinces will allow for the personal cultivation of up to 4 plants, as provided for in C-45, but some provinces have decided to add restrictions. For example, New Brunswick, which will require that if cannabis is grown outside, there be a secure fence, and that this area be locked. In Nova Scotia, they have said that they would allow owners, building owners, to forbid people from growing or smoking cannabis in their buildings. There would be a tribunal that would examine the provincial regime, and it would be up to tribunals to decide whether there was a conflict with the federal legislation. Over the past 2 years, our government has held broad consultations, and so we are better equipped to move forward with this bill, Bill C-45. is based on the recommendations of the working group I mentioned and reflects experts' points of view, and this during our vast series of consultations. It balances various points of view, those of municipalities, provinces and territories, Indigenous governments, and a huge spectrum of experts. Provincial and territorial governments have their own legislation they are preparing to bring in systems to regulate. Bill C-45 would allow adults to grow up to 4 plants, and it would allow home growth in order to meet the government's objective, which is to replace the illegal market. This is in order to make sure that this activity will help, once again, to replace the illegal market. Home cultivation, in our opinion, helps in this approach. On the other hand, as you know, this bill contains a provision allowing for 7 provisions, rather, would deal with its coming into effect. When this happens, the minister will ensure that this will be reviewed later. So the government would then be ready to change the legislation, and it would make sure that the review looks into the growth of cannabis in residential buildings. Based on the proof we have now, on the testimony we have now, we believe that cannabis could be grown in a way that is compatible with concerns for health and security that are part of the legislation. People could use cannabis for their personally, and this is the approach adopted by the American states which have legalized cannabis. It is for all these reasons, Madam Speaker, that I will not support this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Surrey explained to me that where the 12 came from, and that it was you're allowed to have 4 mature plants, 4 immature plants, and 4 plants that were just being planted. So my question for the member opposite is that if you've got somebody with a prescription for marijuana and they're growing their 4 plants, and you have someone else in the household who does not have a prescription, does that mean they're allowed 8, which is really 24 plants? Because you're not supposed to share prescriptions with other people. And if there's another person in the house with a different prescription for medical marijuana, would they be allowed their 4 plants, which is really 12, and then there'd be 36 in the house? Just want to know how that's going to work. I think that multiplication is even right with Liberal gun registry math.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
So, Madam Speaker, far be it for me to give anyone math instructions, but the member should know and should well know that prescriptions are given on an individual basis and are not to be passed off. She should also know that on a medical basis, up to 30 grams are authorized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, well, while we're correcting the record, I'll just tell my honourable colleague that I represent Vancouver Kingsway, not Queensway. But I want to read into the record exactly what I said earlier that seemed to have offended his feelings so much. I said this: an emerging group of cannabis capitalists composed of the same police officers and government officials who spent their careers prosecuting the war on drugs has already begun staking its claim to the new recreational market. Some notable names include Kim Derry, who served as deputy chief when the member for Scarborough Southwest was Toronto Police Chief, is now the security advisor for THC Meds. Former Ontario Liberal Deputy Premier George Smitherman, who once served as the province's health minister, also tied to the same company, former Liberal Prime Minister John Turner, is a board member for Mule Boom Organic Inc. Chuck Raffici founded Tweed Cannabis Inc., the country's first licensed provider, while he was CFO of the Liberal Party. And Julian Fantino, who once compared cannabis to murder and voted in favour of harsh mandatory minimum sentences for cannabis as a member of the Harper Cabinet, has now gotten into the cannabis business. It's a travesty of justice and hypocrisy of the highest order that those who fought hardest for legalization will benefit the least from it, while those who spent a lifetime enforcing prohibition are now filling the boardrooms of the cannabis industry. I'd like my honourable colleague to answer what was wrong with any of that, what's inaccurate, and why didn't John Turner, when he was Prime Minister, legalize cannabis if he now thinks that he should be on the board of directors of the company and profit from it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would remind the honourable member he's speaking about a former Prime Minister, Right Honourable John Turner, who served this country honourably and in a very distinguished fashion. I see absolutely no remorse on the member's part, so I feel no particular compulsion or need to answer any further question. They're, as you have noted, Madam Speaker, quite leading. And I would encourage the member to examine his conscience a little more in depth and show a little bit of remorse and respect for the House and a respect for a former distinguished Prime Minister, distinguished Cabinet Minister, both in finance and for justice. And I think he should take a little time and think about what he just said. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering if the member can advise us. Sorry, I'm just wondering if the member can advise us. We've heard about education and all what the Liberal government was going to do regarding education. As a mother, I've received nothing, and I believe all parents haven't received anything. Where is this education that that the government promised 6 months ago?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, quite a good question. If the member opposite has examined the fiscal framework that we have been discussing with provinces, she will note that we will be taking none of this for personal profit and investing it into fighting a lot of the ills that the consumption of cannabis has caused, including making sure that youth know about the ills of consuming cannabis, particularly the effect on the immature brain, and giving 75% to provinces and municipalities to make sure that they address the issues because they are in a good position to address it as well, making sure they put it through their streams to make sure the youth in particular know of the ills of consuming cannabis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. We have a point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madame la Présidente, je regrette.
Madam Speaker, I will say that it was impossible to come to an agreement with respect to 68.1 and 68.2 of the standing orders regarding an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. Under the standing orders, I give notice that at the next sitting of the House, there will be a motion put forth, and that there will.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable colleagues.
Point of order. The Honourable Member for, I don't know, it's Grasslands. Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt the proceedings here, but the end of her presentation was cut off by translation. We did not hear what the last probably 30 seconds of the presentation was.
So apparently there was an error with the translation. Would the Honourable Parliamentary House Leader or Government House Leader reread the last part of the proposal?
Put it in the record in English. Madam Speaker, I would like to advise that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Orders 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the consideration of certain amendments of Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Translation was clear. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to speak to the message from the other place on Bill C-45. But before I start my remarks on that, I want to say that this is a very historic time, and it's a time that I am very proud of this legislation, this change, this vast change in social policy that we are making as a government. Madam Speaker, if we reflect on what it's like to go out for dinner with friends and have a beer or a glass of wine with dinner, and we think about that the fact that there was a time when that was illegal and the provision of alcohol was controlled by the criminal underworld, and the act of partaking in alcohol was a crime. And it's almost impossible to imagine that that made sense at an earlier period, and it certainly doesn't make sense to us today. And in the same way, I think in the future we will be looking back at a time when cannabis was illegal, where it was criminalized, where it was purveyed by criminal gangs, and we will it's in a future day, the public in Canada will not be able to imagine how that could have made sense. And in fact, it doesn't make sense. And so that's why I'm so proud of what we're doing today. It doesn't make sense because it hasn't worked. Having the use of cannabis be a criminal matter as opposed to a health and safety matter just makes no sense. It creates massive profits for the Hells Angels and other organized criminals. It provides no safety in terms of what might be in the content of the product that is being consumed or what might be harmful. And, Madam Speaker, make no mistake, it is being consumed as an illegal activity notwithstanding, as a criminalized activity notwithstanding. Our young people are using this product at higher rates than virtually anywhere in the world. And so this is time, it's far past time to actually take the control and regulation out of the hands of the criminal underworld where they've been profiting from it and place the control and regulation into the hands of government where health and safety aspects can actually be addressed by the government. And that's exactly why in 2011, after the election, I began to have this discussion in Ottawa with Liberal colleagues and saying, I think it's time we address the situation and we actually consider legalizing marijuana as a party. And I had the privilege of bringing a film called The Union, a documentary about the control and all of the negative aspects of that for our society, the control of cannabis by the criminal underworld, the kinds of shootouts on open streets in broad daylight in our cities when there were gang wars, the drawing into criminal activity of young people that were being recruited by the gangs to be part of their distribution network, and the hundreds of thousands of young Canadians that ended up in the justice system because of their involvement with cannabis. So it's with great pride and humility that I want to acknowledge this Parliament and this government for what we are doing here. This is a historic time. In 2011, it looked pretty impossible, I have to say, but our Prime Minister took the bull by the horns, made this commitment into our last election platform, and we have proceeded with this project. So, Madam Speaker, I'm now going to talk about some of the details of implementation so that we actually do this as best as we possibly can as a Parliament and as a government. So as others have already pointed out, both houses of Parliament have conducted extensive studies of the proposed Cannabis Act. In the other place, Bill C-45 was studied by 5 different committees, which heard from over 200 experts and witnesses. 4 of those committees conducted an in-depth study of the specific aspects of the legislation and its implications. They've carefully assessed issues related to criminal law provisions, Indigenous persons, international obligations, and Canada's borders. And I want to add my voice to those who've acknowledged this important contribution and to thank the other place for its extensive work on this bill. As you know, the study of this proposed legislation by Parliament built on extensive work by the Task Force on Legalization and Regulation. In 2016, after the previous election, the task force undertook extensive consultations to hear from Canadians, from public health experts, law enforcement, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments, Indigenous organizations, U.S. state governments with more experience administering cannabis regimes, and more. The proposed act was developed largely on the basis of the thoughtful advice of this task force, and the act has been carefully designed to support the policy objectives that are stated in Clause 7. It was carefully designed to ensure that its provisions comply with privacy and other obligations and respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So for these reasons, the amendments proposed by the other place had to be very carefully reviewed and assessed on the basis of whether they would support the bill's policy objectives and whether they could have unintended consequences. Based on this review, it is clear that some amendments would further improve the bill, in fact, the majority of the amendments brought forward, and they support its objectives. Others are problematic. For example, the amendment that would further clarify the requirements and the scope for the legislative review that will be undertaken 3 years after the coming into force of the Act is a positive improvement to the legislation. This amendment will establish a clear timeline of 18 months following the beginning of the review for the Minister to table in Parliament a report on the findings of the review. In line with the objective of a separate amendment in the other place, it is proposed that the Act clearly indicate that this legislative review will carefully consider the impacts of this legislation on public health, including on youth, the impacts on Indigenous peoples, and the impacts of home cultivation. On the other hand, however, a number of amendments adopted in the other place cannot be supported as they could create significant issues. This is the case, for example, of an amendment that would require that the minister collect and publicly disclose the names of every holder of a license or permit, including persons who have control of or have shares in corporations holding a license. This amendment would raise concerns from a privacy perspective and impose requirements on businesses operating in the legal cannabis industry that would be inconsistent with how businesses operate in operating in other Canadian industries are treated. And it would pose issues from an operational perspective. For example, the volatility of shareholding in a publicly traded corporation could make the proposed reporting requirements practically impossible to meet and could cause extreme delays in licensing. Health Canada has a robust physical and personnel security screening process in place for the existing cannabis for medical purposes industry designed to guard against infiltration by organized crime. All officers and directors of a company must undergo thorough law enforcement record checks prior to licensing. As a part of the new regulatory framework, Health Canada has proposed to expand the list of individuals that would require a security clearance to include the directors and officers of any controlling company, in addition to those of the licensed company. As we finalize our study of Bill C-45, I urge all parliamentarians to remember that this legislative framework is one of the pillars of a comprehensive public health approach the government is proposing to better protect Canadians and minimize the harms associated with cannabis use. The government is taking action in a number of key areas informed by the strict regulatory controls that are currently in place for Canadians who access cannabis for medical purposes and lessons learned from our considerable success in taking a public health approach for reducing tobacco smoking rates. Our strategies include efforts to educate Canadians about the harms and risks of cannabis use, promote healthy choices and reduce youth access, prevent problematic and high-risk patterns of use, and many more. Madam Speaker, it's important we consider the proposed legislation in the context of broader, proven strategies for protecting public health. The government has taken every reasonable action to ensure this bill is designed to take those things into account. I am proud of Bill C-45 and proud to
The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments left the next time this matter is before the House. Comme il est minuit, conformément à
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the motion adjourns and is now deemed to have been the motion to adjourn is now deemed to have been adopted.